Taken by the Titan II Homecoming. Written by Morgan Black. Narration services are provided by 11 Labs, Inc., produced by Morgan Black. Chapter 1. Cal. I jerked awake to the blaring sirens, my heart hammering against my ribs. What the hell was this? Were we under attack? I exchanged a panicked look with Thorsten before throwing back the covers and rushing to the boys' room. Thor! Loki! I cried out, shaking their small bodies, but they remained still, locked in some doomed slumber. Thorsten! Get Thor out of the house while I... They were already gone. I shook my head, brushing off the discrepancy. My only thought now was to get our remaining son to safety. I grabbed Loki's shoulders, lifting his lolling head in desperation, but it sagged lifeless in my hands, his limbs cold and limp beneath my frantic grasp. Terror clawed its way up my throat as I begged and pleaded for them to wake, my voice cracking, tears streaking my cheeks. But my precious boys did not stir, entrapped in an unnatural, deathly sleep. The walls of the darkened room seemed to melt away before my eyes, shadows swirling sickeningly. I now stood alone in a cavernous, ruined throne room, dust and debris scattered around my feet. The high ceiling had partially caved in, allowing thin shafts of pale light to slice through the gloom. My heartbeat thundered in my ears as I took in the crumbling columns and faded banners bearing unfamiliar, sinister crests. A menacing presence lurked in this doomed place, a baleful darkness that threatened to swallow me whole. Faceless Titan lords materialized out of the gloom, flickering lights casting their hooded figures in menacing silhouettes.
Abomination!
One hissed accusingly, bony fingers pointing my way. What did you do to my sons, you bastards? My protective instincts drowned my fear. The shadowy figures only laughed, a cold, mocking sound that echoed ominously through the desolate hall. I had to escape. This place couldn't be real. Spotting an arched entryway, I broke into a desperate run, but I skidded to a horrified halt at the sight that awaited me, the air punching from my lungs. Thorsten lay lifeless on the mosaic floor, eyes staring vacantly upward, dark blood pooling beneath him. No! I screamed, sprinting to his side. I collapsed beside him, pulling his hulking frame into my lap. Thorsten, I sobbed, clasping his cold, lifeless face in trembling hands, pleading futilely for him to wake up. But my beloved mate remained devastatingly still, lifeless. I cried out. I couldn't do anything else. Why the hell am I so goddamn weak? The cries of gulls and the soothing whispers of ocean waves filtered in through the open bedroom window as the morning sun crept across the floor. The gossamer curtains fluttered in the balmy desert breeze. I stirred slowly, waking to the melodic morning prayers drifting from the nearby village. It was just a dream, a terribly vivid nightmare, but I still couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that dominated my thoughts. Why was I thinking about stuff like this now? For the past month, I couldn't stop thinking about what would happen once me and the boys entered that portal to the Titan world. Each and every dream became more and more nightmarish as time went on. At first, I was getting rejected at family dinner. Next, I was forced to eat on the floor, then I had to eat off the damn floor. Each dream getting worse until this newest round of dream torture. Blinking my eyes open, I gazed affectionately at Thorsten's titanic form beside me, sound asleep and snoring softly. Even sprawled diagonally across our modest bed, his legs still dangled off the mattress. The amusing sight brought a smile to my lips. Unable to resist, I leaned over and pressed a kiss to Thorsten's forehead, brushing back a wisp of starlight hair. Our beachside villa was far humbler than Thorsten's lavish apartments back in Jotun. The whitewashed walls and terracotta-tiled roof gave it a simple charm. Warmth emanated from its wooden beams and furnishings. The front door opened to a cozy living area with soft rugs and plush pillows that were perfect for lounging. Farther back was a modest kitchen with a hand-pump sink and a large fireplace. On one side of the small courtyard were the bedrooms. The larger suite was for us, with a dwarven-sized bed, and a smaller room for the twins with 2 child-sized beds they were already growing out of. My dad preferred the canopied roof outside. The back patio balcony overlooked the sea, with a carved table and bench chairs to take meals or watch the sunset. Overall, our home felt intimate yet airy, a place made for humans and titans to live in. The artisanal decor gave it a unique charm that made me love it here. So much so that I was dragging my heels on telling Thorsten when I was ready to enter the portal. Don't get me wrong, I actually wanted to see his homeworld, and I knew just how much he had wanted to return. As an exile, he no longer had access to that archive back in old New York, where he would watch vids of home. And although the portal was working, he was still trapped here because of me and my stupid fears. The mingling scents of fresh bread and fragrant spices from the markets filled the air outside. The town's energy could be heard even from our secluded abode. The perk Thorsten had of still being respected as a royal prince. The fishing village of Dakhla was the fabled sanctuary known as Sahara. The place was located in western Sahara, hence the name of the sanctuary. The village was and still is occupied by a country called Morocco, and you would think you would see nothing but desert sands, but that's not the case with the area sitting along a narrow peninsula of the Atlantic coast. Dakhla, like most of Africa, wasn't impacted physically by the cataclysmic Titan arrival. However, the continent still struggled through lean, uncertain times during the economic collapse of human society. The only thing we had here, besides its abundance of sea life, thanks to its productive current system and no Audiobook upswelling nearby, but a thriving oyster farming, which was still done traditionally by hand by the locals. The Titans didn't care too much for the texture, but they loved the pearls. From time to time, I would scoop up some on my dives to sell to traders who humanely scooped out the precious jewels to ship overseas. As a matter of fact, that's how Thorsten, my dad, and I managed to get to this place. We had made it as far as Quebec, and we had to earn our passage across the Atlantic by agreeing to a few dive missions on board an old cruise ship. The ship was used to transport the jewels and other resources from Africa to North America. It was kind of invigorating to participate in the slow and steady process of repairing the damage caused by the Titan arrival. It made me see that the world truly was much bigger than I had ever imagined, and the sanctuary cities felt like small oases in comparison. When I first laid eyes on Dakhla, I couldn't believe this place was real, a place that managed to remain the same since before the Titan's arrival. No wonder Titans and humans had escaped here. It was different here than in the other sanctuary cities. The Titans were open, instead of living in a palace of seclusion. Even Vanir, which I praised for its safety, still had Titan rulers who never mingled with the common folk. After stealing a fond glimpse of my slumbering partner, I slid from bed carefully to let Thorsten rest. I cracked open the twins' bedroom, chuckling at the sight of our 4-year-olds Thor and Loki, who were still fast asleep with the covers kicked all over the place, and poor Thor was practically halfway out of bed. I tiptoed over and straightened him out, tucking both him and his brother in. I marveled at their swift growth, so much bigger than human children their age already. As a result, they were too big to play with the kids their own age, but also too little to play with the older kids. Maybe watching them struggle here was behind my nightmares about Utengard and the possible harsh treatment we could face if we went there. But what if going to Thorsten's world was the best possible solution for them? I could hardly believe I had given birth to them myself. The painful yet exhilarating ordeal remained seared into my memory. Shutting the door gently behind me so as not to disturb their slumber, I headed outside to start my morning routine, eager to enjoy the serenity of early dawn before the heat of the day set in. After stretching my muscles, I began flowing through practiced fighting forms on the beach, keeping my movements precise and meditative, my feet digging into the sand. The rhythmic shushing of waves and cries of wheeling gulls underscored each focused form. Barris, the madams, Yarn Saxa's human mate, began offering self-defense courses for the humans here, and I practically jumped at the chance to learn. With everything that happened to me before, getting set up, betrayed, and sold into slavery, suffering a devastating injury to my right eye, and my overall lack of ability to defend myself when those men burst into my dad's hospital room and took me away. My confidence was shattered piece by piece until I felt almost like a shell of my former self. Taking these courses, learning how to defend myself, was my way of getting that confidence back. And I did. I eventually got rid of the eye patch and accepted the scars. I felt more capable than ever. If anyone came for me, my children, or Thorsten again, I would be able to do more than just place everything on Thorsten's shoulders.
Chapter 2. Thorsten. I awoke to the tantalizing aroma of sizzling fish drifting in through the open window, and my appetite instantly stirred. Lumbering outside, I spotted William, Cal's father, minding the day's catch over the crackling grill, grease popping and hissing. "Morning," I rumbled in greeting, my gravelly voice still heavy with sleep.
"Morning, you look like hell.
William laughed cheerily with a wave of his spatula. The dancing flames framed his handsome, weathered face in a warm glow. I studied William's features, all sharp angles and slightly creased skin, evidence of a life spent braving the elements. Yet it was easy to tell that the old guy was a looker back in his heyday, and Cal strongly favoured him, from the intense green eyes to the proud nose and strong jawline. The only difference between the two was that Cal's face was still boyish and smooth, and now that the two of us were linked as mates, it would be that way for a very long time. I wondered how Cal would take living for centuries on end. After all, if humans were meant to live for 1,000 years, then they would. Would his mind break after watching so many people die? A part of me did not think so. My mate had gotten stronger. He even filled out more, developing a little more muscle and definition, and he seemed more confident and self-assured than when we had first met. But even so, he has never faced a mental challenge as the one he will embark on throughout the years. Although he wasn't unaccustomed to facing tragedy, he suffered the loss of his mother. My mind suddenly drifted through the past, recalling when I had first hired William and his wife, Cal's late mother. What was her name? Luna? To recover the Traveller's Rune, they were one of many I had hired at the time. Most of the divers I hired weren't much to note. Most just wanted money and nothing more. However, these two were different. How young and determined they had seemed then, so full of conviction in their cause to rid their world of the Titan menace. I almost felt as if it was fitting that they were working on accomplishing that very goal by aiding me. Unfortunately, the rune they had proudly presented me was one of Fellman's countless forgeries. Of course, by the time I uncovered the deception, William and Luna had long vanished without a trace. A shame. I actually would have hired them as my personal divers long term. But instead, his fiery mother had died somewhere in the world for her cause. I remember it being such a waste of talent. Now here we were, improbably bonded by family despite our uneasy past association. William's devotion to Cal conquered any lingering wariness between us. I trusted he was a man of integrity, whatever his former allegiances. The past could remain buried. Today we broke bread as kin. The heat is just as rough on me as the cold, I rumbled sincerely in response, settling my creaking frame onto the rough-hewn log bench. The logs groaned slightly under my massive weight. As I watched William deftly flip the fish, he launched into recounting his cooking exploits from this morning. Amusement glinted in his eyes as he described a daring seagull swooping down to snatch a freshly grilled fish right off the plate. I let out a rumbling laugh at the image. It takes a bold thief to steal from under your watch, William.
You're just blowing smoke up my ass to make me feel better. I'm not as spry as I used to be,
he admitted with a self-deprecating chuckle.
Anyway, the cheeky bugger had to dunk the hot catch in the sea to cool it off first.
We shared another hearty laugh. Despite our differences, William and I had built an easy rapport over the years, bonded by our mutual love for Cal and the twins. I knew our past history, fraught with tension between human and Titan, weighed heavily on him at times. But his devotion to family conquered all. And though he struggled to understand Cal undergoing the worm to bear my children, he cherished the boys fiercely. That was enough for me. Right on cue, the twins came barreling outside, boisterous and energetic as ever. Grinning, I gave chase, their delighted laughter contagious. Scooping them up in my strong arms, I tickled their little bellies as they squealed before instructing them to get cleaned up for breakfast. Soon after, Cal came sloshing back from his habitual morning ocean dip. Thank the gods I won't have to deal with them alone. Wrangling our rambunctious duo without backup first thing could be daunting, even for me.
Papa!
The boys cried out in unison, barreling over to embrace Cal. Chuckling, he wrapped them in a big, soggy hug. Let's get you dressed before you catch a cold, I interjected, herding the energetic pair back inside. Even small tasks like getting dressed became an adventure with these two.
Let me get out of these wet clothes first.
Cal reached up, wrapping his arms around my neck, and I allowed him to pull me down into a kiss. He smelled like the ocean, and his kiss was just as salty. I pulled away and sucked in a breath. If I did not stop now, then I was going to tell the kids to just go eat while I had my own breakfast. Cal laughed and softly patted my crotch before disappearing into our room. "Let's get you boys ready for the day." I sighed, turning my focus back on the children. They balked at my conservative clothing selections, clamoring for the gaudiest outfits imaginable. "How about we compromise today?" I proposed diplomatically. They reluctantly agreed, and I helped squeeze them into slightly more vibrant attire than my original picks. Compromise was essential when parenting such fiery spirits. Sometimes I picture them running about my castle and getting into all manner of trouble. As I wrestled to get their tiny flailing limbs into sleeves, I marveled again at their size. Though only 4, they had nearly surpassed my own boyhood stature. More Titan blood clearly flowed in their veins than anticipated. This made life here a little harder for them, as none of the human children their age would play with them. And yet their minds weren't developed enough to horse around with the older kids, and there were no Titan children to play with. Jan Saxa and Barras had left the moment the portal was finished. She didn't wish to birth her child in the human world. If they survived the journey through the portal, then their child would be the same age as mine. Catching my eye as they scampered off to eat, Cal remarked,
"At this rate, they'll be towering over me by 10.
I chuckled deeply, pulling him into a tender embrace, and stroked his still damp hair. I treasured these chaotic mornings. Soon we gathered to enjoy breakfast al fresco, collaborating to set out the mouth-watering spread William had prepared. The aromatic feast of eggs, bacon, grilled spicy salted fish, and sweet rice swiftly began disappearing between my own appetites and the twins' voracity. Around the laid-back table, affectionate chaos reigned. The boys excitedly recounted a fantastical dream through sticky mouthfuls as I listened with amusement. Soaking in the intimate scene, I committed each precious detail to memory. The melodic chatter, William's cooking, the crying gulls eager for scraps. Despite all we had endured, we had finally built a loving family and home. But truth be told, I wanted more. My sons were princes, and yet they lived almost like paupers. I wanted to pamper and spoil them and my mate, and yet I was no more than a simple fisherman here, and I was restless like no other. I was used to having a goal and fighting to achieve it, and now I was just living. And I was still full of bittersweet nostalgia for my distant homeland. Family and friends, an entire universe away, yet still cherished across the yawning void. I wondered what my elder brother Radogan was up to now. The last I had spoken with him, he was taking on more responsibilities as crown prince to prepare for eventually assuming the throne. Unlike in human history where one ruler must die for the next to inherit, it was not uncommon among Titans for a ruler to simply retire, passing the crown willingly to their heir. Perhaps Radogan already reigned as king now. I chuckled inwardly, picturing my stoic brother sitting stern-faced on that bone-polished throne, so unlike our gentle father. Gazing west across the endless horizon, colours blurred by harsh sunlight, I allowed my thoughts to drift of fantasies of using the hidden portal. Home was right there on the other side. Yet foreboding apprehension gave me pause. With no word back from the Titans who had already crossed through, the risks were unknown. Should I traverse it alone first to investigate? But what if I became trapped somewhere, and unable to return like the others? For all I knew, we could end up anywhere on the other side. Trapped in a caved-in cave, a moor pit, or even under the ocean. This is why we crossed into the human world via a transport ship. But no such precautions could be done with this portal. It was too small. And even if the crossing was successful, I would have to reach the portal at my facility at home and continue my research on linking the portals to ensure I landed back in Dakla without causing another apocalyptic event. But abandoning my newfound family, even temporarily, was unthinkable. And so the conundrum persisted.
Chapter 3. Cal. It was nearing evening when Thorsten finally returned home to find me tucking an exhausted Thor and Loki into bed, their eyes fluttering shut as I kissed their foreheads goodnight. Thorsten didn't think I knew about his wandering off to the cave where the hidden portal sat waiting for him to cross over. From time to time, I had caught his gaze drifting away from us, and I didn't like it. After I had the boys, I was prepared for Thorsten to announce that we were going through, but for some reason, he never mentioned it at all, like the portal he fought so hard to build didn't even exist anymore. Maybe he had sensed my growing anxiety and didn't want to worry me about it. Yeah, it was my fault. I kept telling myself that I understood how Thorsten felt being away from home, but if I did, then why not get over my fears and rip the proverbial Band-Aid off? Just tell him I was ready to cross over. Did I truly understand how he feels being away from his home and family when I have my entire family here? I grew up mainly a nomad aside from settling in Veneer. My dad made it clear that I shouldn't view Veneer as a permanent settlement and that I shouldn't be afraid to leave whenever the need arose. I never had a place I could truly call my home. I couldn't understand, at least not completely, how Thorsten felt. And I couldn't pretend I was gung-ho about crossing into that portal to a world entirely foreign from my own. Maybe that's why I let him go for so long without bringing it up myself. I was being selfish in letting him sacrifice his chance at seeing his family again for my sake. Wordlessly, Thorsten wrapped me in a tender yet secure embrace as soon as we reached the privacy of our bedroom.
You ate without me.
He huffed, though there was no real anger in his tone. You know how the boys are when they want something. They're just like you, I chuckled in response.
Like me? Are you comparing me to children?
When it comes to getting your way? Hell yeah, I am, I teased gently. Thorsten's lips descended on mine, his soft caresses teasing and tantalizing as I trembled beneath his touch. His arms encircled me in a passionate embrace as our bodies intertwined, the heat of his skin searing my own. The power of his kiss was intoxicating, inflaming my desire with each sensual exploration of his tongue. I want to tell you something, I breathed.
Is it important?
He moved his hands down my body. I gasped as his fingers found the edges of my shirt, tugging it off me. His silver eyes flashed with desire as he took in the sight of my exposed skin. I closed my eyes, feeling his heart beat against mine. This was love. You still awake? I whispered. Thorsten stirred, his silver eyes blinking open.
I am now, little one.
I took a deep breath before speaking again. Let's go through the portal. I want to meet your family. Thorsten looked at me with surprise, propping himself up on one elbow. 100 unspoken thoughts seemed to swirl through his mind.
Why are you bringing this up so suddenly?
It's not sudden, I explained. I've been thinking about it since the portal was first fixed 4 years ago. I know you think about going home all the time. I can see it in your eyes when you stare off at the horizon. And I know you only delay for our sake. I took his hand, looking earnestly into his eyes. I don't want to be the cause of your unhappiness. Not when the chance to reunite with your family is so close now. Thorsten sighed heavily, rolling onto his back.
It's true, I do think of it often, but I would never want to place you and the children in peril with no escape. What if those who already travelled through became stranded or walked into turmoil in Utangard?
His brows knitted with worry. I nodded, conceding the risk was real. I know, and I won't pretend I'm not scared. But I also don't want us to be the reason you never see your homeland again after so many centuries. You have an entire family waiting for you on the other side.
You're my family too.
I know, and I'll always be with you, I said, curling his strand around my finger. I just keep thinking about how anything could happen to the portal while we're waiting. What if it just stops working?
If that happens, then I will rebuild it again.
He kissed the back of my hand.
You would brave the unknown for my sake. You're too good to me, little one.
I give what is given to me. I know you're willing to stay if I tell you to.
You'll be leaving the human world behind with no assurance you could return.
I know, but I'm a natural-born nomad. I think I can handle it.
If you are certain, then yes. I want to return home with you by my side.
He then kissed me deeply. As long as we're together, I know everything will be okay.
Chapter 4. Thorsten. The next morning at breakfast, Cal and I informed William and the twins of our decision to finally journey through the portal to Utangard. William's weathered face creased with worry. His eggs forgotten.
Are you boys sure about this? Crossing over could be dangerous. What about waiting for the scouts sent through to return?
He looked at Cal pleadingly.
We have a good life here, don't we?
Cal nodded, but stood firm.
I'm sorry, Dad, but I've made up my mind. It's been 4 years since the portal was fixed. We can't wait any longer. But once we assess the situation over there, we can return through the portal Thorsten built at his facility. I won't leave you to worry for long.
Well, into the belly of the beast it is then.
He clapped his hands together with forced cheer.
So what provisions should we pack for this wee adventure?
We? You're coming?
Cal green eye widened.
Of course I am. I won't let my precious grandchildren go without me.
Are you sure?
I've been exploring the unknown since before you were born. What better way to retire than to head into the ultimate unknown?
We're going on a quest!
Loki cried, bouncing in his seat. Meanwhile, his stoic older brother simply turned his head and smiled, as if no one could see him. Watching them be so excited to go to my homeland was enough to dull my nerves. I had told them so many stories about Utangard. I even began speaking Eotenus, my mother tongue, around them more frequently, and even did my best to teach it to Cal. After eating, we packed lightly at my advice, bringing only the essentials. Everything we couldn't take, Cal planned to give it to the others in the sanctuary. William bundled dried meat, fruit, nuts, and other non-perishables for eating, and filled several canteens with fresh water. I hoped it would suffice. As we prepared to cross the portal, conflicting emotions warred within me. I was eager to return home after so many centuries, to see my ancestral land again and reunite with family. Yet nervous excitement also bubbled within. I didn't know how my people would take to humans or my hybrid children. If we encountered hostility in Utangard, I was prepared to take Cal and the twins to the safety of my castle in the northern lands, where my research facility and portal is located. If need be, we could return here, though I would not allow my family to live as paupers like this again. I would amass wealth so they could live in comfort, whatever it took. Truth be told, I disliked this place. It was too damn hot during the day and too damn cold at night. I disliked this humble home we had made. My mate deserved better, and so did my children. They were born of royal blood. After all, and even within this apocalyptic hellscape, they still deserved the best it could offer. But these thoughts I would keep to myself. Either way, I hoped it all worked out. I would love for Cal and the children to remain in Utangard, and I was prepared to fight tooth and nail for their place within it. Running away was simply a last resort. No matter what awaited beyond the portal, I would protect them at all costs. None would harm them as long as I drew breath. I just prayed my royal status would shield us from any who would mean them ill. A week later. On the other side of town, I met with Doug, the Titan leader who had governed Dakla since its earliest days. Though stern, he had always ruled justly. When I told Doug I was departing for Utangard, he nodded gravely.
Your royal kin will rejoice at your return. You must be eager to leave.
Yet a silent question lurked in his flinty eyes. Sensing my unspoken doubt, Dar asked bluntly,
Do you believe your family will truly accept a human mate and half-blood sons as equals?
My jaw tightened, but I answered honestly, I do not know, but they will have to accept it, for I have made my choice and shall not repent it. My longing to see home again after so many endless years apart overwhelmed all else. Dar clasped my shoulder firmly with his large hand.
Then I wish you and yours safe passage through the void. Know this refuge remains open, should you return.
His words were kind, yet underscored my own nagging concerns. That final night, we gathered around a crackling fire pit, sharing roasted fish and bittersweet laughter as stars blazed overhead. I couldn't wait to get a hold of fresh meat and barrier berries back home. The twins excitedly pestered me with questions about Utangard until yawns overtook them both. I indulged their curiosity, describing majestic citadels and landscapes from my distant memories. After tucking the boys into bed, I found Cal standing alone at the balcony, gazing up at the night sky with a contemplative expression. I embraced him, and we stood together in silence. At last, Cal broke the heavy stillness, whispering,
"Do you think they'll ever truly accept me?"
Drawing back to look him in the eyes, I placed my hands upon his shoulders firmly. "They will accept you because you are my mate, and you carry my heirs. Never forget how well loved you are by me. I will do whatever it takes to protect you and our children."
"I know. That's what scares me."
He looked away, unable to meet my gaze any longer. My voice softened as I tucked a strand of hair behind his ear and gently ran my fingers over the old scar on his face. "No matter what happens, we will face it together." He opened his milky white eye and smiled faintly, despite the fear that lurked beneath his expression. I leaned in and pressed my lips against his, feeling the warmth of his mouth against mine. His arms enveloped me as we indulged in a long, deep kiss. I could feel the thumping of his heart, the rise and fall of his chest, and the heat of his body as he pulled me closer. With a gentle kiss on his cheek, I whispered, "Let's go inside and get some rest. Tomorrow is a new day." His arms tightened around me, and we walked back into the warmth of our cabin. As soon as we got inside, he pulled me close and kissed me deeply, his hands wandering through my hair. We were both overcome with desire, and he began to undress me slowly, revealing my creamy skin beneath the layers of clothing. I let him push me onto the bed. He quickly undressed and crawled on top of me. I lay there stroking his hair, his face, and then the definition of his chest as I noted the small changes to his physique. He had developed more muscle, yet he was still lean. If I had to put a word to his body, I would simply call him fit. I drew him closer to me so that our still-connected bodies were pressed firmly together, my arms tightly wrapped around his trembling form. "What was that about?" I breathed.
"I don't know what could happen tomorrow, so I wanted to feel anything other than fear."
"Did it work?"
"Yeah, it did. Now I gotta clean the sheets for the next family moving in here."
I chuckled. "What a way to ruin the mood."
"What?"
"I don't want to think about cleaning with you naked and panting over me." Cal laughed.
"I didn't say we were done, big guy. The cleanup comes later."
"Now that's what I want to hear."
Chapter 5. Cal. Our footsteps echoed off the damp cave walls as we trekked deeper underground. The air grew colder and more stagnant, smelling faintly metallic. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like jagged stone teeth, dripping water that plinked into shadowy pools below. I kept one hand on the slick wall to steady myself as the path sloped gradually downward, the ground alternating between loose pebbles and smooth, worn rock. The strobe lights Thorsten had installed to illuminate the way flashed rhythmically, casting our elongated shadows in a dizzying dance. Up ahead, the cavern opened into a larger chamber housing the portal. Our small work lamps seemed puny against the vast darkness. Strange ambient sounds reached my ears. The flutter of leathery wings, skittering claws, the groaning creak of stone. It was easy to imagine this as the gaping maw of some colossal beast. As we drew closer, the towering oval of the portal emerged from the gloom. It seemed to absorb the meager light rather than reflect it, a void of deeper blackness rimmed by an intricate network of cables and machinery. I shivered, the sheer alienness of the gate filling me with trepidation. We were venturing into the unknown, with no way back. Thorsten grabbed my hand tightly as I nervously studied the portal control panel. The indicator lights blinked steadily, calming me somewhat. I knew that Thorsten was confident in his plan, and I had faith that he could make it work. But despite this faith, doubts lingered in my mind. I couldn't help but worry about the difficulties we might face when crossing over to the Titan world. What if things didn't go as planned? Would we be able to return home safely? A wave of anxiety swept over me as I glanced at our children, and that's when I remembered why I was doing this. My worry for them had been growing with each passing day, especially since I noticed some of the local kids here avoiding them. I hadn't mentioned it to Thorsten, but this isolation had been one of my reasons for my decision to leave Sahara and cross through the portal. I wanted Loki and Thor to have a chance at fitting in where their father hailed from, yet I couldn't ignore the fact that even there, our family might not be fully accepted either. But if that happened, I was confident Thorsten and I would carve a place for our family in either world. I checked on my dad, asking, "You doing okay?" He nodded, though his face was pale. "You sure you want to go through with this?" I pressed. William scowled at that.
What, you trying to get rid of me or something?
"No, course not," I said quickly. "Just, giving you an out if you want it." Part of me hoped he might decide to play it safe for once and stay behind. But knowing him, fat chance of that happening.
I ain't staying in this dusty old world without my family. You boys are all I got left, so like it or not, you're stuck with me.
Yep, just as stubborn as I figured. But honestly, his insistence on coming along made me feel a little better. We were in this crazy thing together for better or worse. "All right," I said, clapping him on the back. "Just don't come crying to me when your arthritis acts up in that frigid Titan world." He barked out a laugh at that.
Do you think I hadn't been listening to your husband, mate? Prattle on and on about his home? I know it isn't all cold there.
I gave him a reassuring pat on the back, happy to have him here before I checked up on my sons, asking, "You boys doing okay?" Thor nodded, his long white hair framing his face. I stroked it gently, then brushed back a loose strand of Loki's dark and white striped hair from his eyes. They looked so much like their dad, though Thor had my light green eyes. "Got all your toys?" I asked.
I gave mine to Loki.
I noticed the sheathed knife on his belt and shot Thorsten a scolding look. I didn't like him gifting the boys weapons. Thorsten just shrugged.
I had a knife their age too.
I don't like the knife, Papa.
Loki piped up.
I got Sparkle.
He held up the beloved black and white plush cat I had passed down to him. It used to be my mom's. Luna too, she had called it, after her own name. When I was little, I renamed it Boop, after an old black and white cartoon I saw ages ago. Now in Loki's hands, it lived a new life as Sparkle, thanks to the touch of glitter on its nose. That tattered old cat had survived 3 generations of love and play, a little immortal in its own right. I hoped it would continue to be passed down through our family, gathering new names and adventures. "You take good care of Sparkle," I said, ruffling Loki's hair. I was struck by how fast they were both growing up. Soon, neither would have any use for childish things like stuffed animals. But not yet. They were still my little boys. I thought I'd see a shining light emanating from the portal, or maybe even see into the Titan world like it was some sort of mirror. But instead, I could just make out the cave wall on the other side, obscured by a hazy shimmer. "Is it turned on?" I asked Thorsten. He nodded.
It's been active this whole time.
"How does this thing work exactly?"
The portal I built centuries ago should still be open. We constructed it in a research facility at my castle where we first studied the runes. If we're fortunate, someone on the other side may have found a way to link my original portal to this one.
I remember you saying you were working on that before you came through.
Yes, the goal was to build a second gate here in the human world and connect the two, linking Utangard and Earth. Alas, that endeavor was interrupted.
Thorsten went on to warn that if no linkage had occurred, our travel would be unstable. We could end up anywhere in Utangard upon crossing over.
Best case, we arrive in Esmir, my homeland. But if fate is unkind, we may materialize in an enemy's domain.
I nodded, recalling his lessons about the allies and foes in the Titan world, though that knowledge was centuries out of date now. "I'll keep that in mind," I assured him. "Who knows how much has changed since you left." Thorsten grabbed some belts and carabiners, much like those used by rock climbers. He secured one around his own waist, then got to work buckling them securely around the twins and me. William did the same for himself. Each belt was attached to a sturdy rope.
When we first came to Earth, we arrived in several transport ships.
Thorsten explained as he connected our ropes in a line.
As a result, many of us were scattered across your planet. But now, with our limited resources, everyone returning home must be linked together like this.
He went on to explain how he adjusted the strength of the traveler's rune with barriers to not cause the same cataclysmic event. But if I were to be honest, I didn't understand half of what he was saying. He was mostly talking because he was nervous, and so I let him go on without interruption. We formed up in an odd little chain, Thorsten at the front, then the twins, then me, and William at the back. With packs on our shoulders, we stepped closer to the gaping portal. Just before going through, Thorsten gave my hand one last reassuring squeeze. Then we moved forward into the pulsing void, all connected together. Icy darkness enveloped me. My stomach dropped queasily, like plunging down the first steep hill of a roller coaster. Disembodied voices whispered in my ears, sibilant, mocking. And then we emerged on the other side, the blackness receding. I squinted against the sudden light shining on us from a nearby spotlight. We were in a large room, but it was filled with hulking armed titans who rushed at us with weapons drawn.
Chapter 6. Thorsten. We spilled out of the portal into organized chaos, surrounded by hulking soldiers in military garb. My muscles seized, ready to fight, had we unwittingly stepped into enemy territory. Before panic could take hold, I recognized the Yggdrasil insignia on their teal and gold uniforms. The royal crest, though marred by age. We were in friendly lands after all. I scanned the sea of grim faces, searching for one familiar to me. My eyes landed on an imposing figure, with long black hair swooped back displaying his widow's peak, directing troops with curt gestures. His name was Vali. I noticed the winged crest on his chest was that of a general, which only could mean he had taken over the position now. He and I had known one another since we were children, when his father was general. Last I knew, his father was still a general when I left. Vali's flinty gaze met mine, and astonishment flashed across his stern features. He barked an order, and the soldiers lowered their pikes warily.
Thorsten, by the Ancient Ones, is it truly you?
Vali strode over. "It's been too long, my friend," I replied, clasping his outstretched arm. I noted the deep lines etched around his eyes. Time had not passed gently for any of us. Vali's stare turned curious as it passed over William and the twins. When his eyes landed on Cal, they lingered, kindling a spark of jealousy within me. I wrapped a possessive arm around my mate. "This is Cal, my chosen mate," I introduced. Then I gestured to our children. "Our sons Thor and Loki, and this here is Cal's father, William," I said, gesturing toward Cal's father. I noted the portal inside of the tent. It was linked to the one I created back in Sahara. I wanted to ask more about it. Who had built it? The only two with any experience constructing a portal would be Jan Saxa and Svein. Svein was my assistant during my research. He would have travelled through the portal with me into the human realm, but I thought it was safer for him to remain in Utangard in case something went wrong. Of course, something did go wrong. Horribly wrong. Vali simply grunted after my introductions, his expression unreadable. I longed to inquire after my kin, but sensed this was not the time. A tense urgency permeated the soldiers in the tent. I could even see it on Vali's features. This was far from a happy reunion. "What's going on?"
Walk with me. We have much to discuss.
Vali turned on his heel. The soldiers moved to block Cal's path as I followed. "They will come," I insisted, firmly, refusing to be separated from my family. Vali's smooth features creased in displeasure, but he relented with a curt nod. I followed Vali out of the tent with Cal and the children close behind me. Stepping into the daylight, I saw we were in a sprawling military encampment nestled at the base of the mountains. Soldiers milled about preparing for the day's duties, some gathered around campfires eating breakfast. The teal and gold banners emblazoned with the Yggdrasil insignia of our Esmian royal family fluttered proudly in the crisp morning air. I took in the familiar sights and sounds that permeated the camp, a wave of nostalgia washing over me when I noticed the mountains in the distance, in the shape of a trident. I could see the darkness in the skies beyond the mountains where the Dök-Alfar lived. We had to be in the east, near the Dök-Alfar's border. I turned to Vali as we walked between the orderly rows of tents. Is the situation so dire that we must camp near the dark forest? I asked, brow furrowed. Why was a portal all the way out here? Vali's youthful features were drawn and serious.
The Duk-Alfar are not allies, but they will not attack us so long as we do not wage war across their border. You do not need to worry about them. Save your questions for a more secluded location.
As we passed tents clustered tightly together, I glimpsed warriors cleaning weapons and armourers hammering out dents in breastplates in preparation for battle. We entered the main tent and Vali made it clear that this was as far as Cal, William and the children were allowed to go. I unhooked my harness, turning to Cal and assuring him that I wouldn't be far. I followed Vali through the main tent and out back toward his private tent. Is all of this necessary? I huffed, growing anxious and weary.
This secrecy is not about your mate. I do not want the men to hear our discussion. We have spies here. Right now I'm feeding them misinformation, but such an endeavour comes with drawbacks. Every once in a while they get a victory too, and your return is the victory they need, but it is also ours.
What are you talking about? Vali offered me ale before speaking.
Until about 4 years ago, we had all thought you and your party were dead, until Jan Saxa and a handful of the expedition members returned accompanied by these dwarves, who call themselves humans.
Did they come through the portal here? I asked, referring to the portal in the other tent. Did Svein build it?
Svein did build it, but they didn't come here through that portal. They landed in Alfheimer.
What about the portal I had built back home? If you can link portals now, then why not link us to one that was already created? Not to mention safer.
Destroyed when you used it. From our end, it seemed as if you all were blown to pieces. Many of the spectators were injured, though everyone survived. Half of your castle was destroyed in the blast. When we cleared away the rubble, the portal was in ruins. We held a funeral for you and the expedition party, and the king banned the construction of another. And then after 3 centuries they returned to us. The king lifted the ban and ordered Svein to continue your research, but it was not too long after that King Falka attacked. Construction was halted for a while, but once Radogern became king, he ordered Svein to continue.
Became king? Where is my father? I asked, dread creeping up. I want to speak to Radogern. Vali's solemn face gave me my answer.
Your brother was gravely injured fighting that horse on Falka. Your father and mother are MIA. Radogern became king as a result. Though he may not hold the throne much longer. We had to construct the portal on the run while sending scouts all over Utangard in case you entered somewhere else. He finished it a year ago. We've been transporting it with us, hoping you would return.
You should have sent someone for me. I would have returned sooner.
We did, but something terrible happened. The portal spat our scouts back out in pieces within seconds of their departure. We had almost shut it down when a rodent from the human world slipped through. On the off chance that it was safe to still come through from the human realm, we left it on while Svein discovered a way to fix the issue. Unfortunately, he was captured by Undvik's forces before he could solve the problem. We had no choice but to cross our fingers that if you decided to use your portal in the human world, you would return to us safely. But there is no way you should try to go back through.
Why did Falka attack? Our family had ruled Esmir since time immemorial. My father had very few enemies, almost everyone loved him. I didn't know much about Falka other than he ruled the land of Undvik, a cluster of islands in the northwest that aren't much of note.
He claims your father was supposed to uplift Undvik. I supposed he decided to uplift himself by waging war.
What of Eldgrim and Skadi? If Rado dies, then... I asked of my older siblings. Skadi was my sister and second-born. She would be the one chosen to rule now. Eldgrim was the third after her.
Scattered by the winds of war, but there is still hope. The clans remain loyal to your line. If you claim the crown, they will rally to you.
What the hell are you talking about? I'm the youngest. Where the hell is my family? I demanded.
Hell?
I don't have time to teach you human colloquialism.
I apologize, but we do not know where they are. The attack was sudden and without mercy. My own father died protecting your family, and even then I was only able to aid your brother and his family's escape. Eldgrim was on some religious pilgrimage. Skadi was with her own band of mercs to the south. Helga and Astrid were at your castle before the attack. I believe Stig was set to join Eldgrim halfway through his journey. The rest I do not know. We had barely escaped with our lives.
Take me to my brother now. Chapter 7. Thorsten. The royal medic's tent reeked of blood and infection, the cloying stench burning my throat. My noble brother lay pale and feverish, one leg deeply gashed, and the stump of his severed sword arm bandaged tightly. Guilt lanced through me at the sight. At my voice, Radagern's azure eyes fluttered open.
Brother, you came home.
I gripped his remaining hand. I am here. Vali told me what happened. I swear Falca's head will roll. Radagern coughed weakly.
That's what I need to hear. You better earn your way back into this family after breaking Mother's heart. She was inconsolable after we thought you died. You have no idea how much she cried when the others returned and told her you weren't among them.
I thought of her, of you all for so long. My choice to stay in the human world wasn't made lightly.
No matter.
He struggled to reach for the golden crown of twisted vines and leaves. When I reached over to help, he slapped my hand away. He was always so proud. Even now in his condition, he refuses help. He finally gripped the crown and tried to pass it to me, but I couldn't bring myself to take it.
Put it on and go out there and rally the camp. Setting our camp close to the Duckelfar has given Falca pause to attack us. He's a fool, but not so foolish as to make an enemy of them. But our time is running out. My spies say that he could attack the camp now that you are here.
Surely you won't die over these wounds.
If we don't get a healer here soon, my fate is sealed. This wound festers. The kingdom needs you, Thorsten.
I have a family now. If I can safely get them to my castle in Gelcardia.
We don't have time for that. Do you think I want my family in this miserable place? You must take it.
Before I could answer, the ground shook, and the sounds of screams from the soldiers outside rattled me. Several guards entered the tent with their swords drawn, and Vali at the head.
Who am I protecting?
His eyes shifted from me to Rado. I knew that if I became king, I would become a priority for the guardsmen to rally to. But what of Rado? During times of crisis, all non-essential members of the royal family were given a token guard, or none at all depending on the circumstances. Radagern is still your king. Protect him, I ordered, before rushing from the tent to reach Cal and the twins. My thoughts were plagued with doubts. Had I made the right call? And could I have used the guards to protect my own family? These questions swirled in my mind. I wasn't sure how to process everything I had heard, and right now wasn't the time. But becoming king was never something I had ever expected at all. I was the youngest of 14 children, and prone to sickness. I was the last person anyone should ever expect to wear that crown. The fact that it was being passed to me meant that our family had truly fallen. Taking it would be cementing that truth. With each pounding footstep, my heart raced faster. The cacophony of clashing steel and guttural cries echoed through the camp, drowning out any semblance of order. I felt the cold sweat of fear beading on my brow as I burst into the main tent where Cal, William, and my children had been waiting. But they were nowhere to be seen. My stomach twisted into knots. If anything happened to them, I couldn't afford to waste a moment. Rushing back outside, I saw Esmian soldiers in their teal and gold banners, desperately fending off the relentless onslaught of the Undvik warriors. An abandoned sword caught my eye, and without hesitation I snatched it up. Its hilt was slick with blood, but its blade was still sharp and deadly. "Cal! Where are you?" I screamed over the din of battle, my voice strained with desperation. Every fibre of my being burned with urgency as I fought my way toward the portal tent, cutting down enemy soldiers who dared cross my path. My chest tightened, and a wave of nausea threatened to consume me, but I refused to give in. I needed to reach Cal and my children before they unwittingly stepped through the lethal portal. As I advanced, a flash of movement caught my attention. An Undvik soldier was about to strike down William. Adrenaline surged through my veins, propelling me forward like a lightning bolt. With a swift, brutal stroke, I cleaved the Undvik warrior in two. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, staining the earth with dark crimson. "Are you all right, William?" I asked, trying to help him to his feet, but he was too wounded to stand. Blood seeped through his tattered clothes, and his face was ashen.
Thorsten, don't worry about me. Find Cal and the kids.
Where are they?
I don't know. I lost sight of them in the chaos.
A war drum thumped in my chest, and a cold dread settled over me. "Listen to me, William," I said urgently, my gaze locked onto his. "The portal will kill them if they go through it. They mustn't use it." William wheezed, holding a hand to his chest as I supported him.
What? I don't understand.
An explosion rocked the earth beneath our feet, sending tendrils of smoke and dust billowing through the air, stinging my nostrils and clouding my vision. The dissonance of clashing metal and anguished cries filled my ears. I could taste the acrid tang of fear and desperation on my tongue, as it coiled and slithered through the ranks of soldiers. Vali rushed across the battlefield until he reached us.
"Are you unharmed?"
Vali asked, his gaze flickering over me with barely concealed concern. "Yes, but this man is gravely wounded," I replied, jerking my head toward William's battered form. "Has Rado been evacuated?"
"His family are being escorted to the docks. His Majesty refuses to leave. He is still the king, after all."
I could hear the disappointment in Vali's voice, and I knew that he would prefer for me to take the crown Rado was offering and become king. But how could I place that burden on my shoulders when my own family needed me? "Please take this man to safety. I have to find my family," I implored Vali, gesturing to William. Vali hesitated, his eyes skimming between me and the injured man, uncertainty clouding his usually steadfast gaze. "I'm asking as your friend," I said, trying to appeal to our shared bond.
"Damn it, you really do know how to play on the old heartstrings. Fine, I'll help your dwarf father, but don't you die."
"I have no intention of dying now," I said, steeling myself. Vali nodded solemnly before scooping up William and disappearing into the chaos. The air was thick with the stench of blood and death, pierced by the cries of the wounded. Smoke choked my lungs as I stumbled through the devastation, desperately trying to locate my family amidst the carnage. "Where are you? Please let me find them." I prayed, but not to any particular god. Hell, perhaps I prayed to them all. "Cal!" I shouted, my voice hoarse from the smoke and ash that filled my throat. "Thor! Loki!" My words were swallowed by the battle, and I felt a chill of dread creep down my spine. Time was running out, and I couldn't shake the terrible feeling that I might be too late. The portal tent loomed before me. Its structure was reduced to tatters by the relentless onslaught. As I approached, a bomb whistled through the air and struck the tent, causing it to erupt in a fearsome explosion. I cried out in horror, suddenly certain that I'd lost them all. "Cal! Thor! Loki!" My voice broke as I screamed their names in raw anguish and a rage, unlike anything I had ever felt before. I turned my fury on the Undvik soldiers, cutting them down like the dogs they are. As the tide of battle began to turn, I spotted a transport vehicle belonging to the Undvik forces. I stormed inside, dispatching the soldiers within before seizing control of the vehicle. I rammed it into another transport, sending both vehicles up in a fiery inferno. Diving out at the last possible moment, I hit the ground hard, gasping for breath. The Undvik soldiers finally began to retreat, fleeing in the few remaining vehicles they had at their disposal. I coughed up blood, my body racked with exhaustion and pain, but I couldn't rest yet. There was still one last hope, a chance that Cal and our children had somehow survived. I staggered back to the portal tent, tears streaming down my face as I surveyed the destruction. The cries of my children reached my ears like a balm to my shattered soul, and I fell to my knees in gratitude. "Thor! Loki!" I cried out, my hands shaking as I began to clear the rubble. Other soldiers rallying to my side helped me uncover what lay beneath. There, amidst the devastation, was Cal, his arms protectively wrapped around Thor and Loki, shielding them from harm. Their faces were streaked with dirt and tears, but they were alive.
Father! Papa!
The twins cried out, flinging themselves into my embrace. I held them tightly, burying my face in their soft hair, unable to contain the flood of relief that surged through me. "Cal," I whispered, reaching out to touch his battered face. "We're safe now."
Chapter 8. Cal. The chaos of the medical tent was unbearable. Wounded soldiers groaning in pain, nurses and doctors rushing from one patient to another, desperate cries for help and prayers for loved ones. It felt like the entire world was crumbling around me, and all I wanted was Thorsten by my side. But I knew he was needed elsewhere, helping his people navigate the aftermath of the attack. I sat by my father's bedside, worried out of my mind. His breaths were shallow as he lay unconscious, his face pale and drawn. I cursed our decision to come to Utangard, wondering why we ever thought it was a good idea. We should have stayed in the human realm where it was safe. At least it was safe in Sahara. A few feet away, the twins slept on the floor. They were wrapped in blankets, their innocent faces peaceful despite the chaos they had just witnessed. I couldn't help but think about how their lives would be affected by all this. I wanted the best for them, but sometimes I wasn't sure what that meant anymore. My thoughts were interrupted when a Titan nurse approached William's bed. She was tall, with long blonde hair and pointed ears. Her beauty was striking, and I found myself wondering if every Titan was as beautiful as her. I hadn't seen an ugly one yet. Will he be okay?" I asked her in broken Eotinus, the language of the Titans. It felt clumsy on my tongue, despite Thorsten's attempts to teach me. The nurse looked at me in shock, clearly not expecting me to speak their language.
"I'm surprised you can speak Eotinus,"
she said as she examined my father.
"His condition is critical. He was stabbed near his vitals, assuming a dwarf's vitals are in the same position as a Titan's."
I could understand her words, but speaking the language fluently was still a challenge for me. "Can you help him?" I begged. The nurse hesitated before answering.
"I don't know what treatments would help him. Medicine that works on a Titan could poison a dwarf. We no longer have a healer on hand, so we must rely on science. We've taken his blood for analysis, but until we have more information, there's not much we can do."
"Please," I pleaded, "do whatever you can to save him." The nurse nodded solemnly and left the tent, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I began to pace the floor, racking my brain for something, anything that could help my father. It was then that I heard it, a coughing fit from the royal tent nearby. My ears honed in on the sound, drowning out the discord surrounding me. It seemed like no one else noticed the noise over the din of the medical tent. Curiosity piqued, I made my way toward the private section where the Titan King was resting. Do you need help?" I called out hesitantly as I entered. He looked so much like Thorsten, same long white hair, same piercing eyes, but there was a sternness about him that Thorsten lacked. And gods, he was huge. I'd always thought Thorsten was a giant at over 7 feet tall, but Radergirn had to be at least 8 or 9 feet tall. "Here," I said softly, pouring him some water and handing it over. His massive hand dwarfed my own. To me the cup was like a tall bowl, but to him a normal cup. It made me look comically small in comparison.
Unseemly to fret over the injured. I can hear your pacing from here.
"Sorry for waking you up," I said, feeling a little sheepish. Back home, it's normal to worry about a loved one, especially when they're not getting proper care. I sighed, rubbing my forehead. "I'll try to fret more quietly."
Doesn't matter. Wouldn't sleep now even if I wanted to. The enemy is getting bolder. Our people need a royal leader to rally behind. And all I have to count on is my sickly younger brother.
I snapped before I knew it. Don't you dare call Thorsten sickly. He's the strongest, bravest man I've ever met. Yeah, it was probably not the best idea ticking off a king who probably had the power to flay me alive, but I just couldn't help but defend Thorsten. Luckily for me, no flaying alive happened. Radorgern just laughed at me, which only made me angrier.
Of course you think that. You're a dwarf.
Being a dwarf has nothing to do with it, I shot back. Bravery isn't about being a badass when you're in top condition and the odds are in your favor. It's about facing the unknown, even when your body's damn near giving up on you. My voice broke as I remembered Thorsten's struggles, his body breaking down on him while still pushing forward. I've seen him face impossible odds, head held high, with a grace and dignity I've never seen before. Don't you ever badmouth my mate to me again. Radorgern's laughter continued, but there was something different about it this time. It was almost approving.
Thorsten found himself a fiery mate who loves him fiercely.
A hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth.
That's a good thing, Cal. Keep that feistiness. You'll need it to survive around here.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped like that. I took a deep breath and tried to calm down. It's just, Thorsten is your brother, right? From what I've heard, siblings are supposed to make fun of each other sometimes. I'm an only child, so I don't really know the dynamic, but I heard brothers sometimes take the piss out of each other.
Take the what out?
His blue eyes narrowed in confusion. Taking the piss out. I started to explain when the tent flap was pushed aside and, speaking of the devil himself, my mate stepped in. His face was bruised and he seemed to be favoring his left side, but otherwise Thorsten looked okay. Relief washed over me as I rushed to him and wrapped my arms around his waist.
Hey there.
Thorsten said with a small grin, returning the hug.
Missed you too, Cal.
Thorsten, I sighed, blinking back tears. Dad's condition is getting worse and the nurse can't treat him. What do we do?
Then we'll find another way to help him.
Thorsten reassured me, his hand gently stroking my back.
If some of the meds from the human realm work on Titans, then I'm sure some of our meds can work on humans. We'll try everything.
Is it possible for us to leave? I asked. I felt like crap for wanting to leave so soon after Thorsten finally stepped into his homeworld, but what else could we do? By the looks of it, they were at war, and I was afraid of what might happen to us all if we stayed here.
No, the portal was destroyed.
His face was grim.
Even if it had worked, going through would have killed us. When Titan scouts entered the portal, it spat them back out in pieces. However, the Traveler's rune was recovered from the rubble of the destroyed portal. The only other portal is at Elivagar Castle, and it was destroyed when we crossed into the human world centuries ago. And Elivagar is currently unsafe to travel to. The journey is long, and we won't be able to remain hidden for long.
Fuck, I whispered, dread settling like a stone in my chest. What are we gonna do?
I'll do the only thing I can do to protect our family.
Which is?
Radorgren asked, startling me when he spoke because he had been so silent before.
I'll accept the position as king until you get better, or if we find our father.
Thorsten addressed his older brother, standing tall despite his injuries.
Good.
Radorgern smiled with approval.
That's what I wanted to hear. Now, tell me what's happening outside this medical tent. What's the state of affairs with our soldiers and civilians here?
Enemy soldiers are dead, and the survivors have fled. But it's no coincidence that they attacked right after I showed up in Utangard.
Agreed. The goal could have been to destroy the portal after your return. Falca plans to eradicate our entire family. It's the only way to truly lay claim to our lands without a fight from the subjects. If even one member of our family lives, then our people will fight on and wait for their return. Falca probably believes trapping you here is his best shot at purging the whole family.
Any idea on the odds our other siblings and parents are dead?
Killing them off won't be easy. I'm sure everyone is alive so far, but spread out. Falca most likely has some members captured, but he can't kill them yet. He needs them as leverage. He's probably torturing them for info on the others.
Then we'll save our family.
Thorsten vowed, his silver eyes blazing. Thorsten approached me after talking to his brother. I knew what he was going to say before he said it. Please don't apologize. I know you can't abandon your family. He stroked my face with his massive hand, and I leaned into the gentle touch.
Cal, no matter what happens, I'll always be by your side.
Shit. I wish we never came here in the middle of a fucking war, I muttered, trying to keep my emotions in check. But we're stuck here, and we'll just have to make the best out of this mess.
How was I supposed to know we were walking straight into a war?
His silver eyes were laced with regret. Hey, I'm not blaming you, I reassured him, feeling the tension between us rise. I know you didn't bring us here in the middle of a war on purpose.
Naturally.
I could tell that Thorsten was clearly struggling to keep his cool. He took a deep breath and looked me straight in the eye.
I will give my life to protect you and the boys, you know this.
That doesn't make me feel better, I shot back. It just makes me even more scared because I don't want to lose you.
I know, but I need you to trust me.
I do trust you. Completely, I told him, the raw honesty in my words surprising even myself. That's when he pulled me close and pressed his lips against mine, momentarily wiping away all my fears. After our tender moment, Thorsten turned his attention back to Radagern.
We can't stay at this camp any longer. We need to journey to Hrungnir Keep for safety. That's where the other nobles are waiting.
That's a wise decision. We moved camp to the Dökalfar border to divert attention away from Hrungnir, but now that we have a king who isn't missing a sword arm on the throne, we can begin to repair our broken royal court and put an end to that bastard Falka for good. Vali!
Radagern called out, and the tall, imposing general entered the tent.
Call an assembly for Thorsten's coronation. The sooner the crown is on his head, the better.
Of course, Your Majesty.
Vali replied, bowing his head before leaving to spread the word. Looks like things are about to get really interesting around here, I thought, trying to mentally prepare myself for what lay ahead. Chapter 9. Cal. The scent of smoke lingered in the air as the last of the bodies were cremated. Outside, I could hear the camp bustling with activity as people prepared to leave, but I was stuck inside the royal tent with our twins. Thorsten's coronation was happening right now, and Radagern had decided that it would be best if the boys and I didn't attend or stand by his side. He wanted everyone to unite behind Thorsten, and having a human lover and half-Titan children would only cast doubts on his rule. The boys had woken up just long enough to greet their father before drifting back to sleep, nestled together in one oversized Titan bed. As I sat there, watching them slumber peacefully, I couldn't help but worry about what our future held. Would we become a dirty open secret? Could I live like that, knowing that the man I loved was being forced to hide us away? Fuck, I muttered under my breath. The weight of my thoughts threatened to crush me. Suddenly, the tent flap opened, and Radagern entered. I was shocked to see him up and walking around, looking even more imposing than usual despite his injuries. Radagern, I mean Your Majesty, or... I didn't know what to call him. Anyway, you should go back to the medical tent and rest.
Rest? Not even a former king gets to rest, not completely, so I will rest when I'm dead.
With that, he poured himself a drink of ale and plopped down in a chair. Then, he filled another cup and handed it to me. I hesitated for a moment before taking it, gripping the oversized cup with both hands. The ale had a strange, berry-like flavor that made me wonder what type of fruit existed in this world, and if it was anything like the fruits from my own.
Enjoying your drink?
He raised a brow. Yeah, I replied, trying to keep my voice casual. It's different. Everything is different now. If being a king is anything like the vids I've seen back home, then I wonder when the politics will start to drive a wedge between us. He smirked before continuing in a more serious tone.
The politicking begins now, Cal. Thorsten will be expected to take a Titan consort and produce full-blooded Titan heirs.
Shit, I whispered, my heart sinking at his words. But instead of offering sympathy, Radagern just wished me luck with a wry smile. Thanks, I muttered, feeling a mixture of fear and anger boiling inside me. But despite everything, I believed in Thorsten and the love that we shared. I knew he would never abandon us, no matter what challenges we faced. And together, we'd find a way to make it through whatever this world threw at us. The sun was just beginning to rise in the sky, casting a warm glow over the camp. I watched as Thor and Loki played with each other, their laughter ringing out through the air, and I couldn't help but smile as they attracted the attention of several soldiers and workers who stopped to play with them. All around us, everyone was hard at work taking down the last remaining tents and loading transport vehicles with supplies. The morale among the Titans was high, and it seemed like the whole camp was buzzing with excitement for the journey ahead. I exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to see that the Titans were treating Thor and Loki kindly. My gaze drifted to the workers removing the Unvik banners and scratching off the royal blue and red colors from the vehicles.
William is to be placed inside the royal vehicle with Radogern.
I heard Thorsten say to a nurse nearby. The nurse, a good-looking Titan male with brown curly hair and a slight tan to his skin, nodded respectfully. He wore an all-white uniform adorned with a badge bearing a medical insignia. "Is there a problem?" I asked, furrowing my brow.
Nothing to worry about.
His silver eyes radiated warmth. I knew that even if something was wrong, he wouldn't tell me, because he wouldn't want me to worry. I decided to leave it in his hands.
How are the twins holding up?
Loki's ecstatic about having a king for a father, while Thor is as stoic as ever, I replied with a chuckle.
Being king is temporary.
He pulled me close.
If my father is dead and Radogern never recovers, we'll find my other siblings. You and our children always come first.
I'd never make you choose between us and your family. I understand why you have to do this, and I support you completely.
I just want you to know that if any of the Titans try to make me choose, it would be their biggest mistake. I will never betray you or our children.
Our eyes locked, and I could see the fierce love and determination behind his gaze. I never doubted you for a second, I whispered before lifting myself up to kiss him. The passion between us was still electric. As we parted, I turned my attention to the royal transport vehicle. I was amazed to see how one of these looked in top condition. The first time I was in one of these was during the dive into the abyss back in old New York. The techie in me wanted to take chunks of it apart to see how it worked. It had no wheels and appeared to hover off the ground. It was a smooth, aerodynamic teardrop shape gleaming in the sunlight, with the royal crest proudly emblazoned in gold along the side, and I couldn't help but marvel at its size. The nose cone tapered to a sharp point, with the rear flaring out slightly for stability during flight. This thing had to have some powerful, yet near-silent levitation engines. I thought bending down to get a good look at the soft blue glow from underneath. Stepping inside, I was immediately struck by its lavish interior. Plush padded seats were arranged theater-style facing frontwards, each equipped with a 5-point harness for safety. The walls and seats were covered in the finest brocade fabric in royal teal and gold hues, and ambient lighting created a relaxing atmosphere. Damn, I muttered under my breath, taking in the opulence around me. Holographic windows provided panoramic views of the outside. A minibar stocked with expensive liquor and refreshments caught my eye, and I couldn't help but smirk at the extravagance. A sound system filled the space with music, adding to the luxurious ambiance. "Is this the same type of ship that was crashed in the abyss?" I asked Thorsten, while guiding the boys to their seats.
Not quite. It's much smaller. We don't even have our own rooms, and my brother and your father were moved to one of the storerooms.
Ah, still, this thing is fancier than our place in Sahara. He chuckled.
You'll get used to it.
Leaning back in my seat, I let out a sigh and looked around the vehicle once more, my gaze eventually landing on the rear lavatory. Gold fixtures gleamed beneath the ambient light, and luxury amenities lined the walls. Even the bathroom is fancier than our entire house, I mused aloud, shaking my head in disbelief.
Welcome to Esmian royalty,
Thorsten remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Can't wait to see what other surprises this life has in store for us, I said, a hint of sarcasm in my tone.
Whatever it is, we'll handle it together,
Thorsten assured me, reaching over and giving my hand a reassuring squeeze.
That's what families do.
Chapter 10. Cal. I pushed off from my seat and made my way towards the storeroom-turned-medical room. Dad's eyes were finally open and I couldn't believe it. Relief washed over me like a tidal wave, and I barely managed to keep my knees steady. "Hey, Dad," I said, trying to sound casual. "How are you feeling?
Like shit, honestly. And where are we?
Right now, we're in a transport vehicle on our way to the docks. We'll board a ship that'll take us to a place called Hrungnir Keep, I explained, watching his face for any sign of distress. We should be safe there. He nodded slowly, taking it all in. The blonde Titan nurse who had been caring for my father approached, casting a professional eye over my father. Will he be okay? I asked, unable to mask the concern in my voice.
It's difficult to tell,
She didn't meet my gaze.
but being awake is a good sign.
Dad chuckled softly, then grimaced as pain shot through his gut.
It'll take more than a stab wound to take me away from you and those grandkids of mine. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone here.
I smiled, grateful for his stubbornness. I'm counting on you, old man. The nurse cleared her throat, urging Dad to rest some more. I'll go let the kids know you're awake, I promised before leaving the room. As I returned to the seating area, I couldn't help but notice the Titan called Valley staring at me. His dark eyes and widow's peak made him look like a bird of prey. I squirmed a little, but shook it off as I reached Thorsten and the twins. Good news, I announced. Dad's awake.
Thank the gods.
The twins echoed Thorsten's sentiment. I sat back down, turning my attention to the breathtaking landscape outside the window. Everything was lush and green. It was a far cry from both Vanir and Sahara. Even Vanir had some crumbling buildings and grunge under the foliage, I remarked. And Sahara, well, it was beautiful but still had its rough spots. Utengard, though. This place is something else. Thorsten grinned, pride shining in those silver eyes of his.
Just wait until you see Elivargar Castle. It's the most beautiful castle of them all, cradled by the branches of Yggdrasil itself.
I can't wait until this is all over and we go there together. Hours later. I watched Thor and Loki playing near the docks as we waited to embark. A shy Titan child emerged from behind a stack of crates, his white curly hair and tunic robes making him resemble one of Botticelli's angels, cautiously approached my boys. To my surprise, Thor and Loki welcomed their new playmate with open arms, and within moments they were all playing together. It's amazing how easy it is for little kids to play with each other. Judging by his height, I would guess the child was the same age as the boys. Thorsten was right to speak his mother tongue to the boys as often as he did. Speaking of the devil, the man himself was busy talking with the other nobles who had escaped here during the attack at the camp. The group was discussing matters far beyond my understanding. His authoritative presence was evident even from a distance, his silver eyes shining with intensity. I couldn't help but admire him, not only as my lover and the father of our children, but also as a warrior and a leader.
Beautiful ships, aren't they?
Vali's voice startled me out of my thoughts, and I turned to greet him. Ah, Vali. Yeah, they're quite impressive, I replied, trying to keep any lingering discomfort at bay. Did you and Thorsten grow up together? His face lit up with a smile.
Yes, we did. We've been friends since we were just kids.
Really? What was he like back then? I couldn't help but be curious about Thorsten's childhood.
He was always protective of those he cared about. I remember when a group of bullies targeted me. He stood up to them without hesitation, and we've been inseparable ever since.
Wow, I grinned. I'd love to hear more stories about him growing up.
Of course.
He replied, chuckling.
I have a few embarrassing ones to share, too.
My laughter mingled with his, and I felt my unease fading away. Tell me those first, I insisted, still grinning. As we continued reminiscing, Vali switched the topic to something more personal.
Cal, I've heard about the worm that was implanted in you, so you could give birth to Thorsten's children. I've heard it's quite painful when it's first implanted. Did you ever have any doubts or regrets about falling in love with him?
Truth be told, the pain was excruciating at first, I admitted. But eventually, once it settled inside me, the pain went away. I never thought I'd have kids, let alone be the one giving birth to them. I gestured towards Thor and Loki playing with the Titan boy. But now those two beautiful boys exist, and I'm the one who gave birth to them. So no, I don't regret it one bit.
I hope you do not take my question as an insult.
No, I assured him, smiling. Curiosity piqued, I asked, did Utengard really have dwarves once?
Thousands of years ago, yes. But they no longer exist.
In the human world, there are stories about dwarves living underground, I mused. Maybe Utangard still has some, just hidden beneath the surface. Vali laughed.
I would actually like that.
His expression softened.
This is probably the first time in a long time that I've had a conversation that didn't involve war and battle tactics.
If you ever want to talk again, just let me know, I offered, genuinely meaning it.
I'd like that.
My eyes lingered on Thorsten across the dock. Now it seemed as if one of those nobles was introducing him to a stunning Titan male with sharp cheekbones, piercing blue eyes, and hair the color of liquid gold cascading down his broad shoulders. His muscles rippled beneath his fine clothes, and he seemed to carry an aura of authority around him. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the scene. Thorsten at first seemed surprised, then his expression softened as he greeted him. It wasn't just this guy. Other attractive Titans were vying for his attention, but it was clear that this one was special.
His name is Ter, an old lover, nothing more. Thorsten's going to be introduced to plenty of nobles who want his hand in marriage.
Fuck them, I replied stubbornly. We're already married and we have 2 kids together. I couldn't help but feel a little proud of that fact. Vali sighed.
Yes, but Thorsten will be required to have a Titan bride. At least that's what would be expected. Titans don't typically choose partners of other species, especially not members of the royal family. There are no protocols for something like this, but if a noble were to try to marry a Dukalfar or Lyosalfar, that marriage wouldn't be recognized by Titans. At best, they'd be kept as a concubine. I'd imagine the same rules apply to a human.
Great, I muttered, clenching my fists. So, I'm just a fucking concubine, huh?
A king might be able to keep a human concubine, but not a human consort.
Why not? Aside from the height, long lifespan, the pointy ears, and how gorgeous all of you are, what other differences do we have? I snapped at first, but my point began to lose steam the longer I spoke. Okay, fine, we're different, but I thought...
Go on.
I was already made to prove our connection. If we were so different, then how come I can be his mate? I sighed in frustration. I didn't want to have to deal with the same crap I did back in Jotun, but I guess I can't avoid it no matter what. I'm so sick and tired of people always finding some reason or another to think they're better than others. In the human world, we used to do the same shit, using skin color and gender as markers of superiority and inferiority. It took a goddamn cataclysmic event for us to realize how petty it all was. Vali raised an eyebrow.
And you believe that humans and Titans are no different from one another?
Why shouldn't our similarities be considered? I gave birth to Thorsten's children, didn't I? That should be enough to prove there's a connection between our races.
Take it however you like. I merely speak the truth. Our kingdom must be united at all cost, and therefore we must have a solid king on the throne, as well as a powerful consort no one will question. What is love but an emotion? Can a single emotion hold a kingdom together? I doubt it. If love keeps my countrymen divided, then like a wolf in the woods, I will track it and rip it apart.
As I stared up at Vali, I realized the weight behind his constant gaze. He truly was a bird of prey, and his prey was me. Chapter 11. Cal. Vali's voice became almost deceptively soft as he told me that he understood my terrible situation.
It all must sound unfair. You can't return home to your own people because the portal to the human world was destroyed.
He gestured to Thor and Loki, who were playing with a Titan child nearby.
And it seems your children will thrive here, so you must have been looking forward to building a life here.
I was, I muttered.
And they still possess royal blood, which is always a boon. Titans are merit-based people overall. If the twins prove their worth and do great things, the other Titans will eventually ignore their human blood. However,
his gaze sharpened.
It would be much easier for them to ignore it if the human wasn't around.
My heart raced as I sensed the veiled threat behind his words. Are you going to kill me? I asked, not bothering to hide my fear. My hand sneakily reached for Loki's dagger, hidden in a knife holster under my robes. I had held on to the gift Thorsten gave the twins, because Loki didn't have an interest in the knife the same way Thor did. Now, Thorsten's gift might save my life. I glanced at Thorsten, who was still talking to the other nobles a few feet away. Could I call for him before Vali could do anything? But then I wondered if that was even the right move. I knew Thorsten would kill Vali if he hurt me. So why would Vali go out of his way to threaten my life so boldly and in public?
Put that dagger away. There's no way you'll be able to use it against me. I could kill you long before you get the chance.
Fuck you! I spat, gripping the dagger tighter. It seemed like a pitiful weapon against the massive titan before me, but I was ready to go down fighting if I had to. Vali's eyes bore into mine, making it clear he wasn't bluffing. As much as I hated to admit it, I knew he had the upper hand. I tried to steady my breathing, forcing myself to think rationally. My family needed me. Thorsten, Thor, and Loki depended on me being smart, not reckless. Killing me would achieve nothing but the very thing you're trying to avoid, I argued, my voice surprisingly steady, despite the fear gnawing at my insides. Do you really think Thorsten will continue being king after you kill me? Vali's lips curled into a smirk.
You're right. Thorsten is devoted to you. Can't blame him, though.
He looked me up and down, his gaze lingering on my face for a moment.
You are quite beautiful, and I hate watching beautiful things die.
I blinked back at him, unsure how to react to that unexpected compliment.
I'll give you a chance to keep living. There are 2 paths you can take to guarantee you keep breathing. Path number 1. Leave Thorsten of your own free will. If you worry about how you'll provide for yourself, don't. I'll personally take you into my house. I'm very wealthy and own my own estate.
Wait a fucking minute, I cut him off, feeling an odd mixture of shock and disgust. Are you saying, do you want to sleep with me? Vali's smile widened.
I've always chosen shorter lovers among my kind. I have a thing for small, beautiful things. Choose to be my lover, and I'll approve of you returning home to the human world with your father once this war is over, and the portal is fixed.
Are you out of your goddamn mind? I couldn't help but say, anger boiling inside me. There is absolutely no way in hell I'd ever give myself to you or leave my children behind.
Of course.
Vali replied smoothly, as if he'd anticipated my response.
That's only the first path. There's another.
His eyes narrowed, and he told me about Inengard, a ritual that could transport my mind to another plane of existence.
It's a trial that could kill those of a weaker mind. But if you awaken, it would prove this so-called connection we Titans have to you humans.
What do I have to do? I asked, trying to ignore the nervous flutter in my stomach.
Go into an unconscious state by drinking a poisonous concoction. If you can survive it, it'll lend weight to Thorsten's and your argument that there's a link between us. Sure, some nobles won't be happy about the arrangement, but they'll have very little merit to question it openly and as brazenly as they're doing now.
I clenched my fists, feeling cornered and desperate. Undergoing this trial might be my only way to stay by Thorsten's side, and with everything I've been through, I refused to let go of the life I'd fought so hard for. I was tempted to take Vali up on his offer to drink the poison and undergo this strange trial. But Thorsten had never mentioned anything like this to me before. This could just be a trick to get me to kill myself by drinking this poison, I said, narrowing my eyes at him. I bet you'd make up some lie that I killed myself because I couldn't handle a bunch of pompous nobles. I shook my head, feeling sickened by the thought. Thorsten would never believe such a thing. Vali's expression remained impassive.
It doesn't matter what Thorsten believes. You better talk to him and make him give in and allow you to take the trial.
Really? I asked skeptically, raising an eyebrow. You truly want me to tell Thorsten about this trial? Vali nodded.
The trial will need to happen in front of enough noble witnesses that no one will question it happened. That means telling Thorsten, at the right time, of course.
I stared at him, incredulous at his audacity. Fine, I spat. And while I'm at it, I should also tell him how you threatened me and then asked me to sleep with you. Vali looked amused as he told me I was free to tell Thorsten whatever I liked.
If you want Thorsten questioning my every move in the middle of a war.
I clenched my fists, hating how much power this man held over me. Then Vali stared at me with lust.
Your eyes are so cruel right now. Even your blind eye gazes at me defiantly.
He licked his lips and continued.
I hope you'll take me up on my offer to be my concubine instead of undergoing the trial.
Go fuck yourself, I snapped, disgusted by his suggestion. Vali sighed and told me it would be up to me to convince Thorsten to let me undergo the Innengard once he announced it to the nobles. Wait, you're just going to announce to everyone that I'll do this trial? I asked, shocked at his boldness. Vali nodded.
It's best to take Thorsten off guard. I know he'll disapprove of you drinking the poison, and he'll make a bunch of promises he can't keep to prevent you from undergoing the trial.
Great, I muttered sarcastically. And what are my chances of surviving this trial? Vali shrugged.
I don't know.
Real comforting, I muttered. If I don't survive, Thorsten will kill you. Vali simply nodded.
For the sake of a unified kingdom, I am willing to die for my country. I will accept Thorsten's revenge with open arms.
Chapter 12. Thorsten. As I stood on the docks, watching ships preparing to sail, my gaze shifted toward Vali and Cal in the distance. Their tense posture had me wondering what they could possibly be discussing so intensely. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that Vali might be harassing Cal. The Vali I remembered from before was a sensible guy, but something about him had changed. Maybe it was his father's death and having to lead a war he never expected that had turned him darker.
Cal is quite the beautiful man, isn't he?
Tyr remarked as he sidled up next to me, no doubt noticing my attention on them. He flashed me a wicked grin and continued,
You've always had an eye for pretty things.
I rolled my eyes and corrected him. It's not just beauty that catches my eye. It's uniqueness. Every once in a while I get lucky and find something both unique and beautiful. Tyr laughed, raising his hands in surrender.
All right, I stand corrected.
Good, I replied dryly, still keeping an eye on Cal and Vali.
So, Thorsten?
Tyr began, adopting a more serious tone.
Your voyage into the unknown. When this war is over and we settle down, I want you to tell me all about it.
I'd like that, I admitted, allowing my mind to wander to those moments of exploration and discovery. I also hope that by then, I won't have to wear this damn crown anymore. Tyr chuckled, looking me up and down.
Well, I must say, it does look good on you.
Perhaps, but I can feel its weight, I replied, reaching up to touch the twisting branch-like metal circlet resting upon my brow.
Can't be that heavy.
Tyr teased, giving me a knowing look. Maybe not physically, I conceded, but there's a lot riding on me now, and I know Cal's putting on a brave face for me. But the longer this crown stays on my head, the more his life is in danger.
Try not to be as bleak as Vali,
Tyr advised, his expression softening.
We Titans have always been accepting of new things, and even new species. We're explorers, after all. That's why we couldn't resist using the Traveller's Rune, despite knowing it was dangerous. When they thought you had died going through that portal, the kingdom wept for you. They believed you died doing what you loved, and they found solace in that. Now, not only did you return, but you came back with a loving family.
Then why do they plot and scheme against Cal? I asked, frustration evident in my voice.
Because they're scared. The royal family is scattered, and so few of you are accounted for. Cal is an unknown species. They just need time to adjust.
I sighed, hoping he was right. Excuse me, I said to Tyr, with a nod of acknowledgement from him. I took my leave of him and strode over to Cal just as Vali slipped away. Cal? I questioned, noting the slight tremble in his stance. Are you all right?
Of course.
He attempted to sound casual. His voice betrayed him. I raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. What were you and Vali discussing? Did he say something to you?
No, nothing like that.
A weak smile played on his lips.
He was just telling me about how dwarves used to exist here, and a story about when you two met as kids.
Ah, I remember that, I chuckled, recalling Vali's sensitive nature back then. He was such an easy target for bullies. I couldn't help but protect him. The image of a young Valley, tears streaming down his cheeks, flooded my mind. But I couldn't ignore the tension still lingering around Cal. You seemed quite shaken while talking to Vali, though. What's wrong?
Okay, I'll admit it.
His face flushed with embarrassment.
I was feeling a little jealous watching you talk to your former lover. Tyr, right?
Jealous? I scoffed, trying to conceal my amusement. My relationship with Tyr is ancient history. He's nothing more than a friend now. We grew up together, both nobles, so everyone wanted us to marry. But we never really kissed or did anything intimate. It took one attempt for us both to realize we weren't a good match. As I spoke, I saw the tension in Cal's posture ease, replaced by a soft chuckle.
Well, that's a relief.
Still worried? I asked, observing the lingering unease in his eyes.
Valley mentioned you might be expected to marry another Titan.
Cal admitted, shifting his weight.
I couldn't help but wonder if those nobles were introducing you to my competition.
Hardly, I snorted. I already have a headache from dealing with them. Some aren't even focused on the war. They're more concerned about petty land disputes.
Once we get to our room on the ship, I'll give you a massage.
Cal offered, grinning mischievously.
Maybe that'll help with your headache.
Sounds divine, I replied, smirking. I anticipated spending some quiet alone time with him, away from the constant chaos of nobles and their scheming.
Good.
Cal took my hand in his.
Hal. We finally reached the royal suite on board the ship. I couldn't help but marvel at its luxury, the high ceilings adorned with intricate carvings of Yggdrasil, the Tree of Life, and the teal and gold banners emblazoned with the Esmian royal insignia. Soft, plush carpets covered the floor, and sumptuous velvet drapes hung over the large windows that offered a breathtaking view of the ocean. Damn, Titans really know how to live it up, I muttered under my breath, more than impressed. Thorsten chuckled as he carried Thor, while I cradled Loki in my arms. The twins had worn themselves out playing with their cousin Magnus, Radagern's youngest son. As we laid them down in their own room, watching them snuggle into their appropriately sized bed, I couldn't help but think about the size of Thorsten's family. He was the youngest of 14 siblings, which was insane to me. I asked hesitantly, "Do all Titans have so many kids?"
Seems like it. Radagern has 4 children, and I've heard rumors that the former consort queen is pregnant with her 5th.
Jesus Christ, I whispered, wondering if Thorsten would get me pregnant again. I didn't know if I liked the idea of having more kids, considering the pain I went through birthing Thor and Loki. But that was a conversation for another time. Come on, I said playfully, taking Thorsten's hand and leading him to the master bedroom. Once inside, I embraced him tightly, my unpleasant conversation with Vali at the dock still fresh on my mind. I didn't know if I could trust consuming the poison he'd given me and undergoing the Innengard. I didn't want to lose my life, but I also didn't want to be Vali's plaything. Dark thoughts raced through my mind about the possibility that my family would be better off if I was dead.
Cal?
Thorsten noticed my worried expression.
The doctors are looking after William, you know.
I know, I muttered, trying to shake off my unease. I just have other things on my mind.
Like?
He inquired gently, his silver eyes searching mine for answers. Nothing, I whispered, pushing away my worries for the moment. Instead, I let my hands wander beneath his tunic and speak for me as I softly murmured, "I want to make love to you, Thorsten." And with that, I pulled him close and expressed my devotion through a passionate kiss.
Cal.
He sighed, surrendering to our desire as his hands explored my body. The sensation of his skin against mine, the sweet taste of his lips, the beating of our hearts in perfect harmony. It was so intimate, so electrifying, and so real. For those moments of connection, I allowed myself to forget the world outside, instead letting our pleasure consume me. Chapter 13. Cal. I awoke with a start. The sound of a knock echoed through the room. I glanced over at Thorsten, who was stirring from his slumber. The clock on the wall read 3 a.m. The ship's timbers groaned softly around us. "Who the hell is it?" I muttered under my breath. still reeling from our earlier passionate encounter. Are we under attack?
Attack? Nah,
Thorsten dismissed my concern, yawning as he sat up.
the knocking would be far bolder.
He swung his long legs out of bed and rose to his full towering height, not bothering to cover his naked form. I quickly threw on my robe, feeling exposed beside him. As Thorsten opened the door, there stood Vali, his face an unreadable mask. Oh no, I thought, my mind racing. Is he here to deliver bad news about Dad's recovery? Anxiety clenched my gut, but then another idea struck me. No, Vali wouldn't give two shits about a human's health. He must want to discuss that damn Innengard thing again.
An emergency meeting has been called by the nobles,
Vali announced, his eyes flicking between Thorsten and me.
Can't it wait? Or are we under attack?
We're not under attack,
Vali shot me a pointed look that made me squirm.
but this meeting is crucial for unifying the nobles under you completely.
Unifying the nobles? What the hell does that mean?
Shit, I thought, my apprehension growing.
Can this wait until we reach Hrungnir Keep?
Delaying will only make it harder to convince the nobles. They need a show of unity now.
Wait,
Thorsten's silver eyes narrowed as he studied Vali.
this is about Cal, isn't it? Well, to hell with them. After I defeat Falca, I'll toss the crown in the air like some old human wedding tradition, and they can fight over it.
Thorsten, I began, but he held up a hand to silence me.
Those fools were desperate for a ruler, but still have the nerve to give me a million caveats to make me fit to rule. I won't have it.
I know you're angry, but this is important.
Vali insisted, his eyes locked on Thorsten's.
The nobles will follow you.
Follow me? Oh, they'll follow me. Except when it comes to my choice of a mate.
He shot me an apologetic look before turning back to Vali.
I'm not going to argue with you about this. Just tell me when and where the hell we're supposed to be.
Report to the hall in 30 minutes.
Vali turned and left without another word.
Son of a bitch.
Thorsten muttered as he slammed the door shut.
I'm really starting to despise these fucking nobles. With everything going on, my family missing and all the responsibilities that come with being a king, I don't need their shit about who I choose as my mate.
Hey, I said softly, stepping closer to him and placing a hand on his arm. Calm down, okay? Putting that crown on your head wasn't a mistake. You did it for your people.
For the very people who want to take my family away.
I could see the hurt in his silver eyes, and it broke my heart. If you turn your back on your people in the middle of a war, it may have devastating consequences, I reminded him gently.
I know. But I also made a vow never to betray my mate and my children. And I meant every word of it.
I know you did. We'll figure this out together, okay? I promised, biting my lower lip as I considered whether or not I should tell him about the deal I made with Vali to undergo the Innengard. I decided to keep it a secret for now, hating myself for lying to my mate. Let's get dressed and deal with this, I said, walking over to our clothes strewn across the floor. As I bent down to pick them up, Thorsten stopped me.
Actually, fuck that,
He said, a mischievous glint in his eyes.
The nobles can wait until we're properly cleaned up.
He grabbed my hand and led me towards the bathroom, both of us still naked. I slipped on my teal tunic and cinched it at the waist with a gold-trimmed belt, while Thorsten donned a matching noble's attire. Despite his massive size, he looked surprisingly graceful in the Esmian royal colors. The deep teal contrasted beautifully with his white hair, which cascaded down his back like a silvery waterfall. Hey, I said, catching his intense silver gaze. We're in this together, okay? Thorsten exhaled slowly, and then leaned down to kiss me, his lips warm and tender against mine.
I don't deserve you,
He whispered, pulling away just enough for his breath to brush against my skin. Maybe not, I shot back with a smirk, trying to lighten the mood. But you're stuck with me anyway. He frowned, concern creasing his brow.
I can feel you trembling, Cal. Are you sure you'll be all right in there?
Of course, I lied, forcing a grin. It's just a bunch of fussy nobles. What's the worst that could happen?
Promise me you'll stay calm, no matter what they say.
Thorsten urged, his eyes searching mine for reassurance. I will, I promise, I sighed. With that, we headed towards the dining hall, where the emergency meeting had been called. The grand room was adorned with ornate chandeliers that cast a warm golden glow on the long mahogany table and high-backed chairs. Teal and gold banners bearing the Yggdrasil insignia hung from the walls, reminding everyone present of the royal family's authority.
Thank you both for joining us.
The other nobles shifted in their seats, clearly annoyed by the late hour.
Cut the crap, Vali.
Tyr snapped, his piercing blue eyes flashing with irritation.
Why the hell did you drag us out of our beds at this ungodly hour?
Vali cleared his throat, launching into a speech about the importance of unity among the nobles during the war. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. We'd heard it all before.
Enough! I will not allow petty squabbles to stand in the way of winning this war and reuniting my family. I'm going to be with Cal, no matter what any of you think, and when this war is over...
Your Majesty.
Vali interrupted, his voice dripping with condescension.
There's no need for all of that. Cal has already agreed to undergo the Innengard.
The room fell silent as everyone stared at me, shock written across their faces. Thorsten turned to me, his silver eyes wide with disbelief.
Is that true?
Thorsten, I began, hesitating for a moment before admitting the truth. Yes, it's true. I made a deal with Vali to undergo the Innengard.
That's ridiculous.
Thorsten exploded, his anger turning to frustration.
You have nothing to prove. The fact that you could birth our children is enough. You don't need to prove anything else to these people.
He grabbed my hand, trying to pull me out of the room, but I yanked it back, holding my ground. No, Thorsten. I'm going to Innengard. He stared at me, wide-eyed and hurt, as I whispered an apology for keeping my deal with Vali a secret. Vali's lips curled into a satisfied smile.
It's settled then.
He glanced around at the other nobles who seemed pleased with the outcome. All except Thorsten, of course. He shot Vali a death glare that could have frozen the fucking desert.
Vali! We need to talk. Alone.
They marched into the nearby massive kitchen, and I followed right behind Thorsten, hoping to calm him down before things got out of hand. As soon as we were in the kitchen, Thorsten grabbed Vali by the collar and slammed him against the counter.
I don't know what game you're playing. But if you try to poison my mate, I'll kill you.
Vali didn't fight back, just stared calmly into Thorsten's furious eyes.
I know exactly what game I'm playing. I watched my father die to preserve this royal family, and now I'm being asked to do the same. I won't give up my life for nothing, only to see the royal family perish before my eyes. I will not be the general who sat back and watched it happen.
To the hells with your games, Vali. You don't give a damn about whether Cal can go to Innengard.
Of course not. But they do.
He gestured to the doors where the nobles waited.
And I care about unifying the royal court, and if that means I have to risk my life, then so be it. I've already made arrangements for another general to take my place should you decide to execute me, and Cal chose this path for himself.
Vali continued, looking at me.
He understands the gravity of the situation.
Thorsten studied me, hurt and betrayal etched across his face.
Why did you keep this a secret from me, Cal? I can understand the nobles scheming, but not you. If we can't trust each other, what do we have?
Thorsten, I'm sorry. I apologized again. Gods, seeing his face, the betrayal in his eyes hurt more than anything. A part of me can't help but think that with everything going on, you would be better off without me. That I'm the weak link here. But if I can do this, then I won't be. I know. You would probably walk away from the throne if I begged you to do it. But that would be the same as asking you to abandon your family to die. And I don't want to be responsible for you abandoning your family and your people.
See? At least one of you understands how important this is. I have half a mind to snatch that crown off your head and place it on top of the dwarfs.
That was the last straw for Thorsten. He punched Vali square in the face. Blood spurted from his mouth as he staggered back against the counter. Wiping the blood away, he locked eyes with Thorsten, and I could see the animosity boiling between them.
Cal doesn't fully understand what you're asking of him.
Thorsten argued.
We don't even know if our medicines can cure humans on the same level, and you're asking him to ingest a poison made for a Titan.
I could see the worry in his silver eyes, but I couldn't let it sway me. Not now.
Even if he successfully goes to Innengard, he may never wake up, and that's what you're hoping for.
Thorsten, I tried to interject, but Vali cut me off.
I won't deny that Cal remaining in a never-ending slumber would be better for all of us.
He said coolly, wiping more blood from his mouth.
But no matter what, the Innengard will work out in all of our favour. If Cal wakes up, he will be acknowledged, at least far more than he would if he had never done it at all. Your children can gain legitimacy, and he will be allowed to live his life in relative peace.
Enough talking, I snapped, my heart thundering. I'll take the damn poison. Maybe if I stay asleep, it would give me some fucking peace of mind.
Cal, you don't have to decide this now,
Thorsten said, desperation creeping into his voice.
It takes time to make the poison.
Actually,
Vali smirked.
The poison has already been made.
He pulled a small vial from his pocket, the greenish liquid inside glinting menacingly in the dim kitchen light. My stomach twisted at the sight, but I steeled myself.
Vali, you snake. From now on, I'll be watching myself and my mate around you.
Your Majesty,
Vali said with a smug smile.
I am still your friend. And sometimes friends need to pull their wayward friends by the ear and set them on the right track.
Vali turned his attention back to me, holding the vial out.
All you have to do is drink it, Cal. I'm sure Thorsten will take very good care of your body.
Fuck you, Vali.
Thorsten spat, his fury reaching a boiling point. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses when I snatched the vial from Vali's hand and downed the contents in one swift motion. The taste was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. Bitter, burning, and strangely cold all at once. As the poison raced through my veins, I could feel my vision starting to blur, my limbs growing heavy. Thorsten's face swam before me, a mixture of horror and heartbreak.
Cal!
He shouted, his voice distant and muffled as darkness began to close in around me.
Stay with me, Cal. Don't you dare leave me.
My world faded to black. My last conscious thought a desperate hope that I would wake up again and be able to hold my family in my arms again. Chapter 14. Cal. I woke up shivering, the cold wind whipping through the dark trees surrounding me. The damp forest floor was covered in decaying leaves that gave off an earthy, musty scent. Strange animal cries echoed in the distance, and I strained to see anything through the pitch blackness. I reached out, feeling the rough bark of a nearby tree to steady myself. I really stepped in it now, didn't I? I thought, as a wave of regret flooded my mind. Ugh, I shouldn't have jumped the gun and drank the poison. I had no idea what to expect here, or even how it all worked. Why the heck did I allow my emotions to get the better of me? I should have trusted that Thorsten had everything under control, but I also know him, and know that he would just tell me everything was fine to not worry me. Now I was worrying him. I have to get back to him and the boys as soon as possible. The only problem I faced was how on earth was I supposed to do that? Where am I? I muttered under my breath, trying to keep my fears in check. But the eerie silence provided no comfort. Was this truly Innengard? As my eye adjusted, I noticed the silhouettes of twisted, gnarled branches reaching towards the night sky like claws. I carefully stepped over protruding roots, trying to find a path through the dense trees. The sound of twigs snapping made me freeze, sending a chill up my spine. I glimpsed shadows shifting between the trees and couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. "Hello?" I called out hesitantly, my voice cracking slightly. "Anybody there?" No response came. In the distance I spied a faint glow flickering through the woods, and curiosity got the better of me. Drawn to the light, I pushed through thorny bushes and hanging vines, cursing as they scratched my arms and face. As I got closer, I discovered an ancient stone temple blanketed in moss and vines. Flames danced in braziers lighting the entrance. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if entering would be wise or even remotely safe. "Great," I muttered sarcastically, "because this doesn't look ominous at all." Suddenly, the cry of a raven pierced the air from above the temple. I looked up to see a large black bird perched on a crumbling statue, its eyes reflecting the firelight. As it took flight, I felt compelled to follow it inside the ancient temple. I had no good reason for following other than it was the first living creature I came across. For all I knew, it could be leading me to a trap, although I had no idea what kind of trap. So far, I was alone in this world, and in my desire to not stay that way, I followed the only other living soul here. As I stepped inside the stone temple, I found myself in a vast chamber illuminated by flaming braziers. Intricate symbols and scenes of what looked like two ravens gliding across the skies across battlefields. Marriages, births, and deaths adorned the walls. I ran my fingers along the walls of a scene depicting a war between the Titans and smaller human-like figures that looked like they were wielding magic. In one scene, on a half-crumbled structure on the wall, was a large muscled man carrying a mighty hammer into battle. So there really were humans here before, but they warred with the Titans. But it looks like the humans have some sort of magic, or maybe something that looks like it. I commented to myself, appreciating the artistry before me, and needing to hear the sound of my own voice to stave off the fear. At the center of the room lay a massive stone table, carved with runic letters I didn't recognize. Behind the table stood an imposing statue of a dark-haired old man with one eye patched and ravens perched on each shoulder. It felt as though I was being watched, and I turned to see one raven peering down at me from atop the statue. It cawed loudly as if beckoning me closer, and as I approached the table, the runes began to glow. Okay, glowing runes. Now we're getting somewhere, I said, trying to quell the growing unease in my gut. Just need to figure out what the hell they mean.
Who are you?
A voice demanded from behind me, making me jump. I spun around to find a Titan woman with wild, white hair and silver eyes like molten metal. She had an impressive physique, with muscles that rippled beneath her shapely form. Her heavy white armor, made of fur and silver, clung to her body in all the right places. "Ah, finally another person," I exclaimed, almost feeling relieved. "I'm Cal, and I—" Before I could finish, she unsheathed a massive great sword and swung it at me. I barely managed to dodge as the blade sliced through the air where my head had been moments before. "Hey, what the fuck?" I yelled, stumbling backward.
Stand still, illusion!
Her eyes narrowed.
You have no power here. You're preventing me from returning to the physical plane.
Wait. I'm not an illusion. I'm a human. You've got the wrong guy. I tried to explain, but she wasn't listening. Instead, she continued her relentless assault, forcing me to dodge and weave around her strikes. In my haste, I knocked over several vases, their shattered pieces scattering across the temple floor. "Would you just listen to me?" I pleaded, growing desperate as her swings grew fiercer.
Ha! A tricky illusion indeed.
She laughed manically, her eyes wild.
No wonder our kind had such difficulty dispatching the gods.
Gods? What are you talking about? Please listen, I'm just a human who drank some weird poison and wound up here, I insisted, trying to reason with her. She lunged forward, her sword aimed for my throat, but before it could make contact, the large raven swooped down, grabbing onto my clothes and hoisting me into the air. I couldn't help but feel grateful for my new feathered friend. "Thanks, buddy," I told it as we soared away from the Titan woman, who was now visibly annoyed by our escape. "Listen, I'm not an illusion. I'm real," I called down to her, trying once more to explain. "I drank that poison and ended up here. Who are you? Do you live in this place?" She stopped her charge, skidding to a halt, and stared up at me wide-eyed, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief.
Impossible! You're real! How are you here? You're no Titan.
"I'm just a human named Cal, mated to a Titan named Thorsten."
Thorsten?
She lowered her sword finally.
Who's this Thorsten?
She asked, curiosity replacing her earlier hostility.
What does he look like?
Thorsten is... well, he's a Titan. I started, my voice shaky after our near-fatal encounter. He's around 8 feet tall with long white hair and striking silver eyes. He's strong, muscular. He has a small mole under his left eye. We met in the human world where I'm from. Her eyes widened as she processed the information.
I won't hurt you. Come down and we can talk properly. I want you to explain everything.
The raven hesitated, but eventually let me down, its talons loosening their grip on my clothes. I was still wary of the woman, but when she laid her sword down, I reluctantly decided to trust her for now. She sat on the ground and gestured for me to do the same.
Tell me everything.
I stared at the cut on my arm that had started to bleed. I was shocked that I could even bleed in this strange place. How am I bleeding here?
It's all in your head. You don't feel any pain because our real bodies aren't here with us, but I bet your body in the real world is bleeding right now. You're going to feel the pain when you wake up, if you wake up.
Great, I sighed. What will happen to me if I die here?
You'll die in Utangard naturally.
I couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Despite my fear, I went on to tell her about how Thorsten and I fell in love in the human world, how I underwent the worm, and gave birth to our twin sons, Thor and Loki. I told her about escaping to Dakla, rebuilding the portal, and even what happened after coming through the portal, the war with King Falka from Unvik and Thorsten being crowned king after Radergirn's injury. The woman listened intently, her eyes never leaving my face.
Why are you here in Innengard?
Because I wasn't considered good enough, I admitted bitterly. The nobles wouldn't unite under Thorsten because he's married to me, a human, so I drank the poison Vali gave me to help Thorsten. No matter the outcome, whether I can wake up or not, things will hopefully be easier on him. She laughed heartily, shaking her head in disbelief.
Wow, you must really love Thorsten.
A wicked grin spread across her face. Of course I do, I shot back defensively.
Midgardian, you may have been played for a fool. Not even most Titans would dare come to this place. I know for a fact that Vali himself would never do it. He probably hopes you die here, though I don't recall him being quite so callous.
I figured as much, I muttered, feeling a sense of betrayal all too keenly. She stood up and put her sword on her back, staring at me for a moment before reaching out and gently moving my hair away from my damaged right eye. What's wrong? I asked, confused by her sudden tenderness.
Nothing,
she replied quickly, withdrawing her hand.
I apologize.
The woman's expression softened as she looked at me.
I know how to get you out of here. The journey is going to be dangerous, but I will help you.
Really? My jaw dropped. I wanted the touch of relief I felt to wash over me, but I was still apprehensive. Thank you. I'm grateful that you're willing to help me. She gave me a wry smile.
It's more like helping you will help me. Your presence is causing a disturbance here. This place is only meant for Titans. The last time beings outside of our race were here, they killed the ancient and beloved Ymir.
Ymir? I frowned, trying to remember if Thorsten had ever mentioned the name. I don't understand.
Few do. Not even most Titans know the full history. It's all locked here, for those few willing to travel here for it. We can walk and talk. The journey isn't long, but dangerous.
All right then. Lead the way, I agreed, relieved that I wouldn't have to face this place alone. We left the temple and ventured onto a moonlit forest path. As we walked, she began telling me a story about the Aesir gods and their war with the Titans. It began when the gods murdered Ymir, who had invited them into their world, which was Innengard at the time. For thousands of years, the gods and Titans had a tumultuous relationship, sometimes friends and even lovers, other times fighting wars against each other that could shatter the world.
Then one day, Ragnarok came and destroyed our worlds, leaving the realms disconnected.
I don't understand. If this is your original world, then what is Utangard?
A chaotic and wild world that was nearly uninhabited, and it didn't suffer the same upheaval as the other realms. As you can see, Innengard isn't a safe place to rebuild.
She gestured at the uneven ground and crumbling stone structures.
We decided that Utangard was a place we can rebuild, and so we travelled there and lost our ability to transform into our giant forms. The Dokalfar and Ljosalfar also moved to Utangard, along with Draugrs, which are everywhere. The dwarves have yet to unlock their realm.
I couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time someone didn't call me a dwarf.
Well, I've been making enough trips here to know that isn't the case.
She gave me a sly grin. All right, so if I'm not a dwarf, I began, feeling more than a little perplexed. Then what am I? You called me a Midgardian before? She stopped walking and looked me over, her eyes lingering on my features and milky right eye.
I guess a Midgardian is what you call a human. However, with you it's hard to tell.
How so?
You were in the Athame temple. You saw the depictions on the wall.
The humans wielding magic? I asked.
They are not Midgardians. They are the Aesir gods. They look no different than you Midgardians, but they wield powerful magics.
I wish. I laughed.
I suppose if you were a god you wouldn't have cowered from me.
She shrugged.
Although you can't blame me for my reaction when you see this.
She directed me toward a half-crumbled wall nearby. As we approached, I saw grotesque, rotting creatures lurking nearby. Their once human bodies were now twisted and decayed, with gaping wounds revealing putrid innards. The stench of death hung heavy in the air as they noticed us and attacked. Before I could react, the raven swooped down and carried me up into the safety of the trees where another waited. From there, I watched in awe as the Titan woman gracefully fought off the zombies and some malignant spirits that had joined the fray. She moved like a hurricane, her sword slicing through flesh and bone with ease, each swing accompanied by a symphony of screams and gurgles. Wow, I said to the ravens. She's amazing. I then laughed at myself for talking to two birds. When the fight was over, the ravens let me down, and I met up with the Titan woman, who seemed unfazed by the battle she'd just won, but pointed at the flying ravens circling me wide-eyed.
See? Just wait until I show you.
She gestured for me to follow her, and led me back to the crumbling wall, pointing out a painting of short, stout men and women adorned in gold and precious gems. They held up a large gem to a towering Titan king.
This is what dwarves look like.
Wow, I muttered, taking in their appearance. I guess I really ain't a dwarf then, huh?
No.
She confirmed, leading me deeper into the crumbling structure of stone buildings. Above us, the ceiling depicted a feast of beings from many different races. She pointed out the ones that resembled humans and explained,
Midgardians and the Aesir look the same.
She then pointed to the figure I had seen before, a dark-haired older man with the two ravens perched on his shoulder and stretched arm.
See the resemblance.
Ridiculous, I scoffed. I'm not old, and I'm hardly a god. I don't have any powers. I wish I had magic, though. Where I'm from, there are plenty of humans. Wait, that means that humans are Midgardians. Almost wanting to kick myself for not really connecting this connection. Was Earth really Midgard?
Don't worry, I don't think you're Odin, but those ravens and your missing eye. Come on, you can't blame me for thinking you were some illusion of him. Some of his power still lingers here. And it's known among us sages that those birds are Hugin and Munin, creatures that once belonged to him. Maybe they are helping you because you remind them of him.
She shrugged.
Are you sure you have no magic? Not even a little?
Positive, I replied, rolling my eyes. There ain't a magical bone in my body.
Ah, but don't sell yourself so short,
She said with a laugh.
You made a certain Titan fall in love. That's a magic power.
Wait, what? I stammered, surprised by her words. What do you mean?
I'll tell you once we reach our destination.
She promised cryptically, leading me back onto the forest path. Odin's ravens, I asked, squinting up at the birds circling overhead. Why would they be here in Innengard? I tried to remember what little I'd learned about Norse mythology from the scattered books and film vids I'd found over the years.
Odin was searching for a way to stop Ragnarok. He could have sent his ravens to spy for knowledge here when Ragnarok happened.
She shrugged, her broad shoulders rippling with power.
I've seen them before, always watching when Titans come here. They never intervene, not for anyone. But here they are, helping you, little Odin.
Sounds crazy, I scoffed. I'm just a human, trust me, a Midgardian, but nothing more.
You don't have to keep telling me,
she replied, but I didn't know if she meant it. After walking for a few hours, we came across a small temple choked with vines so powerful we couldn't get in. Where the hell are we? I asked, eyeing the structure warily.
Mimir's Well. You have to find a way inside so you can drink from it. That might be enough to get you kicked out of here.
Wait, what? The world will kick me out? I sputtered in shock.
Yes,
She said, her gaze fixed on mine.
this place wants to reject you, but if you birthed half-Titan children, then you contain the worm, and I can smell your mate's semen inside of you.
My face flushed red as she continued.
This place knows you're no Titan, but there's enough Titan in you to keep you tethered here.
All right, I muttered, my cheeks still burning. So I drink the water from the well, it spits me out of here, and then what?
Whether Midgardian or Aesir, it doesn't matter. The well will cleanse you.
She said, her voice taking on a grave tone.
Now go, little Odin.
Fine, I agreed reluctantly. She tried to pry the vines away from the door but couldn't.
The branches are from Yggdrasil itself. Damned things.
As if sensing our dilemma, the two ravens swooped down, picking me up and dropping me inside the temple through the roof. I heard her call out, worried.
Cal, are you okay?
Yeah, I stammered, brushing myself off. I'm fine.
What do you see?
More carvings on the wall, I replied, squinting at the images. There was a one-eyed man with another man, gouging out his eye and drinking from the well. What is all of this? What does it mean?
Odin lost his right eye in exchange for divine wisdom. He plucked out his eye and dropped it into Mimir's well. It was the price Mimir asked for a drink from the well of knowledge.
Then why is this here? I inquired, feeling more confused than ever.
Mimir is a friend to Titans, even though he's an Aesir. It's natural they'd keep his well of knowledge in a safe place. No place is safer than Inangard.
Where is he now? I asked, curious about the fate of the mysterious Mimir.
Long missing. Maybe long dead and gone with the other legends of his time.
All right, so what am I supposed to do? I asked, staring at the well in front of me. It seemed so ordinary, nothing like the legendary artifact it was supposed to be.
Drink from it. That's the only way.
Really? Drinking something a person I barely know tells me to drink? That seems like a terrible idea. I retorted, feeling more than a little skeptical and not at all eager to repeat my previous mistake.
Fine, then stay there. I may be able to get out myself if I leave you far enough behind.
Wait, I called, not wanting her to abandon me. She laughed.
More Dragas are here.
I could hear the commotion outside, the sound of the Titan woman fighting whatever creatures she'd encountered. Panic gripped me as I realized I had no choice but to follow her instructions. Reluctantly, I grabbed a nearby cup that glowed when I touched it and dripped water into the well, which also began to glow with life. Hesitating for a moment, I brought the cup to my nose and sniffed. Nothing. No scent at all. With one last glance at the glowing well, I scooped some water into the cup and drank it down. Immediately, I felt myself being pulled away, as if the very fabric of reality was trying to spit me out. The sensation grew stronger until I couldn't hold on to anything, even my thoughts.
Wait!
I heard her cry out just before I disappeared entirely.
My name is Skadi. I'm being held prisoner to the west of Belgir. Look for a hidden fortress in the Red Marshes.
Her voice faded into darkness, and the next thing I knew, I jolted awake in bed. A Titan servant stared at me in shock, her eyes wide as she dropped the vase she'd been cleaning near my bed. She rushed off, calling for a doctor, leaving me to wonder just what the hell had happened and how I was going to fulfill my promise to Scotty. Chapter 15, Cal. Damn it, I groaned, holding my head as I woke up yet again. It felt like someone had taken a sledgehammer to my skull. Thorsten had told me during one of my brief moments of consciousness that I'd been sleeping off and on for days. Honestly, every time I woke up I almost wished I hadn't. But at least I was back in the real world. I remembered waking up for the first time outside of Inangard. A servant had nearly shit herself when she saw me conscious. She'd run off to get Thorsten, who had marched into the room like an angry parent ready to scold an unruly child. At the time, I could barely register where I was, and my headache had felt like someone was squeezing my brain. I'd braced myself for Thorsten's yelling, but instead, he'd held me in his arms and cried. I'd never seen him so shaken, and I never wanted to see it again. All I could do was mutter apologies for making him worry so much. Since then, he would visit me from time to time, sometimes bringing our kids along, but he couldn't stay long. Being king kept him busier than ever. The last time I was awake, he'd informed me that we were nearing the docks to Hrungnir Keep. Now that I was awake again, I lay in bed, my mind drifting to my trip to Inengard and what I had learned there. Asgard, Midgard, Utangard, and who knows how many other worlds were all connected by Yggdrasil's branches, just like the Norse legends said, until Ragnarok tore them apart. The human world had to be Midgard. It was the only thing that made sense. I was still confused about the Titan world. Was Inengard once called Jotunheimer then? I guess there was no point in mulling over it for too long. Maybe when this war was over, and we perhaps can settle down, I can study more about the history of this world, which honestly confused me at times. While they had many technological advancements that surpassed the human world, they still had many aspects that seemed almost medieval. But I guess I should focus on what's most important. I hadn't had time to speak to Thorsten about what I had learned in Inengard, or what I may have brought back with me. Like those ravens that Skadi called Hugin and Munin. Since waking up from Inengard, I'd occasionally see them flying about or perched on my bedposts, though they were much smaller than when they were in Inengard. I thought I was dreaming when I first spotted them. How would they be able to cross over into the real world? Was it magic? Then there was Skadi, the mysterious Titan woman who helped me escape Inengard. I felt like I needed to return the favor by helping her escape that prison in the Red Marshes where she said she was being held. The only problem was, I didn't know where that was, and Thorsten had enough on his plate dealing with a war. He wouldn't want to divert resources to save some random woman he didn't know. I decided that when the war ended, I'd bring it up to him and hopefully help Skadi out. For now, I just had to focus on getting better. I pushed myself up in bed, my muscles protesting but finally feeling strong enough to do it. A servant in the room gasped, clearly shocked to see me moving around. She had her hair up in a scruffy red ponytail and wore thick glasses. Her teal and gold uniform had an intricate pattern that I could barely make out. I'd almost forgotten that Thorsten had charged someone to watch over me while he was away tending to his kingly duties. Sina. I tried to remember the Titan servant's name. I believe Thorsten said her name was Sina.
You shouldn't be moving around like this. You still need plenty of rest and hydration to get the last remnants of the poison out of your system.
I hear voices outside. Are we near the docks of the keep? I asked, trying to change the subject.
We are. We'll be docking soon. Please lay back down and get more rest.
Difficult to get any rest when it feels like I've been sleeping for 100 years, I muttered under my breath.
Believe me, you've earned it.
Sina's expression softened.
I can't believe I'm standing in the presence of someone who actually survived Inengard, and a dwarf at that.
Despite her awe, she seemed genuinely curious about my time there.
It's not every day you meet someone who travelled to our old homeworld and returned.
Sina, I said, cutting her off before she could ask another question. Do you think they'll consider me a sage too? You know, since I entered Inengard and returned?
Of course. Everyone's talking about you. Did you learn anything there?
Actually, I learned that dwarves are smaller and more stout with long beards. And that my father and I are Midgardians.
Midgardians?
Sina pondered, her brow furrowing.
I've never heard of them before.
Neither had I admitted, stretching my stiff muscles. But now I really want to see Utangard with my own eyes. Thorsten's descriptions just don't do it justice.
His Majesty won't be happy about you being on your feet with remnants of the poison still in your body.
Then don't tell him, I countered, a mischievous grin spreading across my face. Besides, you're my servant. I'll take full responsibility. Just say I forced you, which I'm doing now. Sina sighed, but gave in. She fetched some comfortable clothing for me to wear, and explained that she'd personally tailored my new clothes so they'd fit properly.
A king's consort can't walk about looking dishevelled.
She showed me a beautiful teal and gold tunic and loose pants with shoes that were beautifully handmade. The fabric was soft and smooth to the touch, and the gold embroidery shimmered as it caught the light. It felt almost strange wearing these colors to represent Thorsten. But Thorsten explained that red and gold were the colors he had taken on in the human realm over the royal family's teal and gold to appear less of an authority figure, and Of course, lessen the threat he posed to the ambitious titans there. "All right, Sina," I said, my voice quivering slightly. "I need help undressing." I could feel my cheeks heating up as I stood there, already half naked in front of a woman. It wasn't something I was used to or comfortable with.
Of course.
Sina stepped closer and carefully assisting me with the remaining clothes.
There's nothing for you to be embarrassed about.
"Easy for you to say," I muttered under my breath, feeling self-conscious as she helped me into the tunic. This is all so strange. Having someone take care of me like this, waiting on me.
You're now the consort to the king.
Sina explained patiently, her hands deftly adjusting the fabric until it fit perfectly.
This is the treatment you can expect from now on. When the war is over, many more servants and guards will be eager to serve you. Right now, I'm just one servant. The keep is probably teeming with more eager to see their new king's beautifully blushing consort.
Her lips curved into a small smile as my face turned an even darker shade of red. "Thanks for that," I grumbled, feeling exposed and vulnerable despite the luxurious clothing. With Sina following close behind, I headed outside onto the deck of the ship. The fresh air felt invigorating, but no matter how much she tried to reassure me, I didn't think I'd ever get used to being pampered like this. A part of me almost didn't want to trust letting my guard down, because I remembered how things were back in old New York when I lived in the Titan Palace. I recalled the resentment the servants had for me, and how it even led to me inadvertently calling for the death of an innocent woman, while the real culprit was smiling in my face the entire time. The thought of going through that same experience, of not being able to trust those around me, sent a shiver down my spine. I didn't think I had the stomach for any more backstabbing.
Are you all right, Your Highness?
Sina asked, a note of concern in her voice as she noticed my sudden shift in mood. "Fine," I lied, trying to shake off the dark thoughts. "Just need some time to adjust."
Take all the time you need.
Her eyes were warm and understanding.
I'm here to serve you and make sure you're comfortable.
"Thank you," I whispered, grateful for her support despite my lingering fears. As we approached the docks of Hrungnir Keep, I couldn't help but gawk at the sight before me. Titan nobles, dressed in the finest garments and adorned with shimmering jewels, lined the harbor, their eager faces a mix of curiosity and anticipation. It appeared that word had spread about Thorsten's new title.
Word travels fast here.
Sina commented, following my line of sight.
We managed to restore communications with the keep a few days ago. They all know that Thorsten is now the new king.
Great, I muttered, my stomach twisting into knots. Do they also know that their new king is mated to a human? Do they know about our children? Sina nodded.
Yes, the nobles at the keep know that the king is mated to a beautiful human.
She grinned at me teasingly.
And 2 adorable children. I had the pleasure of meeting Thor and Loki and playing with them. They're just as big as Titan children their age, so they should get along well with the other kids there.
I tried not to grimace, but I couldn't help feeling worried. And what if they don't accept us?
Your Highness.
Sina placed her hand on my shoulder gently.
We Titans can look intimidating, but we are natural-born explorers who treasure knowledge and new things. If you carry yourself like you don't belong at the king's side, then they will treat you as such. Your uncertainty will breed their fear. Trust Thorsten. Trust us Titans.
I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, forcing a smile. She was right. I'd endured far worse than judgmental looks from nobles for the man I loved. Thorsten was stuck with me until the sun melted, and then he'd be stuck with me in darkness. Heaven help anyone who tried to get in the way of that. "Okay, I'll trust you," I agreed, feeling a bit more at ease thanks to Sina's encouragement. I allowed myself to relax and take in the scenery of the ocean and the mountains in the distance. Parts of the keep already looked mighty and majestic, and I couldn't help but be impressed. The air here was so fresh, it didn't smell full of pollutants and smoke like old New York. Sahara wasn't polluted either, but the place reeked of fish. With my nerves somewhat calmed, I decided to head to the infirmary to check on my father. Dad was sitting up in bed when I arrived, his face pale but his eyes bright. "How are you feeling?" I asked him, trying not to sound too worried.
Better.
He reassured me with a weak smile.
The nurse says the worst is behind me now.
"Thank heavens," I breathed, relief washing over me. The nurse, however, didn't look quite as relieved as she turned her attention to me.
Your Highness, you should be in bed yourself. You're still testing positive for traces of the poison.
I'm fine, I insisted stubbornly. I just wanted to let you know what I learned in Innengard. There's a possibility that my father and I could be Midgardians. If that helps in treating him further, I wanted you to know. The nurse furrowed her brow in thought.
We've heard of Midgardians before, but we don't know much about them. Thank you for the information. The Keep has extensive old records, so this could be an interesting new study. A healer's worst fear is failing their patients.
Cal, I heard bits and pieces about what happened, with you drinking some sort of poison and traveling to another world. Don't do that again.
I won't, I promised, my voice barely above a whisper. I hugged him tightly, pressing a kiss to his forehead before leaving the infirmary. Chapter 16. Cal.
You should meet the king by the ship's port terminal so you all can disembark together.
Sina suggested, her eyes reflecting her excitement.
He'll be so happy to see you on your feet again.
I can't wait to see them, I replied with a grin, as I imagined the look on Thorsten and the boys' faces when they saw me up and about. Sina led me through the ship, her enthusiasm contagious. I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation as we made our way toward the port terminal. As we walked, we came across Vali and a group of soldiers. Vali's face was still bruised from where Thorsten had beaten him up after I had passed out from drinking the poison he'd given me. I tried to ignore him and walk past him, but he stopped me with his words.
You look beautiful. The royal colours really do suit you. Innengard has changed you. You've even learned something interesting about your origins and the origins of all your kind.
At first I was shocked that Vali knew what I had discovered in Innengard, but then it hit me. He probably had a spy watching me on the ship, and they overheard my conversation in the infirmary. I wasn't worried, though. Vali no longer intimidated me. My experience made me stronger, I told him firmly. I'm determined to stay by Thorsten's side no matter what. Vali seemed unfazed by my declaration.
I have no issue with that. The king's consort is a beautiful sage, a species from one of the realms of old. That is something I can sell to the nobles.
With that, Vali and his soldiers left. Sina and I continued to the port terminal on board the ship, and I saw my children, Thor and Loki. Another servant, a tall, regal-looking male, was instructing the royal children to stand up straight. Thor greeted me stoically, while Loki ran over and leaped into my arms, causing me to stagger slightly. Words couldn't describe how happy I was at seeing my boys looking and doing so well.
You shouldn't be out of bed.
Thorsten scolded gently as he kissed my forehead.
I've made arrangements for your bed to be carried into the palace. I was surprised to hear you were walking the deck.
I'm not going to have my first impression with the nobles here be me getting carried out in a bed, I retorted, trying to sound confident despite the lingering lightheadedness. He laughed warmly.
Are you really okay?
Thorsten searched my face for any sign of distress. Sure, still a little lightheaded, but I was told the last bit of poison will be making its way out of my system soon, I reassured him. The doors to disembark the ship creaked open, and I felt a chill sweep through me. Thorsten leaned in close, his breath warm against my ear.
You look beautiful.
Thanks, I mumbled, feeling slightly embarrassed but pleased nonetheless. Together with our children, we walked down the ramp onto the docks of Hrungnir Keep. The morning sun bathed the stone walls in a golden glow, while the salty sea breeze filled my nostrils. Seagulls cried overhead as they circled the towering fortress that loomed over us. As we reached the bottom of the ramp, the nobles, servants, and everyone else present bowed to us. My eyes scanned the crowd, searching for familiar faces. Among the nobles, I spotted Jarn Saxa, the woman I had known as the Madam back in old New York, and her human husband Barris. They were indeed a striking couple. Jarn Saxa's ethereal beauty was complemented by Barris's tall, dark, and handsome appearance. I had gotten to know Barris back in Sahara when I signed up for his self-defense course. With his guidance, I'd learned how to fight and protect myself. He had been a good friend and mentor, and seeing him here brought a smile to my face. Jarn Saxa! Barras! I called out as we approached them. Their faces lit up at the sight of Thorsten and me, and we exchanged warm greetings. Her gaze fell upon Thor and Loki, and she immediately recognized them as our children. You're right, I confirmed with a proud smile as I introduced the twins to the pair. The introductions continued as she presented a young Titan boy with curly brown hair and soft green eyes.
This is our son, Janus.
Nice to meet you, Janus, I said, hoping that our kids would get along well. Yarnsaksa echoed my sentiment, saying she would like that very much. We all entered Rungnir Keep, and I couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the fortress. The stone walls seemed to stretch endlessly upward, while intricate carvings adorned every surface. Inside the main dining hall, a small party was in full swing to welcome us. The nobles escorted Thorsten, myself, the children, and the rest of the newly arrived guests to a massive luxury dining hall where the celebration was taking place. The dining hall itself was a sight to behold. Long wooden tables laden with food and drink filled the space, while festive music played, accompanied by the laughter and chatter of the Titan nobles. I was surprised at how much more laid back they seemed compared to their demeanor on the ship. It was a refreshing change, and I found myself enjoying it. As we settled into the festivities, Jarnsaksa asked me how I was holding up. She expressed regret for not being able to send someone back to the human world to inform Thorsten and me about the situation in Utangard. I reassured her that it wasn't her fault, and she responded by pointing out that I was really in the thick of it now, referring to my new position as consort. I chuckled, acknowledging my tendency to find myself in trouble alongside Thorsten. But I hoped this time around, things would go more smoothly than our previous encounters with danger. Yarnsaksa agreed, mentioning that passing the Inengard had been a massive power play that worked in my favor. She admitted that at first, she'd thought Thorsten's PR team had lied about my journey to Inengard, but when her own spies confirmed it, she had no choice but to believe it. Protecting my family is why I went into the Inengard in the first place, I said with a shrug, trying to downplay the risk I'd taken. Yarnsaksa nodded, understanding my motivations.
Making that journey was the right call. But don't let your guard down.
She gestured across the dining hall, where Radergrin's wife, Liv, stood sipping wine. The woman was beautiful, with long golden blonde hair that flowed over her shoulders like a waterfall.
Depending on what she wants, your troubles may not be over yet.
The queen consort.
Former. Usually those who taste power have difficulties giving it up.
She then pointed to a small Titan boy by Liv's side, his curly white hair and innocent expression reminding me of one of Botticelli's angels.
That's Magnus, Radagrin's fourth and youngest son.
I recognized him as the boy that had been playing with Thor and Loki lately. Ah, so that's who he is, I murmured, watching the boy with interest. I've seen him around.
Radagrin's other children, including his firstborn son Ragnar, are hidden away at Thorsten's home, Elivargar Castle.
Yarnsaksa continued, her eyes narrowing as she observed Liv.
Don't be surprised if Liv has some scheme up her sleeve to ensure her own son becomes king when this war is over.
I frowned, finding it hard to believe that anyone could focus on such petty power plays amidst the chaos of war. Thorsten plans to remain king until the war is over, I said firmly. Then the nobles can install whomever they want. We have bigger problems right now than royal power plays. Yarnsaksa laughed softly.
Nobles will always keep their minds busy with little schemes. It's how they function. But they're like kittens compared to the Titans in Jotun, pampered and used to getting their way this lot, so it's easy to steamroll them. Let them know that you are the sage who survived Inengard and flaunt it well. All sages do.
Thanks for the advice, I replied with a small chuckle. But right now we need to focus on coming together as a family. As if on cue, Loki tugged at my sleeve, his eyes wide with excitement.
Papa, can I play with that kid over there?
He pointed at Magnus. All right, I agreed, taking Loki by the hand and leading him over to Liv and Magnus. Liv looked up in surprise as I approached. Her expression was unreadable. Your son's been playing with mine, I said with a friendly smile, trying to break the ice. I'm glad they're getting along. After all, we're family. I glanced at the two boys, who eagerly ran off to play together during the party. Liv nodded, her face softening.
You're right. None of this is what I wanted, with Radagrin hurt and, well, you know the rest. But there's no reason why we can't get along.
I noticed Thor and Janus getting along well too. The boys truly were fitting in and making friends here much faster than back in the human world. Liv studied me for a moment before speaking again.
I must say I'm impressed you woke up from the Innengard. It wasn't meant for you to awaken.
I understand that much.
Good. We'll get along better if you're not entirely stupid.
Did you have something to do with Volley proposing that so-called trial? I asked, shocked. Liv seemed taken aback by my bluntness, but then she smiled.
Let's speak plainly to one another and leave the politicking to everyone else. My eldest son Ragnar should be next in line if Thorsten and Radegrin fail to find the other members of the royal family.
The fact that she spoke past it had pretty much given me my answer. Threaten me all you like, I said, my voice low but firm. But if you threaten my children, whether a crown sits on your boy's head will be the least of your problems. Liv looked shocked, her eyes wide.
When I first saw you, Your Highness, you seemed like a frightened mouse. Who knew you had such teeth?
She paused, then smiled genuinely.
We might actually get along.
Chapter 17. Cal. The celebration went on from morning into the evening, and it showed no sign of winding down. I was introduced to more Titan nobles who welcomed me warmly, but the party had been going on for hours, and Thorsten and I were growing tired. We finally decided to retreat with our boys to our royal chambers. The interior of the chambers was Spartan, and Thorsten was eager to remind me that Hrungnir Keep was an old castle fortress built for defense. There weren't many luxuries to be found. The bathwater came from a nearby cold spring, so we had to heat up the tubs before we could bathe. The toilets didn't flush well either. You had to pour water from the tub into the toilet just to flush the contents down. None of that mattered to me. All I cared about was that we were all together and safe. Even my dad was going to pull through, so you can imagine how happy that made me. We put the boys to bed, all of us exhausted from the party and the voyage to here. We put the boys to bed in their private room and quickly made our way to our own. As we settled in, we heard the sound of ravens. I looked up and spotted 2 ravens sitting on the rafters. I chuckled. Thorsten, do you see those ravens? I asked him, startled.
Of course. This is an old castle. Animals tend to nest here.
To my surprise, the 2 ravens flew down and perched themselves on my shoulders. Thorsten raised an eyebrow.
I've never seen that before.
Neither have I admitted, examining the ravens. They're the ones who helped me in Innengard. They have to be. Thorsten's confusion was evident.
What do you mean?
These ravens were the first living things I saw after waking up in Innengard. I'm sure they're the same ones, though I have no idea how they managed to follow me here. After waking up, I saw glimpses of them, but I thought I was dreaming or just seeing things, that maybe it was the poison still in my system. Thorsten smiled, and I couldn't help but ask him why he wasn't more freaked out by something like this.
Cal, some sages have been known to bring things over from their journey into Innengard. It's extremely rare but possible. They're considered arch-sages. They travel there to record and piece together our fragmented history that was lost during Ragnarok. Not a day goes by that you don't amaze me.
He leaned in to kiss me gently. As Hugin and Munin left my side and flew back up to the rafters, I told Thorsten that I didn't feel half as grand as he thought. I confessed that I had help while in Innengard, and I wouldn't have survived without that person.
Enough talk of Innengard and noble politics,
Thorsten said, kissing me again.
Right now, all I want is to make love to my consort.
I smiled at him. I don't think I'll ever get used to hearing people call me royal consort.
Get used to it. Depending on how long the war lasts, you might have that title for a while.
We smiled and kissed once more, our passion growing. Thorsten caressed my body, his touch sending shivers down my spine. Our lovemaking that night was intense, raw, and emotional. The sensation of his body against mine, the heat between us, the taste of his lips. It was everything I never knew I needed. I woke up to the sound of hurried footsteps and hushed voices. As my eyes adjusted, I recognized Leif, the servant who had been attending to Thor and Loki. His short-cropped hair framed his crystal blue eyes, which were wide with panic. He wore a simple yet elegant uniform in the colors of the royal family.
Your Majesties,
he said, trying to remain calm.
I can't find the twins anywhere in the castle.
Thorsten and I shot out of bed, our hearts pounding. Thorsten didn't yell. He tried to remain calm as he asked Leif to tell him everything. Leif explained that he'd gone into the boys' room to wake them up for their morning lessons. I frowned, confused. What morning lessons?
Children of the king need to get started on their lessons on the history of Utangard, their families, and the different houses in the kingdom.
Focus on what's wrong,
Thorsten ordered him. Leif went on to say that when he'd gone to wake up Thor and Loki, they hadn't been in their beds. At first he'd thought they were playing a trick, so he searched around for them but couldn't find them anywhere.
Let's not panic,
Thorsten told Leif and me. He instructed me to get dressed, and he did the same. I was ready to go look for our sons, but Thorsten told me to stay in the room. He summoned Sina to look after me. Thorsten, if our sons are missing, I want to be involved in finding them, I insisted. But he reminded me that there was a possibility the twins might have been kidnapped, and if that was true, he wanted me somewhere safe. He chose these chambers for their protection and escape route. Fine, I agreed reluctantly, as Thorsten left the room with Leif. I began pacing, nervous and frantic, worried about our son's safety. I couldn't just sit here while their lives could be in danger. I looked up to the rafters and saw the ravens, Hugin and Munin. Calling to them, they came down from the rafters and perched on the bedpost. I don't know if you understand me, I said, but if you're special and want to help, please help search for Thor and Loki. The two ravens crowed and flew out the window. I hoped they understood what I'd asked. Sina entered the room, saying she'd heard the twins were kidnapped. She asked if I was okay. Of course not, I admitted. Sina showed me a secret tunnel inside the bedroom, accessed by twisting the horns of a gargoyle statue on the wall. The wall slid open, revealing a dark passage. She explained it led outside the castle, and that I should use it if we needed to escape. Thank you, Sina, I said, my voice shaking, but I'm not going anywhere without my children. A few hours had passed, and I was anxiously waiting for word from either the ravens or Thorsten. My chest was tight, my hands trembling as I paced the room. The sound of wings flapping caught my attention, and I looked up to see Hugin and Munin flying back through the open window. Relief washed over me at their return. Did you find them? I asked frantically, my voice cracking. Instead of an answer, one of the ravens dropped something onto the bed. Sparkle, the plush tuxedo cat that belonged to Loki.
Even those dark avians were out looking for the twins,
Sina commented, clearly amazed. I ignored her, too focused on the plushy toy in front of me. As I picked it up, a strange sensation came over me, and suddenly I felt like I was flying. My vision blurred, and I realized I was seeing through the raven's eyes. The image of a fork in the road outside Hrungnir Keep appeared before me. It hit me like a punch to the gut. The twins had been kidnapped. Tears streamed down my face, and I broke down, clutching Sparkle tightly to my chest.
Your Highness, what's wrong?
Sina asked, concern etched on her face. They're gone, I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. They've been taken. Determined to find Thorsten, I left my room, but with so many rooms in the castle, I was turned around almost immediately. Sina tried to advise against leaving because the king forbade it, but she knew damn well I wouldn't listen. She helped me navigate the labyrinth of hallways until we reached the outside, just as Thorsten returned with a team of soldiers. Thorsten! I called out, sprinting towards him. His silver eyes narrowed with concern when he saw my tear-streaked face.
Cal,
Thorsten started, trying to break the terrible news, but I cut him off. They were kidnapped, I said, holding up Sparkle. His eyes widened in shock and his jaw clenched with anger.
Whoever did this will pay. Veli, gather the soldiers. We need a count of everyone in the castle. Nobles, servants, everyone. Question them all, and if anyone seems suspicious, make them talk. Keep the twins' kidnapping a secret.
I felt frustrated at his words, wanting everyone to be aware and on the lookout for our children. But Thorsten explained that revealing what happened could endanger us and the rest of the royal family. He knew it was a difficult decision, but insisted it was for the best. Days passed and despair consumed me. The ravens found no new leads, and I couldn't shake the gnawing feeling in my chest. I wanted to confront Liv, but after remembering past mistakes when I'd accused someone innocent and got them killed, I hesitated. And she wasn't just some servant, she was the former king's wife and family. It infuriated me that I had to consider these stupid political implications while my sons were missing.
Son,
My dad said softly, as he sat beside me, having left the infirmary to comfort me.
we'll find them, I promise.
I studied his face, wishing I could believe his words as much as he did.
Chapter 18. Thorsten. I could feel the tension rising within the royal court as rumours spread like wildfire about the twins' kidnapping. The nobles did what they do best: fling accusations while doing absolutely nothing. I couldn't help but think of Cal, locked away in his chambers, conversing with what appeared to be Odin's ravens, Hugin and Munin. I wasn't sure if they were truly the All-Father's birds. I was never well versed in the old legends. That had always been Skadi's expertise. She once spoke of how time stood still in Inengard. She believed it was our key to our people's immortality over just a lengthy lifespan. Every Titan who had ever travelled there, unable to awaken, was still very much alive, even after thousands of years. So perhaps it was possible for his creatures to have survived in Inengard for as long as they have. I had no choice but to take her word for it. She had travelled to Inengard many times and was considered an arch-sage, though her wild, carefree, barbarian spirit often concealed her wisdom. What would she think of me now? Her motto was always against making vows you can't keep, and I had sworn a vow to my beloved that was broken within the blink of an eye. I had failed to protect my family, and because of that, my children were gone, or worse. I sat in my office within the bowels of these halls, contemplating my next move. The chamber was large and dimly lit, its walls adorned with ancient tapestries and battle-worn weaponry. A massive wooden desk, engraved with intricate symbols and runes, dominated the room. The air was heavy with a mix of incense and the musty scent of old parchment. High above, the teal and gold banners emblazoned with the Yggdrasil insignia fluttered gently, reminding me of my duty. This was a job I didn't want, but I will be damned if I go down in history as the king who lost his empire within a month of his coronation. I will not be the precursor of my family's downfall. Vali entered the room, urgency painted across his face.
Your Majesty, King Falka has sent a messenger to see you. This could be concerning your children.
I knew what he was thinking. He wanted to make sure I would remain the calm king when I saw this messenger. Thank you, Vali. I don't need to be coached. I know to keep my cool. My heart ached at the thought of my sons being lost to me forever. It's breaking that news to Cal that worries me the most.
Understood, Your Majesty.
Vali nodded, bowing his head.
I will inform the messenger that you will meet with him shortly.
As he left, I clenched my fists. Gods, he was getting on my nerves. Is this what my father had to deal with? Vali and I strode down the hallway leading to the throne room. My muscles tensed involuntarily, preparing for the confrontation ahead. My eyes locked on King Falka's messenger as we entered the throne room. He was a tall, bald-headed man with a sneer that sent shivers down my spine. He wore Undvik's royal blue and red colours, emblazoned with the warhammer insignia that signified allegiance to that treacherous king. It took every ounce of my willpower not to end his miserable life right there and then.
King Thorsten.
The messenger greeted me with an oily smile as I ascended the steps to my throne. I sat down, my face an unreadable mask, and stared down at him. Speak, I commanded. What does Falka want?
King Falka demands you abdicate your claim to the Esmian throne if you wish to see your sons alive again.
My chest felt like it was being crushed in a vice, but I remained outwardly calm, even as I wanted to crush his smirking face into a pulp. The messenger continued, attempting to goad me further.
They are such lovely boys, so full of life and vigour. It would be a shame if anything were to happen to them.
Enough!
Very well. Falka has always admired your intellect, Thorsten. Your research into the Traveller's runes could usher our kind into a new era. He would prefer not to lose such a brilliant mind, which means returning your children to you safely. If you give up the Esmian throne, you can continue your work on the portals.
I couldn't help but laugh, contempt dripping from every syllable. You expect me to believe that Falca gives a damn about the portals? He's just an overgrown child throwing a tantrum because he feels slighted.
King Falca does care. He spared your assistant Svein for this very reason. Your research could rebind the plains as they were before Ragnarok, and with it, Undvik could rise again.
My laughter turned mocking at his words. Ah, so Falca wants to raid other planes and uplift his pathetic islands? I sneered. He started a war because King Bergelmir, my father, allegedly failed on his promise to help Undvik, and now Falca has ensured that such aid will never come.
Those are tough words. But as it stands, Undvik holds the upper hand. If you relinquish the throne, it would be the most favourable outcome for you. King Falca knows that being king is not what you desire.
Paint me a picture, I said, bile rising in my throat. Tell me what I stand to lose if I choose not to abdicate. I leaned forward on my throne, my eyes boring into the messenger. What exactly will I lose when I lose 2 demi-titan children born to a dwarven concubine? Tell King Falca he will have to do better than kidnapping 2 children to make me submit. I'm still young, and many titan nobles desire me. I have the means to make more heirs, and I will make sure I create an army of heirs who would love nothing more than to find Falca and rip out his patronizing tongue. The messenger's smirk never wavered.
King Falca was prepared for such resistance. He asks if this is your final word.
I could feel my grip tightening on the armrests of my throne, my knuckles turning white. No, it isn't, I spat, trying to keep my composure. This is something I will have to think about. But in the meantime, I would appreciate it if my youngest son's rash was tended to. He tends to have these horrible breakouts, and he was in the midst of one when he was taken. Born to a concubine or not, royal blood still flows through his veins, and I will not suffer his mistreatment regardless of the outcome of his life.
Of course,
the messenger replied, his voice infuriatingly calm.
We have been doing everything to care for the young masters. They've been applying oil to his rashes, and the doctors are caring for him.
Good, I growled. I will set you up in a room. You will be safe so long as you are under my wing. I will prepare a message to send to your king. The messenger bowed, and I turned to Vali, my anger boiling beneath the surface. Escort this man from the throne room, I ordered. He gestured to one of his men. As the guard led the messenger away, I allowed myself to lean back on my throne, my thoughts swirling like a storm. My love for Cal and our children warred with my duty to my people, and I knew that whatever choice I made would carry a heavy weight. Once the throne room was clear, and Vali and I were alone, I turned to him. Falca does not have my children.
Are you certain?
Vali asked, his brow furrowing. Positive. A wicked grin spread across my face. My son does not have a rash. Vali chuckled.
Clever. If Falca doesn't have the twins, then who does?
Whoever has my sons wanted Falca to know about it, I mused, the cogs in my mind already spinning. Falca is merely taking advantage of the situation. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Hugin and Munin, Cal's trusted little ravens. Honestly, I didn't know if he was using those names or not. But unless he tells me differently, I planned to stick to using the name of Odin's ravens. The dark avian creatures fluttered above us in the rafters. Were they watching me, or was Cal watching me? I shook the thought from my mind.
A handful of nobles departed the castle sometime last night. Minor ones.
Vali handed me a parchment with the names Asmund, Bjornulf, Gaiafin and Ingvar written on it. I scanned the list, my eyes narrowing as I recognized 2 of them, Gaiafin and Bjornulf. 2 of these nobles had trade deals with Undvik before the war. I want to know which other nobles here have had contact with them.
Consider it done.
Valley responded without hesitation. His loyalty seemed unwavering. I still disliked him for giving Cal the poison and putting the thought of travelling to Inengard in his mind. I would have gutted him like a fish that night had Tyr not stopped me. But he was loyal to his country above all else. That was value in itself. Whether my old friend still existed or not remained to be seen, and I was beginning to not care, so long as he did his job. Good. Keep me updated on what you find, I ordered. Valley nodded and left the throne room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The truth remained elusive. But if Thor and Loki had been taken by these nobles, then my chances of getting them back increased. Why did these nobles flee now? King Falca's nearest stronghold was days away, even by transport. It would take even longer, because they would have to travel through the Red Marshes to get there. Geirfinn was always a snivelling coward, and the Red Marshes teemed with Draugr. He would never risk such a journey without knowing for certain he would survive. I pulled up a hollow map of the keep and the surrounding area. We were just across the Red Marshes, far enough away to be within the safe zone. Why would Falca risk pretending he had my sons when he didn't? Unless Falca is closer than I think, he must have a camp in the Red Marshes. But such a thing is damn near impossible. It would be tantamount to suicide. I didn't want to do this, but I would have to ask Cal for help. His ravens, if they could survive Inengard, then perhaps they would survive the Red Marshes. I need them to track down the nobles who fled. If I'm right, that is where those bastards will be. But if I'm wrong, then I would be giving Cal false hope and signing my children's death as guaranteed. Chapter 19. Thorsten. Entering the royal chamber, I found Cal lying in bed, his eyes filled with worry and despair. Seeing him like this tore at my soul. I approached, my voice tender yet firm. Cal, we need to talk.
Is it about our boys?
He sat up, his black hair tousled from sleeping. By the gods, I felt so guilty. I hated seeing my love so distraught, but I had no choice. Yes, I admitted. I received a messenger from King Falca. He demands that I abdicate the throne in exchange for our sons' lives.
Then give it up!
Cal pleaded, desperation etched on his face.
If that's what it takes to save our children, Thorsten, please, give up the throne.
Cal, there is a chance that Falca will still hurt them even if I comply. All I would have done is shake everyone's trust in me.
Is your title more important than our sons' lives?
Are you truly asking me that? I snapped, getting heated, but I didn't want to yell at him. This was not the time for the two of us to be divided.
No, I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
Listen to me. King Falca does not have our sons. I am certain of it. I believe a group of minor nobles have them.
That doesn't make me feel better.
It's not meant to, my love. I'm here telling you this because I need your help. Cal straightened up in bed, ready to hear what I needed from him. I reached out to comfort him but stopped myself. What he needed was our sons back, not empty gestures of solace. I believe that the nobles who took our sons are travelling across the Red Marshes, and I have every reason to believe that they wouldn't do such a dangerous thing unless they had assurance that they would be safe. Falca also sent a messenger to us within a few days of the boys going missing. There is no way this messenger could have reached us as quickly as they did without crossing the Red Marshes. I believe Falca must have a camp nearby, where the nobles could be taking the boys. Cal gasped, and I could tell by the look in his eyes that he knew something.
The woman I met in Inengard said she was being held prisoner in the Red Marshes. Her name was Skadi.
Skadi? Shock coursed through me at the mention of my older sister's name. Are you sure?
Yes. She said she was being held in a fortress west of Belgier in the Red Marshes. Is that where our boys are?
Most likely. I want to borrow Hugin and Munin to scout the area.
Of course.
Cal agreed, calling to the ravens. They swooped down from the rafters before flying out the window,
They understand what to do.
Thank you, Cal. We'll find our sons and bring them home. I swear it. I stood up, feeling the world's weight on my shoulders. I sensed Cal had more to say, but I couldn't bear it. The embarrassment of failing in my vow to protect my family gnawed at me. I made my way to the door, pausing before I left our chambers. Cal, I said, my voice thick with emotion. I promise I will do everything I can to bring our boys home safely. And if they don't return, you won't see my face darken your door again. I left before he could reply, shutting the door behind me. The cold hallway wrapped its icy embrace around me as I headed toward my office. Upon reaching the room filled with maps and scrolls, I called a servant over. Fetch Vali, I ordered, and tell him to bring any military officer he trusts with his life. The servant nodded and hurried away to complete my command. I unrolled a map of the region, scanning the parchment as I traced the Red Marshes area. When Vali arrived with several officers, I pointed to the marked marshes. King Falca has a secret fortress in these Red Marshes, I told them, carefully watching their reactions. Vali raised an eyebrow, skeptical.
How is that possible? It's hard to build anything out there. The Draga will eat you alive if a sinkhole doesn't swallow you up.
Can't say I have that answer. But nonetheless, this is where those nobles are escaping to with my sons, and on a surprising note, it's also where Falca is holding Skadi.
Skadi? Are you sure of this?
Vali questioned, sounding almost hopeful. Skadi met Cal while he was in Inungard and told him her location, I explained, pointing to the west of Belgir on the map. It's in this region.
Finally, a breakthrough. If Skadi still has control of her mercenaries, this could turn the tide in our favor.
Cal. Hours passed, and I paced the room restlessly, waiting for Hugin and Moonin to return. The moment they finally swooped in through the window, I sighed with relief. They perched on my shoulders, and I closed my eyes to see through theirs. The sky above the red marshes was a fiery blaze, casting an eerie blood-red hue on the wetlands below. The marshes stretched out as far as my raven eyes could see, tangled with thick, twisted vines that seemed to writhe like serpents. Pools of murky water bubbled and belched foul-smelling gas, while shadowy figures lurked in the depths, draugrs stalking their next meal. As one of the ravens soared closer to the ground, I spotted old, crumbling, half-sunken ruins amid the treacherous terrain. I couldn't be sure if it was the fortress we sought, but something caught my eye then. My heart skipped a beat as I saw Thor among the soldiers at the ruins, laughing and seemingly having a good time. I was beyond relieved to see him, but worry still gnawed at my gut. Where was Loki? I wasted no time rushing to Thorsten's office. Soldiers filled the room, monitoring scouts and communicating via radio, the atmosphere full of chaos and urgency. Spotting Thorsten, I made my way to him, breathless.
Cal, have you heard word back from your ravens?
I saw Thor, I blurted out, unable to contain my excitement. Thorsten quickly pulled me aside into a private room. He looked concerned. That wasn't a good sign.
Tell me everything.
I recounted what I saw, the half-sunken ruins, Thor among a group of soldiers, looking unharmed. Thorsten questioned if they were Undvik soldiers, but I couldn't say. They wore different types of clothing and armor, but nothing clearly identified them. Thorsten pulled out a map, asking me to pinpoint the location.
Scouts reported tracks in that same area. It could be Skadi's merc band.
I felt relieved, but worry still gnawed at me. I admitted I hadn't seen Loki, but perhaps he was inside the ruins. Thorsten reassured me to embrace the good news and promised to make contact personally. I demanded to go too, but Thorsten refused, unwilling to risk my life. Though I didn't like it, I didn't argue. Returning to the royal chambers where Sina waited, she asked if the news was good. I told her about seeing Thor alive and well, but wanting to send the ravens out with Thorsten. She questioned what I planned to do, and I admitted I'd only seen through Hugin and Moonin's eyes when they returned, never while they were away.
That would be amazing if you can do that,
Sina encouraged. After eating and drinking, the ravens perched on my shoulders, and I apologized for sending them out again so soon. They took flight, and as they disappeared into the distance, I took a deep breath, lay down in bed, and asked Sina to let no one disturb me. She bowed respectfully, leaving me to concentrate.
Chapter 20. Thorsten. I sat inside the transport vehicle, waiting for the last of Vali's squad to enter. These soldiers were a rough group of men and women eager for battle, handpicked by Vali himself for this mission. He claimed to trust them with his life, and I had no choice but to take him at his word, since I hadn't met any of them before. Many came from humbler backgrounds than me, and I never mingled much with the common folk. Though times were different, I was now a new man thanks to my experiences in the human realm, and my falling in love with Cal. It was challenging to go back to judging others based on their social status. However, none of them were aware of this. To them my status was clear, and they were acutely aware of how to behave in my presence. I was royalty. More than that, I was their king. Some of them shifted in their seats and stole brief glances my way. I wondered if I should say or do something to ease their minds, but right now, I wasn't in much of a mood to assuage anyone else but Cal's fears. I had no time for anyone else, not even myself. Perhaps when this was all over, I would take the time to get to know these soldiers. But now wasn't that time. As we set off, I tried to relax, but my mind raced with uncertainty about whether my children would still be alive when we reached the half-sunken ruins in the Red Marshes. Cal's report of the soldiers being clad in various colours and lacking identifying flags or banners suggested they could be mercenaries. If I were lucky, they could belong to Skadi. In the worst-case scenario, they were Undvik soldiers, hiding in plain clothes. If these were indeed King Falca's soldiers, I vowed to kill every one of them to save my family. Since Thor was spotted alive, the chances of both boys still being alive by the time we reached the ruins were high. But for Skadi, it had been days since Cal last spoke to her. Who knows what could have happened between then and now? I hoped it wasn't too late to save her. If she weren't inside those ruins, then I planned to have the enemy survivors interrogated until her whereabouts were revealed. I took in a deep breath. One thing at a time, damn it. I scolded myself. I had to take this step by step out of fear that I would trip over myself. Right now, I needed to focus on what was assured. That's saving Thor's life and making up for my failure to keep my son safe.
We're entering the Red Marshes. Stay vigilant for signs of Draugrs.
The foreboding landscape stretched out before us, a twisted expanse of crimson soil and murky water that seemed to bleed into one another. The air was heavy and oppressive, carrying a sickly, sweet stench that clung to the back of my throat. Breathing it in felt like inhaling the very essence of decay. The Red Marshes earned their name from the rust-coloured minerals that tinted the soil and water a deep, bloody hue. By the gods, I muttered with an involuntary shiver, unable to shake the feeling that we were venturing into the maw of some monstrous beast, its blood-red innards waiting to swallow us whole. As we rolled deeper into the marshes, our transport vehicle suddenly lurched to a halt, jolting me from my thoughts. It seemed our journey would not be as straightforward as I had hoped.
Soldiers!
Vali hissed, peering out the window.
But they seem to belong to Falca.
I squinted through the glass, seeing heavily armed warriors emerging from their hiding spots among the twisted trees and murky waters. Draw your weapons, but quietly, I ordered. I was on edge, but couldn't afford to show any weakness now.
Your Majesty, don't get out. Let me handle this.
I ignored him and stepped out of the vehicle, raising my hands to show I was unarmed. Be prepared to fight if we have to, I said over my shoulder, hoping that it wouldn't come to that. The tension was intense, and a thick cloud of dread hung in the air as more soldiers emerged from the shadows. Then, a large man emerged from the group, his face adorned with intricate tattoos of flowing flowers. He approached cautiously until his jaw slackened in surprise upon seeing me.
By Ymir's braid, you're Thorsten, ain't you?
His demeanour was unexpectedly friendly, which threw me off. I eyed him warily, taking in his imposing frame. A true Titan male with bulging muscles, his long white hair streaked with purple from the poisonous pokeberry. Despite his friendly tone, I remained on guard. "Who are you?" I demanded. I'll be damned if I showed an ounce of fear.
Name's Gunner. Second in command of the Spectral Raiders.
I could hardly believe my ears. The Spectral Raiders were Skadi's mercenary band. I remembered Gunner now. He was the man I had seen greeting my sister just before I crossed the portal into the human realm. I felt a wave of relief flooding over me, and I gestured for Vali and the rest of the group to lower their weapons. Seems we have much to discuss.
Indeed we do. Follow me and we will escort you safely to our camp.
Wait, is my sister there? And 2 children? Do you have 2 children there? He chuckled slightly.
So, the lil brave bugger belongs to your camp, huh? We found him wandering the marshes alone, about to take on 3 Draugrs with nothing but a dagger. Talk about balls of steel, ha!
Alone? Time stood still.
Yes, he spoke of needing to rescue his brother. I'll take you to him.
Lead the way. Gunner gestured for his men to lower their weapons and regroup, then turned to lead us through the treacherous marshes. I couldn't wait to hold my boy in my arms again. But what of Loki? Was he still a captive of the nobles, or... I didn't want to think of the alternative. I followed Gunner and his raiders. The half-sunken ruins of an ancient civilization loomed before us, their decaying stone structures draped in ghostly moss, creating an eerie atmosphere. I could only imagine how desperate these warriors must have been to seek refuge here, but their determination was admirable. We parked our transport vehicles in a hidden location nearby, shrouded by twisted trees and dense foliage. Stepping out, the damp air clung to my skin, and the muck underfoot threatened to swallow my boots whole. The scent of decay hung thick, making it difficult to breathe.
Welcome to our humble abode,
Gunner said, leading us into the sunken ruins. The darkness swallowed us whole, and I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. Inside, the air was heavy with moisture, and the sound of dripping water echoed through the crumbling halls. The walls were slick with algae, and every step I took seemed to stir up centuries of stagnant dust. My stomach churned at the thought of Skadi being trapped in such a place for weeks on end.
Sorry about the mess. We've been stuck here in these wetlands for weeks now, running low on supplies and food, but we won't give up on saving Skadi.
I was relieved to know my sister still lived. She managed to get word outside of her whereabouts.
Skadi was always resourceful indeed.
Was that a hint of admiration I detected? We proceeded through the darkness. Eventually, Gunner halted in front of a weathered wooden door and pushed it open, revealing my son, Thor, hunched over a small table, diligently sharpening his dagger.
Father!
His silver eyes lighting up as he saw me. He dropped the dagger and ran into my arms, and I hoisted him up into a bear hug. My boy, my heir, was safe in my embrace. I smelled his soft hair to solidify that this moment was real. Tell me what happened, I urged gently.
Some bad men came into our room in the middle of the night. I cut myself free with a dagger and tried to free Loki when they caught me. The men tried to stop me and I jumped out of the window. Dad, I left Loki behind.
Tears filled his eyes as he apologized for abandoning his brother.
I can still hear him crying for me.
Sometimes I forget you're just a child, I murmured, hugging him tight. He was always the stoic one. He insisted on calling me father over papa or dad, but now... I'm here, son. It's not your fault. You did right by escaping. Don't regret what you've done.
We have to save Loki.
Of course we will, I reassured him. But you'll be going to the keep first. Your father is worried sick. Disappointment flickered across his face, but he nodded.
Yes, father.
Vali, arrange an escort to send Thor back to the keep.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Gunner's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of my new title, and he quickly knelt.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, I did not know.
Stand, I commanded. We are past formalities. Tell me about the fortress where Skadi and my son may be held.
Of course.
He rose to his feet and led me to a makeshift meeting room, where pictures of a formidable castle adorned the walls, along with potential routes to reach it.
This is Trelleborg Castle. Built before Ragnarok, it has somehow survived out here in the wetlands. The spectral raiders have spent weeks trying to infiltrate it to rescue Skadi. We've just devised a new plan, but our supplies are running low. We were afraid our rescue attempt would turn into a last stand.
Nobody will make a last stand if I can help it. Gunnar smiled broadly.
That's what I like to hear.
Chapter 21. Thorsten.
I arranged for an escort to take Thor back to Hrungnir Keep,
Vali stated just before we began our meeting. Good, I replied. The sooner my son was safe within the stronghold, the better. Cal would be overjoyed to see him again, and that thought brought a smile to my lips, even in these dark times. Tell me your plan. I turned to Gunnar, leaning closer to examine the pictures of Trelleborg Castle spread across the table before us. It looked impenetrable, but I knew better than underestimating the spectral raiders. Skadi was always a hard ass, and I knew she wouldn't have bothered keeping a single merc on her team if they were worthless. Gunnar took a deep breath, his eyes flickering between Vali and me.
Our spies have infiltrated the castle and discovered that Skadi is being held in the eastern dungeons. Very difficult to reach, but not impossible. They also brought back some good news. King Falka himself is inside.
King Falka? I repeated, my eyes widening in astonishment as I struggled to process the unexpected information.
It makes sense. This Trelleborg Castle is the closest stronghold to Hrungnir. Perhaps he's planning to attack us any day now.
I wouldn't be so sure of that. Our spies reported other good news besides that. The castle is operating off of a skeleton troop. Undvik is in total disarray. The people didn't support his invasion plans and wanted him brought to trial, and more than half of his military force abandoned him.
You're kidding? I asked in total disbelief.
I do not know what that means.
It's fine, I said, letting out a laugh.
So Falka is truly a king without a country. This news is better than we could have ever anticipated.
True. However, he still has enough soldiers in that castle to make a full-on assault by the spectral raiders impossible, which is why I'm so damned happy to see you.
This news changed everything. Falka had been abandoned by his people, and he had nothing to return home to. It should be easy to root him out and kill him, but this was also a double-edged sword. He was a man with nothing to lose. If we could capture or kill Falka, we might be able to end the war once and for all.
Indeed. Originally, we planned to focus solely on rescuing Skadi, then mount an attack later on to go after Falka once we found Radagurn. But now that you're here, Your Majesty, and with the possibility of a larger army at your command, we believe we can do both.
What's the plan you have in mind?
An infiltration team will enter Trelleborg Castle through the hidden entrance our spies discovered.
Gunnar pointed to a small tunnel marked on a map of the castle grounds.
It leads directly into the dungeons where Skadi is held. We'll use the cover of night to our advantage.
I see. And we'll launch a frontal assault on the castle itself.
Exactly. The infiltration team will rescue Skadi and your boy while you engage Falka's forces. With his attention diverted, we can take him out.
I carefully studied the detailed plans laid out before me. The idea of ending this war now rather than dragging it out for years was a dream that I could soon make a reality. I could be making arrangements to hand over my crown within the week, and Cal, his father, and the boys could live peacefully at my castle with me. However, I had to be careful not to let my desire to walk away cause me to make a terrible mistake. Very well, I agreed. We'll move forward with this plan. I'll need to send word for my army to march here, but it must be done without fuss. If his army is small, they stand a better chance of escaping the castle before we get there.
Not much you can do to hide a sizable army. Our best chance may just be to strike the moment our troops arrive. Don't give the bastards time to run away.
I nodded. Vali, send word to Hrungnir.
May the gods grant us victory.
Gunnar, Prepare your infiltration team. You'll have all the supplies you request.
Of course, Your Majesty, we won't let you down.
I turned to Vali. Make sure they get everything they need to succeed.
Consider it done.
Good. We don't have much time.
Cal. I couldn't sleep, feeling incredibly restless. Through the eyes of my ravens, Hugin and Moonin, I observed one of the transport vehicles arriving back at Rungnir Keep. My heart leaped with joy, as I knew it was Thor being safely escorted back to me. My ravens had been keeping watch over the sunken ruins where Thorsten had encountered the mysterious soldiers who turned out to be Skadi's mercenaries. I could see through their eyes that Thor was alive and well, but there was no sign of Loki, which was driving me crazy. I overheard the conversations between Thor and Thorsten, along with Gunnar, the man who seemed to be Skadi's second-in-command. Loki was most likely at Trelleborg Castle by now, being held hostage by King Falka himself. The thought made my blood boil, but I knew Thorsten was doing everything he could to bring our son home. Just as the ravens flew into the window, I shot awake, adrenaline coursing through me. I couldn't wait another second. I needed to see Thor. I rushed out of the royal chambers and to the front hall, but the guards wouldn't permit me to go outside to the vehicle Thor was arriving in. My chest tightened with frustration. "Get the hell out of my way!" I snapped. Before they could react, I slipped past the guard and sprinted to the vehicle outside the keep. As Thor stepped out, I wrapped my arms around him, holding him close as if he might disappear again. Thor cried, telling me everything about the night he and Loki were kidnapped and how he couldn't save his younger brother. I ached for him, but I soothed his tears and assured him everything would be all right. We were together again, and we'd get Loki back too. "Come on, let's get you inside," I said, guiding Thor back to the royal chambers. I didn't take him to the kid's bedroom, but to the room I shared with Thorsten. Several guards were placed outside to keep us safe. Sina was there, smiling as she saw Thor alive and well. I'm happy he's back. But I won't rest until both of my sons are returned to me safely.
Have faith in Thorsten. He'll make sure Loki comes home safely.
I know, I whispered, watching as Thor finally drifted off to sleep. I softly stroked his cheek, feeling a bit of rumbling downstairs. I asked Sina what was happening, and she told me the troops were marching out. I got out of bed and headed to the window. I saw the troops marching out along with some military transport vehicles. My stomach twisted with worry for Thorsten and Loki. I knew how scared Loki probably was right now, and it tore me apart. I'd never been religious, but I found myself saying a silent prayer into the void, to the cosmos, to anything that would listen, as long as Thorsten and Loki were returned to me safely. Hugin and Munin flew down from the high rafters of the royal chambers as if they could understand my will. I apologized to them for the burden I was placing on them and sent them out again, hoping they could help Thorsten and Loki in any way possible. If there was anything I could do, no matter how little, to turn the tide in their favor, then I wanted to do that.
Chapter 22. Thorsten. The shadows swallowed Trelleborg Castle, its crumbling battlements barely visible against the starless night sky. Not a single light burned within those decaying walls. Not a sound disturbed the deathly stillness that had settled over the ancient fortress. I couldn't believe a structure such as this survived Ragnarok and could stand tall on the unsteady grounds of the wetlands. The place was crumbling, no doubt about that, but not sunken like the ruins Skadi's mercs resided in. We waited, tense and silent, obscured by the dense foliage that choked the marshes. The only light came from the moon hanging overhead, its wan glow casting our faces in shades of silver and shadow. My muscles were taut, and I had to use every ounce of my willpower not to tap my foot nervously as I waited. I was ready to act at the first sign of the flare that would signal that the infiltration team was in position. Beside me, Vali shifted restlessly, his dark eyes scanning the castle for any sign of movement. I knew he yearned to storm those gates, to feel the satisfying crunch of bones giving way beneath his blade. But the timing was everything tonight. Without warning, a crimson starburst lit up the sky. The flare, the adrenaline pumped in my veins. This was it. As one, we surged forward, our footfalls muffled by the soft marsh earth. The acrid stench of smoke filled my nostrils as Vali ordered the rune bombers in place before giving the order to ignite the first bomb. The bombers carried the large balls, the glowing blue lettering Freur etched across its round body. It was a frost bomb and one strong enough to freeze the castle doors to the point of shattering its thick wood to splinters. Fire would have been easier but also deadly, as the marshes here were known for their plumes of igniting gases. A muffled explosion filled the air, nearly knocking me off my feet as stones and splintered wood rained down from the imploding entrance. We charged into the chaos, blades slick with blood and gore as we cut through the dazed and wounded defenders. This almost felt too easy. Something was wrong, but until I knew what it was, we had no choice but to press on. I carved my way deeper into the belly of the keep before ordering my soldiers to spread out and capture any soldier surrendering and kill all those who weren't. "To the Great Hall!" That was surely where the snake Falca lurked. We had to draw him out. The clash and clamour of battle rang in my ears as we forced our way there. Steel sang as it met steel, the guttural shouts of the Undvik soldiers mingling with the death rattles of the fallen. The air was choked with smoke and the coppery tang of spilled blood. Another implosion rocked the foundations as the bombers detonated a second frost bomb somewhere in the distance. Dust and debris rained down. We were getting close now. The grand doors of the great hall loomed before us. With a savage kick, I burst through, eyes wild for any sign of my quarry. There. I glimpsed him for an instant. Then he was gone, scurrying away like the rat he was. I started to give chase when a hulking brute blocked my path. Lips peeled back in a ferocious war cry as he charged, spiked mace held high. I dodged the blow, feeling the wind ruffle my hair. My sword tore through leather and into flesh, bringing down the warrior. No time to lose. I pushed all thoughts of wanting to find Loki aside. His fate and that of my sisters was entrusted to Gunnar. I raced after Falca down a shadowy stairwell, the rough-hewn steps treacherous beneath my feet. Somewhere above, I heard the ringing clash of steel fade as I descended into the bowels of the keep. The fetid reek of mould and mildew filled my nose along with something else. Gas. Shit. Did he rig this area with explosive gases? He must be insane to run down here. Water dripped from warped timbers. The only sound now was my own strained breathing. A muffled impact was followed by a sudden, intense pain shooting through my head. I stumbled, crashing to my hands and knees as my vision blurred. Hot blood, black as tar in the gloom, dripped from my temple. Blinking through the haze of pain, I saw the outline of my attacker, one of Falca's loyalists. That cowardly bastard Gaiafin had struck me with something.
"I'm sorry, but you have to die."
He approached me while I still nursed my wound.
"It's nothing personal. I can't go bankrupt and my family relies on our trade with Undvik. You know this."
"You betrayed your country and king over some trade deals," I spat, the blood stinging. "I will kill you, Gaiafin, you whore." I rolled away just as he brought the weapon down again, the force of the blow splintering the stairs where I had knelt seconds before. I spat a curse and surged upwards, driving my blade through leather and between the bastard's ribs. Through the blood haze, Gaiafin coughed up his insides and let out a bubbling gasp, then collapsed in a heap. Nausea roiled in my stomach at the sight of the corpse. I could smell voided bowels and see the whites of his eyes as the light faded. Bile burned my throat, and I felt lightheaded and sick. Not really from the viscera, but from fatigue. The stale air thickened as I ventured deeper, cobwebs brushing my face like grasping fingers. My boot struck something brittle and hollow, bones scattered across the uneven floor. I found an old rag to wipe at the blood in my eyes, but it only helped me marginally. "Vali," I whispered into the radio attached to my hip. "I need backup. I'm on Falca's trail." I said before explaining to him where I was and how I got there. Naturally, I ignored his warnings to stay where I was. Falca could be leading me directly into a trap, but this was also his chance to escape. and if he knew where the rest of my missing family was, walking into a trap was a risk I had to take. I wiped away more fresh blood and continued, this time more cautiously than before. The silence was as suffocating as the smell of this place. Each step was treacherous, my skull still throbbing from Gaiafin's attack. A noise. The scrape of a boot on stone. I froze, peering into the oppressive gloom, watching for any twitch of movement. Along the far wall, a hulking silhouette slipped through a doorway. Falca. I stalked after him on silent feet, all senses straining, the reptile part of my brain screaming trap. The door led into an ancient library. The knowledge hoarded here was now rotting away on moulding shelves. Moonlight sliced through rents in the ceiling, casting spectral beams through the swirling dust. Still, there was no sign of my foe. The stench of gas hung thick in the air. Falca must have rigged this place. One spark could blow it all to Helheim. A flash of movement. Falca burst from the shadows, dagger glinting as it sliced toward my throat. I twisted away, my sword coming up to parry the next strike. The force of the blow jarred my teeth. My head screamed in protest. My reactions were slowed by blood loss and fatigue. I could not best him like this. I backpedaled, dodging his frenzied attacks, desperately scanning my surroundings for anything to gain the advantage. There, a broken chair lying nearby. I dove and grabbed a leg, whirling as Falca rushed me. I smashed the makeshift club across his face. Cartilage crunched wetly. Pressing my waning advantage, I closed in. We crashed into shelves, exchanging blows amidst the hail of ancient pages. I gasped for breath, the tainted air searing my lungs. A lucky blow sent Falca's dagger skittering away. Before he could recover it, I seized him by the throat and slammed him against a bookcase. My fingers squeezed, tightening inexorably. His pale eyes bulged, thrashing weakly. "Surrender, snake," I hissed through gritted teeth, "and I may let you live." Mad laughter wheezed from his crushed windpipe.
Go on and do it, and your worthless father will die a slow and agonizing death, which is no less than what he deserves.
Before I could respond, Varley burst into the room.
"Thorsten, we found Skadi. She's alive."
Relief washed over me like a comforting wave, only to be swiftly replaced by a sense of dread as I heard his next words.
"But there's no sign of Loki yet."
I whirled on Falca, my fingers digging into his throat. "Where is my son?" That loathsome grin never left Falca's face.
I'll tell you, but first, you must let me go. Unhand me, and you'll have the boy before sunrise.
I wanted nothing more than to crush the life from him. But Loki's safety came first. With a disgusted noise, I flung Falca away from me. He collapsed to the floor, wheezing and massaging his abused throat. "Talk," I spat. "Where is my son?" Falca's mocking laughter echoed through the room.
I hid him well, in a place only I can access, but I will only lead you there if you guarantee my freedom.
His pale eyes glinted with malice. I expected an imposing king, not the dishevelled wreck I saw before me. His black and grey hair was wild and filthy, and his beard, something Uddenvik Titans treasured, was an unkempt, matted nightmare.
Tell your men to leave now, and I vow your son will see another sunrise.
My hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. How I longed to beat that smug look off his face, to feel his bones crack and lifeblood spill. But the desperate sound of Loki crying out in the distance somewhere in this castle stayed my hand.
Your haste to save your son could be the very thing that kills him.
At that moment, I hated Falca more fiercely than I thought possible. To make a father choose between vengeance and his own flesh and blood, it was monstrous. "Damn you!" I spat. I tore my gaze from him, allowing him to leave. Falca's mocking laughter drifted as he attempted to run out of the room. Skadi cut him off before I knew it, dagger in hand and charging for Falca. "Wait!" I called out, but it was too late. One jab of the blade into Falca's eye and brain was all it took. He didn't have time for a death rattle. He crumpled to the floor, dead.
Bastard!
Skadi spat on his corpse. What have you done?
What are you talking about? I killed the evil wannabe tyrant.
I was letting him go.
What? Why?
My son is trapped somewhere in this area of the castle. There's igniting gas everywhere.
And you believed he would just return him? Don't be naive, brother. I heard he pulled this same game with father when he first attacked. We will find your son without him.
Vali, leave no room unsearched, but be careful. He may have set a trap for us, I ordered.
Yes, Your Majesty.
He bowed slightly and ran off in the direction of Loki's cries. I turned to Skadi, who smiled, looking up at the ceiling of the room. Her braided silver hair was filthy, but other than that, and the new scar across her cheek, she was the same sister I left centuries ago to explore a new realm. I suddenly felt like the younger brother again. I wanted to reach out and hug her, but now wasn't the time. I followed her gaze to the ravens perched above. Cal's ravens. I knew it without a doubt. Hugin and Munin, I called out to them. Cal, do you know where to find Loki?
Whoa, you're familiar with these ravens. So that lover of yours actually did take them with him? Or more like they took a chance and escaped Inangard with him?
It would seem so, I breathed. My eyes were unable to tear away from the ravens as they flew out the door. I followed behind, along with Skadi. Guided by the ravens, we desperately searched until we came across a hidden door. Loki's weak cries were closer than ever, and they were coming from within. But as I stepped closer, the noxious scent of leaking gas met my nose. The lock sealing the door was rigged to containers of the deadly vapor. Loki would suffocate before we could reach him. In that moment of despair, Vali and Gunnar arrived. Loki's trapped inside, I cried out hoarsely. The gas will kill him. Gunnar's eyes narrowed as he examined the deadly setup.
I can pick the locks open, but it'll take time. The gas may overtake the boy before I can get inside.
We had no other choice. Do it! Hurry! Nodding, Gunnar pulled out his tools and began working, his brow beaded with sweat, fingers flying over the intricate mechanism. The minutes crawled by at an agonizing pace. Loki's weakening cries drove spikes of fear into my soul. I paced helplessly, straining to hear any sign that he had yet lived.
Almost there,
Gunnar muttered through gritted teeth, but then Loki's cries went silent. No! I roared, slamming my fists against the unyielding door. The lock clicked open, but we were too late. I charged inside, the stench of gas burning my throat. Loki lay still on the floor, his skin tinged blue. Scooping up his limp body, I hurried back out into the hallway. Gunnar moved swiftly to disable the gas as I laid Loki down. Loki, wake up, I pleaded, beginning chest compressions, willing him to take a breath. Skadi stood by, her face etched with worry. Still, my son did not stir. Sobs racked my body as I pumped his chest. I would not lose him. Loki jerked and coughed weakly after agonizing moments that felt like an eternity. Relief hit me like a tidal wave. Gathering him close, I wept, thanking the gods for this miracle. Loki was alive. My child was safe. For now, nothing else mattered.
Chapter 23. Cal. I paced the royal chambers, my emotions all over the place and the darkest parts of my mind feeding me nothing but all of the horrible things that may have gone wrong. The last thing I saw through Hugin and Munin's eyes was Thorsten giving CPR to Loki, desperately trying to save him. I tried to hold on to the connection, but my overwhelming fear and grief had snapped it.
Your Highness, please try to calm down.
Sina pleaded, her voice soft and tinged with worry. Fuck calm. My son is out there and I can't do anything. Sina fell silent, thinking it better not to argue with me. Hugin and Munin returned to the keep, but even their presence couldn't reconnect me to them. Had I lost their gift, or maybe they decided to stop helping me? Whatever the reason, the not knowing was tearing me apart. Hours passed, and I eventually collapsed onto the bed, my tears soaking the pillow. Thor lay beside me, his white hair soft beneath my fingers. He was safe, but I couldn't shake the fear for Loki. Sina burst into the room, her face alight with urgency.
King Thorsten and Prince Loki have arrived safely.
What? Are you serious? I leapt out of bed, raced down the hallway, and nearly tripped down the stone stairs. Reaching the castle's front hall, I watched Thorsten rush in, cradling Loki in his arms. My body seized when I saw Loki's limp form. No, please, it can't be. He can't be.
Cal. Loki is alive, but he needs medical attention.
I ran after Thorsten, my legs struggling to keep up with his long strides. The cold stone floor of Hrungnir Keep echoed our hurried footsteps. I didn't care about anything else until we got Loki to the infirmary in time. We burst into the infirmary, and the doctors immediately went to work on Loki, taking him from Thorsten's arms and laying him on a bed. They assessed his condition, their faces grim. My heart raced, my breaths coming out in short gasps. Please, save him, I whispered, silently praying to any god who would listen. Thorsten stood back, allowing the doctors to work. I hooked my arm around his waist, needing his support more than ever. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders, holding me close.
Cal, have faith in our healers.
Time seemed to crawl by at a snail's pace. Finally, after what felt like an eternity and a day, the doctor approached us.
Your Majesty, your son will be fine. Loki is responding well to our medicine and treatments. We can begin to detox the poison from his system, but he will need plenty of rest, and it may take some time before his lungs return to full strength.
Oh my gods, thank you. Tears streamed down my face. I hugged Thorsten tightly, burying my face in his broad chest.
Everything will be fine, Cal. The war is over. Falka is dead, and our sons are safe. I'm sorry I couldn't keep them safe. I broke my vow and will always feel ashamed for it.
Stop blaming yourself. You didn't fail me or our sons. You're our hero. I couldn't ask for a better mate, and our sons couldn't ask for a better father. We love you. Thorsten smiled softly and tenderly kissed my hand. He was alive, and so was I, and our sons were alive and going to be okay. Was it really over? It was hard to believe it. Adrenaline was still running through my veins, and now I was shaking as I came down from the heightened tension. Just then, Dad entered the infirmary, his face etched with worry.
Is Loki okay?
Dad, I said, wiping my tears away. Loki's going to be fine.
Well, that's wonderful news.
He chuckled and let out a long sigh. A few days later, Loki was released from the infirmary. I sat in the children's room of the royal chambers, watching over Thor and Loki as they played with their Titan friends Janus and Magnus. "Be careful, Loki!" I called out as he coughed slightly, still recovering. He grinned at me, clutching Sparkle while chatting animatedly with Magnus.
Cal, relax.
Thorsten chuckled, resting a hand on my shoulder.
Our sons are safe now.
I know, I just can't help it. Thorsten took my hand, lifting me from my chair. What are you doing? I grinned.
You'll only make them resent you by hovering over them like this. The boys are fine. The other traitor nobles who took part in the kidnapping are in my dungeon awaiting execution.
You're right. My dad never hovered over me like this. I shouldn't do it to them. I sighed. I just don't know what else to do with myself.
Well, I know one thing we can do while the kids are busy.
I laughed when I noticed the mischievous gleam in his eyes. He guided me to our bedroom, my cock already straining against my underwear as he pulled me close to him. Chapter 24. Cal. The air was thick with anticipation as everyone in Hrungnir Keep bustled about, loading trucks with supplies and stripping the keep bare except for the furniture. With Falka dead, Thorsten, Skadi, and Ruttergern focused their efforts on reuniting their family and finding any members who may have been killed. Thorsten had sent word to Elivagar Castle, where his older sisters Helga and Astrid remained with Radorgern's children, and to Uppsala Högar, where Eldgrim and Stig were on some religious pilgrimage, informing them of the war's end and the plan to meet at the royal palace in Thiankalora, which, from what I heard, was the heart of the Esmian royal family, and where Thorsten and his siblings grew up. Most nobles had left Hrungnir Keep, heading back to their homes either within Thyan Kaelora city or the countryside. Walking through one of the keep's brighter hallways with Sina, I noticed Scotty waving me over. It had been a while since I'd seen her, since she had been saved from the Red Marshes.
Heya!
Scotty greeted me with a bear hug that nearly crushed my smaller frame. I chuckled despite the discomfort. I can't breathe, I gasped.
Sorry.
She released me, grinning widely.
It's just good to see you again. I wasn't sure if we'd ever get the chance to meet in person properly.
I was worried about the same thing, I replied, rubbing my sore ribs. I saw you around the keep a few times, but you always seemed busy.
Ah, yeah. It sucks being so busy, especially when it's about trying to find out if any of your family members perished.
Scotty's smile faded slightly, but her eyes still held that wild glint. Everyone will be found safely, I said, hoping for the best.
Your lips to Ymir's ears. By the way, I wanted to thank you for saving me from that hellhole in the Red Marshes. I didn't know if you heard me when I tried to tell you my location.
It's the least I could do after you saved me by helping me escape Innengard, I responded sincerely. I'm just happy to return the favor and finally meet you properly.
Likewise. You're a good man, and Thorsten's damn lucky to have you.
She clapped a hand on my shoulder with enough force to make me stumble. As I regained my balance, Scotty's face turned serious.
So how are you faring in our world, little Odin? Got any plans to return to Midgard?
I hesitated, unsure of what to say. I don't know, to be honest. Now that the war is over, I want to see more of this world. I want to visit Thorsten's home. The twins seem to love it here. They actually have friends they can play with now.
Please stay in Utangard. I'm an auntie again, and I look forward to training that little Spitfire Thor.
I hope we will stay, I said, touched by her enthusiasm.
Fuck yeah. If anyone gives you or the kids any problems, just send those ravens to me, and I'll be at your side to whack them upside the head. You'll always have a friend and protector in me.
I was overwhelmed, never having real friends in the human world. Jackson was a friend to a certain extent, but he wanted more from me than I could give. Before falling in love with Thorsten, I was so lonely in my own way. I barely had any friends, and my only family was my dad. Now I had my dad, Thorsten, and my 2 children, and now I had Scotty, and hopefully Radorgern and his family. I hope the rest of Thorsten's family was as nice as Scotty. So far, she was my favorite. Thank you, Scotty. I managed to choke out.
Found you.
Thorsten approached, a playful smirk on his lips.
I hope Skadi isn't giving you too hard of a time.
Of course not. As a matter of fact, I just pledged to protect him and the kids.
You can do a better job of that by becoming queen so I can be free to focus on protecting my family.
Ugh, no.
Scotty wrinkled her nose, clearly disgusted by the idea.
I don't want to be a queen. Freedom is my life.
Thorsten, are you really willing to give up being king? I asked cautiously. He nodded, his silver eyes serious.
Yes. I said I'd remain king until the war ends. It's over, and I'm ready to give it up and go home.
Give the crown back to Radogern, then,
Scotty suggested, rolling her eyes.
He loves responsibilities.
True. But he's feeling self-conscious since getting his sword arm severed.
His grin turned mischievous as he added,
Maybe I should just toss the crown on Radogern's head and run.
Ha!
Scotty barked out a laugh, and I couldn't help but join in. Chapter 25. Cal. The sun hung low on the horizon, not quite ready to surrender the skies to nightfall. I stood on the ramparts of Hrungnir Keep, watching the last transport vehicles being loaded with supplies. Excitement mingled with nervous anticipation in the pit of my stomach. This would be my first time attempting to live here in the Titan world. In the distance, the snow-capped peaks of the Glinton Mountains framed the landscape, their icy caps glowing golden in the waning daylight. Bustling activity filled the courtyard below as servants rushed to and fro, making final preparations to depart the fortress that had sheltered us for the past several weeks. A soft flutter of wings announced the arrival of Hugin and Moonin as they alighted on my shoulders, one of their favorite perches. Reaching up, I gently stroked their glossy feathers. "Ready for an adventure, boys?" I asked. Moonin playfully nipped at my ear in response, eliciting a chuckle. Despite our sometimes strained connection as of late, I appreciated their continued loyalty. Who knows, maybe they even liked me in their own strange way. Even without the psychic link, they seemed drawn to me as much as I was to them. The sight of Thorsten exiting the keep had butterflies stirring in my stomach. Gods, my man cut an impressive figure. His broad shoulders and proud bearing commanded respect with no effort at all. Even after seeing him almost daily for months now, he could still make my heart race with nothing more than a glance. Our eyes met across the distance, and the shy smile he gave me made him look years younger. I gave him a little wave before taking my leave from the ravens and going down to meet him. His large, calloused hand enveloped mine, sending waves of comforting warmth through my body from his touch.
Are you ready for our new life together?
As ready as I'll ever be, I replied. In truth, anticipation and nerves still warred within me, but having Thorsten by my side gave me courage. Behind Thorsten, Scotty sauntered up to us, her wild mane of silver-white hair flowing freely down her back. She greeted me with her usual crushing bear hug, forcing the air from my lungs. No matter how often she did that, I never got used to it. I was starting to think she enjoyed giving me these bear hugs.
"Are you pumped or what?"
Scotty crowed, practically vibrating with excitement.
"This is gonna be epic! Just wait till you see the city. I think you're really gonna love it there."
Despite my lingering anxiety, her enthusiasm was infectious. I found myself grinning back at her. Yeah, I think I just might. The castle, too. As long as they have a bar. Thorsten and Scotty both gave me puzzled looks at that. Right, there are no bars here. Never mind. Bad joke, I muttered, feeling my cheeks flush. Note to self, work on my Titan humor. We filed into the royal transport vehicle with Radegrin and his family, while Scotty joined some of the spectral raiders in another car. She never could sit still for long. Signa and Leif, the servants attending me, Thorsten, and the twins, settled into seats near the back. As we set off, I gazed out the windows, eagerly taking in the scenery. After being cooped up at Hrungnir Keep for weeks, it felt good to be on the move. The fertile farmlands soon led to thick forests and velvety green hills dotted with unique trees and vines. Glimpses of wildlife could be spotted here and there, grazing herds of furry creatures that resembled rhinos, only bulkier. Thorsten informed me they were called Velassis. Further on, we passed emergent rock formations, unlike any I'd seen on Earth. Some of the cliffs and boulders defied gravity, jutting out at precarious angles. Curious, I peppered Thorsten with questions about the local geology and wildlife. He answered patiently, seeming to enjoy my enthusiasm. A comfortable silence settled between us as I turned my attention to the twins, who were nodding off despite fighting heavy eyelids. The gentle rocking of the transport vehicle was lulling them to sleep. Thorsten wrapped a blanket around them, and soon both snored softly. My own eyes grew heavy, so I leaned against Thorsten, appreciating having such a big solid man. His arm wrapped around my shoulders as I gave a jaw-cracking yawn.
Get some rest, my consort. You'll need your energy for when we reach Thian Kalora.
I didn't have the will to argue. Letting my head rest against his broad chest, I let the rhythmic rumbling of the engine chase away all thoughts as I drifted off. I awoke to Thorsten gently shaking my shoulder. Bleary-eyed, I peered out the window to find that dusk had fallen, and we'd arrived at a bustling train station glowing with lanterns. Rubbing my eyes, I took stock of the platform teeming with travelers hurrying about. The station architecture was ornate yet sturdy, with soaring arched ceilings that reminded me of old European train terminals I'd seen in history vids. We disembarked and made our way through the controlled chaos, servants trailing behind us with luggage and supplies. As we moved through the crowd, I caught curious glances as people recognized their king and his unusual entourage. But if they had any objections, they kept silent and bowed respectfully to Thorsten as we passed. Reaching our platform, I gawked at the gleaming train that awaited us, utterly unlike the diesel-powered relics back on Earth. This locomotive was straight out of a sci-fi vid, with smooth polished metal and glowing lights. Hell, it even levitated a few inches above the rails. Thorsten noticed my shock and chuckled.
Impressive, isn't she? These rune-powered trains can reach great speeds, connecting all corners of Esmia safely and efficiently.
No kidding, I murmured appreciatively. We boarded the luxury carriage reserved for royalty. The rich upholstery and polished wood paneling reminded me of the ornate Victorian trains of old. But the illusion was shattered by the very modern bathrooms, which almost resembled compact spaceships. I shook my head in amazement. So this baby's rune-powered? Like the Titan ships were? Thorsten nodded.
Indeed. Some runes can store immense energy in small containers. Our scientists learned to harness their potential as power sources.
Now, I really wanted to peek under the hood, so to speak. Too bad we didn't have time for a detour to the locomotive. There was so much technology here that I was itching to study, but it would have to wait. Once everyone was settled in, the train glided out of the station with nary a rumble. I gazed out the window eagerly as we picked up speed, the nighttime scenery zipping past in a blur. The occasional village could be glimpsed in the distance, warm light glowing from within cozy homes. Everything seemed so peaceful, so different from the chaos of warfare I'd become accustomed to. I must have dozed off again despite my eagerness. The next thing I knew, Thorsten gently shook me awake once more as the train doors hissed open. Had I really slept through the entire ride? Stepping off onto the platform, I found myself paralyzed momentarily as I took in the cityscape before me. Nothing could have prepared me for my first glimpse of the sprawling metropolis of Thyon Kalora. Towering structures lined the skyline, their silvery surfaces gleaming. Sleek vehicles zipped through multi-level streets and lanes. Even this late, the city pulsed with energy and life. It was like gazing upon a futuristic city from an old Earth sci-fi movie.
Cal, are you all right?
I think he noticed how dazed I looked. Yeah, Wow. This is incredible, I breathed, craning my neck to take it all in. Thorsten smiled, clearly happy with my reaction.
This is merely the outskirts. Wait until you see the royal quarter and the palace itself. But come. Our transport awaits.
I followed him in an awestruck stupor, unable to tear my eyes from the marvel surrounding me. Who needed sleep? I was wide awake now. Our convoy of vehicles made its way along winding streets that rose ever higher through the city on elevated roadways. We passed gleaming towers capped with elaborate spires that scraped the night sky. Some even appeared to have gardens and parks built into the heights. Other buildings were more whimsical, sporting curved facades reminiscent of Art Deco architecture. The whole city was a work of art unto itself. We eventually turned onto a grand avenue lined with magnificent statues of titans from myth and history. Flowers and vines spilled from rooftop gardens, and there were more green spaces here than in the rest of the city. This had to be the royal quarter. My heart raced faster the farther we went. Then I saw it, rising majestically above all else, the royal palace of Thyon Kalora. Holy shit, I muttered under my breath, not even caring if anyone heard me swearing. The sight before me defied words. Thorsten just smiled knowingly at my reaction. I probably looked like a slack-jawed fool, but I didn't care. Spotlights illuminated the palace's imposing facade of pale stone etched with intricate designs. Towers and turrets clawed at the night sky, capped with silver domes that gleamed like moons. As we passed through a set of towering gates and onto the grounds, I spotted terraced gardens, courtyards with bubbling fountains, and wooded parks. It was like gazing upon something out of myth come to life. I'd seen my fair share of Titan architecture before, but nothing compared to this enormous estate that was a city unto itself. Our convoy stopped near the base of the broad steps leading up to the main entrance. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. This was really happening. I was about to enter the royal palace, not as an intruder or a prisoner, but as Thorsten's chosen consort. Sensing my nerves, Thorsten gave my shoulder a reassuring squeeze as we made our way inside, our children flanking us on either side. The heavy doors swung open, and we entered the grand greeting hall. I barely stifled a gasp as I took in the soaring ceilings, held aloft by rows of stately columns. Intricate mosaics depicting scenes of Titans adorned the walls and floors. Servants rushed forward to greet us, their voices echoing through the cavernous space. Overwhelmed, I didn't even begin to describe how I felt at that moment. A regal-looking woman stepped forward from the small crowd assembled to receive us. She had the same striking features and snow-white hair as Thorsten. This could only be his eldest sister, Helga. She embraced Thorsten warmly before turning to me, her ice-blue eyes scanning me up and down, taking my measure.
Brother, welcome home. And this must be your exotic little mate.
Well, that was an awkward first impression, but before I could stammer out any reply, she smiled and pulled me into a gentle hug.
I'm pleased to finally meet the one who captured my youngest brother's heart.
Helga held me by the shoulders.
Any mate of Thorsten's is now kin to me. You and your sons will always have a place here.
You have no idea how relieved I was to have such a welcome from another of Thorsten's siblings. Thank you, Lady Helga.
Please, just Helga is fine. We are family now, after all.
With a smile, she turned and called to a servant.
Show my brother's consort to their chambers so he may rest and refresh himself.
Chapter 26. Cal. I stood on the balcony connected to the royal chambers Thorsten and I shared, sipping my morning tea as the first hints of dawn crept over the horizon. Far below, the sprawling metropolis of Thayankailora was beginning to stir awake. Sleek vehicles already dotted a few lanes, while early risers could be glimpsed strolling in the gardens and parks. It had been 3 weeks since our arrival, and I still couldn't get over the sheer vastness of this ancient city. Mile-high towers scraped the heavens while labyrinthine streets wound through modern and ancient architectural marvels. Even from this height, the greenery woven throughout stood out. Vines cascading down walls, trees sprouting from rooftops, and sky bridges linking manicured parks high above the avenues. Everything about Thayankailora was designed with an eye for beauty and harmony. My lips quirked into a smile as I caught movement in my periphery, Hugin and Moonin swooping into view to perch on the railing. "Morning, boys," I greeted, stroking their inky feathers. Their presence had become a reassuring constant. With a flap of wings, they were off again to God's knows where. I still held out hope that one day our connection would return. The sound of laughter drew my attention to the courtyard garden below my balcony. A group of Titan children were playing a game that involved hitting a ball through a hoop. My twins were among them, and I watched with pride as Thor and Loki scored, eliciting cheers from their new friends. The boys had come out of their shells in the 3 weeks since arriving at the palace. Their daily lessons with their tutor Leif were going well. They'd made fast friends with noble children their age, and they wanted for nothing, thanks to the servants doting on them. I may have hesitated coming here, but seeing my sons thriving made all the anxiety worthwhile. This really could be the fresh start our family needed. I wish I could say everything was all smiles and happily ever afters, but it wasn't. While I stood here in peace, Thorsten's heart was breaking. The thought sent a pang through my heart, as I still pictured Thorsten's stoic face when news arrived yesterday from Ljosalfar, bearing word that his father Bergelmir's body had been found. The late king had been slain by Undvik forces, sadly confirming Radorgirn's suspicions. Thorsten had taken the news with quiet grace. The only sign of his grief was a new heaviness that lingered in those striking silver eyes. We believed this meant that Thorsten would have to continue to rule indefinitely. Still, with Liv's help, we convinced Radorgirn to take up the crown again after the royal family was properly reunited, or those still missing were labeled MIA. Thorsten never wanted power for its own sake. He never asked for it, but he took to ruling during this crisis like a duck to water. I couldn't stand watching him bear this unwanted burden. All I could do was stand beside him and offer comfort. Now, hopefully, it would soon be over. Shaking off my somber reflections, I downed the last swig of tea before heading back inside to start my day. As I navigated the sprawling royal chambers, my footsteps padded softly across the woven rugs. It was hard to believe rooms this palatial were considered cozy by Titan standards. I passed through the large study where Thorsten often handled administrative tasks and correspondence, his massive hand-carved desk piled high with papers. Beyond that was the music room, where Thor liked practicing the odd double flute instrument Titan children learned. Continuing on, I entered the master bedroom and freshening room that Thorsten and I shared. Thankfully, he was still sleeping soundly. After the news about his father, I figured he could use the extra rest this morning. I quietly washed up and changed into a casual blue tunic and black loose pants before exiting to hunt down some breakfast. I'd learned that formal wear wasn't required until later in the day, when holding court or receiving visitors. The royal family, my family now, could let their hair down over the morning meal. Navigating the maze of hallways, I passed towering statues of past rulers and faded tapestries depicting Titan history and myths. 3 weeks in, I sometimes got turned around in this massive place that was more like a city than a mere palace. But I was gradually learning my way. Arriving at the intimate family dining room, I found Helga already present, seated at the long table. She set down her book and smiled in greeting.
Morning, little human. Come, join me.
Morning, Helga, I replied, plopping down in a cushioned chair with zero grace. I loaded up my plate from the spread of bread, fruits, cheeses, and dried meats. Thorsten's still resting, but he should be down soon.
Understandable. After the troubling news, I cannot believe Father is truly gone.
I reached over and gave her hand a comforting pat. Though reserved, I'd come to appreciate Helga's gentle wisdom in our time here. She and Thorsten were cut from the same cloth. I know how much pain he's in right now, even if he doesn't show it.
Thorsten has always been one to weather storms in stoic silence.
Mischief then danced in Helga's aqua eyes.
So I am thankful he has you to anchor him. He told me about how you two met back in your world, how he fell in love with your fiery spirit. He'll need it now more than ever. Don't lose it.
I grinned at that. Oh, I don't plan to. It'll take much more than stuffy nobles and court etiquette to tame me.
Speaking of court etiquette, Mother will return with Father's body. After his funeral, we'll have a grand feast to honour him. You've made excellent progress, but there is still much to learn. As royal consort, you'll be expected to know how to conduct yourself during the funeral and feasting rites.
Thorsten had told me the same thing. Palace life came with no shortage of protocols and traditions I constantly fumbled my way through. Just remembering some of my early gaffes made me cringe. For example, during my first formal court assembly, I tried whispering to Thorsten, only to get hissed at by some wizened old nobleman. Or when I drank my wine too quickly at an elegant dinner and belched loud enough to turn every head in the room. And then there was the incident involving the rare cobalt blue pheasant-like bird during a hunting trip. But the less said about that fiasco, the better.
Don't fret, you'll get the hang of it soon enough.
Will I, though? I quipped, nibbling on an odd blackened fruit with a creamy interior that tasted strangely like coconut. I mean, I haven't even gotten around to bathing naked in the public springs with you Titans. Pretty sure that's a serious faux pas. Helga nearly choked on her tea.
You may keep your clothes on for that particular custom.
Our conversation was interrupted by loud footsteps, rapidly approaching. A moment later, a wide-eyed servant burst into the room, bowing hurriedly.
Your Highness, my deepest apologies for the intrusion.
Helga eyed him sternly.
What is the meaning of this? Speak.
An urgent messenger has arrived from Lyosalfa, my lady. The Queen Mother's entourage approaches Tian Kelora even now.
So soon, but I'm not ready. I had everything set up for her arrival tomorrow.
Helga shot to her feet. The Queen Mother. That meant Thorsten's mother, Fjorgen. I was about to meet her now.
Thank you for informing us. Please ensure accommodations are prepared for Her Highness. I will inform my brother at once.
The man bowed again before rushing off, his formal facade replaced by an excited grin. My own excitement grew as Helga and I made our way swiftly toward Thorsten's chambers. If anything could lift his spirits right now, it was being reunited with his mother. I burst into Thorsten's room without warning, my exuberance overcoming decorum. He jolted awake in bed, blinking groggily, his mane of silver hair tousled. Before he could speak, I blurted out, "Get up! Your mom is on her way here now." Thorsten stared at me for a long, silent moment, as if struggling to process my words through the lingering haze of sleep. Then his eyes went wide, and he jumped up with a vigor I hadn't seen in days, a flurry of activity as he hurriedly readied himself to go greet his mother. With Helga and Thorsten at my side, I rushed through the vast hallways until we emerged into the sprawling courtyard just as the transport vehicles arrived. Nobles and servants poured out of the palace to welcome the Queen Mother. Excitement electrified the air. The convoy doors opened, and a striking Titan woman stepped down. Her voluminous cloud of pearl-white hair was styled elaborately with braids and metal accents. Though age lined her porcelain face, her bronze eyes still brightened with life. She had Thorsten's strong brow and sharp cheekbones. Thorsten rushed to her, enfolding his mother in a tight embrace. Fjorgen clung to him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears of joy. When they parted, she cupped his cheeks tenderly before turning to greet Helga and the other family members. I hung back, allowing them their moment, not wanting to insert myself. But Fjorgen's gaze soon found me. With slow steps she approached, looking me over with an inscrutable expression. My pulse kicked up a notch under her intense scrutiny.
You must be the little dwarf, human, who captured my son's heart.
I gulped, feeling small before this Titan matriarch. Yes, Your Highness, I'm Cal. Suddenly she laughed loudly and pulled me into a crushing hug.
Welcome to the family, you beautiful boy.
The force of her affection nearly knocked me off my feet. Thorsten and Helga exchanged amused looks at my dumbstruck expression as I straightened my rumpled tunic. So, this is where Scotty got her personality from, I thought as the wind was knocked out of my lungs. But I was relieved she seemed to approve of me so far. With a grin, I took Thorsten's hand in mine and followed the reunited family inside. Over an impromptu celebratory breakfast with Fjorgen, she and Helga reminisced about life before the war. The mood was brighter than it had been in some time. Fjorgen then revealed that she'd brought Bergelmir's body back with her to give him a proper burial. Her voice grew somber, describing how Undvik forces had ambushed and killed him before she managed to escape and flee to Ljosalfar. It was a bittersweet homecoming, but we would honor the late king. When Fjorgen asked about my sons, I called for Thor and Loki to meet their grandmother. At first, they were shy, especially Loki, but it wasn't long before the boys joked and laughed with her as if they'd known her their whole lives. Watching my family reconnect filled me with indescribable joy. For all the uncertainty that still lay ahead right now, everything felt right. 3 days later, I stood on the palace steps flanked by Thorsten and Fjorgen as we watched the solemn procession wind its way up the long avenue. Bergelmir's body lay on a stately teal and gold carriage drawn by 6 Velasi. The Titan King's body was clad in resplendent armor, his great sword clutched in his folded hands over his chest. Flowers cascaded down the sides of the carriage, and solemn hymns echoed from the crowds lining the streets. The mourners gathered at the towering pyre erected on the palace grounds, constructed from fragrant woods and oils. As the carriage rolled to a stop, Thorsten, Radagern, Helga, Astrid, Skadi, Eldgrim, and Stig moved as one to gently lift their father's body with great reverence and lay him to rest atop the pyre. I wished there was more I could do to ease Thorsten's pain, but all I knew to do was be there for him when he needed me. As the royals stepped back, Fjorgen approached with a flaming torch.
May your spirit journey to the great hall of kings beyond Innengard.
She touched the flame to the kindling. Within moments, vibrant flames engulfed the pyre, dense plumes of scented smoke coiling skyward. The reflected fire danced in our eyes as we looked on, hypnotized. I slipped my hand into Thorsten's, giving it a supportive squeeze that he returned gratefully. In honor of Bergelmir's life, the festivities back inside the palace were lively, as Titans believed in celebrating the life lived rather than mourning the loss forever. The feasting hall thundered with laughter, music, and drunken ballads of past glories. Fjorgen herself danced atop tables, swigging ale and toasting her late husband.
To King Bergelmir! The craziest bastard I ever loved. Boy, could he put it to me good. Oomph!
Helga swooped in to clap a hand over her tipsy mother's mouth before she could overshare.
All right, I believe you've had enough merriment for one evening.
Despite the absurdity, seeing the royals let loose warmed me. Thorsten's smile didn't quite reach his eyes, but his mood was brighter than I expected. There would be time to mourn properly later. Tonight was for remembering joy. As the evening wound down, pleasantly fatigued from the revelry, I stood on a balcony appreciating the night breeze. Strong arms wrapped around me from behind, and I leaned into Thorsten's sturdy embrace. Neither of us needed to speak as we swayed gently, taking comfort in each other's presence. Everything that happened today reiterated life's fleeting nature. The only constant was each brief moment. For now, the future could wait. My everything was right here in my arms. Chapter 27. Cal. The next morning, I awoke refreshed and ready to explore the legendary city outside these palace walls. After wolfing down a quick breakfast, I prepared to head out and take in the sights of Tyan Kailora.
Going somewhere?
I turned with a grin. I want to see the city up close today. Want to be my guide? Thorsten's expression turned apologetic.
I wish I could join you, but meetings with the council will keep me occupied all day, I'm afraid.
I waved off his concern. No problem. You handle royal business. I'll manage just fine alone. I'm a big boy. Thorsten still looked hesitant.
Perhaps you should take a guard escort. The city streets can be labyrinthine.
I'll be okay, I insisted stubbornly. It's not like I'm wandering some back alley. Just gonna visit the nice parts. What could go wrong?
As you wish. But please return before sundown.
With a quick goodbye kiss, I excitedly made my way through the grand entrance hall, the palace guards bowing respectfully as I passed. Stepping outside, I took a deep breath, appreciating how the morning air carried 1,000 scents. Baked goods, incense, perfumes, and alien botanicals. So many tantalizing aromas I wanted to chase down. But first, I headed for the nearest transit station and boarded a sleek tram train car. As the vehicle rose swiftly, I drank in the panoramic views. From up here, I could fully appreciate the scale and beauty of it all. Impossibly tall towers connected by a filigree of bridges and tubes with vessels zipping between them. Each structure seemed more fantastical than the last, sporting curved facades, ornamental flourishes, and gravity-defying architecture. After gaping like an awestruck child for a while, I disembarked at one of the upper public parks I saw hugging the top of an especially striking tower. Stepping off the tram, I was surrounded by artful greenery and splashing fountains, the sounds of music and laughter spilling from an outdoor cafe. Patrons sat at small tables sipping colorful drinks and nibbling dainty appetizers, while a band played intricate melodies on stringed instruments. I snagged an empty table and tried my best to casually peruse one of the picture menus, but I could tell I was garnering some attention from diners. An amused server soon came by, no doubt noting my obvious confusion. I ordered some items randomly, eager to try the exotic cuisine. A few missteps aside, who knew eggfish soup would be so spicy? I thoroughly enjoyed the eclectic flavors. Between the amazing food, lively music, and heady aroma of blossoms on the breeze, I felt like I'd been transported to another world. And I suppose I had, in a way. I spent the next few hours strolling wide walkways lining the park's perimeter, which afforded stunning city vistas below. My neck grew sore from constantly looking up, down, and all around, trying to soak it all in. There was just so much to see. When I grew tired of the scenic overlooks and gawking titans who stopped and stared, snapping pictures and taking videos as I passed, I took a series of lifts and bridges to descend closer to the ground. Here the towers were dwarfed by even more massive superstructures that housed all sorts of venues and activities, judging by the look of the ads flickering on their facades.
Ah, it's you!
I turned quickly at the unfamiliar voice. Someone was approaching me, a handsome Titan male with wavy blonde hair that looked almost artificially colored yellow.
I saw you on the projector screens.
Oh shit, I thought, getting nervous. I probably should have taken Thorsten up on his offer of royal guards. So far, the Titans who gawked at me still kept a good distance from me and didn't go out of their way to speak to me. Panic rose as I stupidly tried to hide my face, as if I didn't stand out here because of my size. Just then, 2 Titan men dressed in black tunics approached us. Oh crap, I thought about figuring out how to escape this situation when the 2 men kneeled.
Your Royal Highness Prince Eva.
Prince? I exclaimed as I turned to face the yellow-haired Titan.
Please get off your knees before causing a scene.
He scratched his head almost as if he was embarrassed. I then recognized the 2 men in black as they stood on their feet. I was so used to seeing them in uniform, not dressed in plain clothes. They were Thorsten's guards. You're Thorsten's men.
Sorry, Your Highness. Our king tasked us with watching you. We were supposed to maintain a low profile, but once we noticed Prince Ivar, we had to make ourselves known.
You're one of Thorsten's brothers, I said, knowing Thorsten would be relieved to know that another sibling has lived.
Yes, and I noticed you from the vid of my father's funeral that I was unfortunately unable to make it to. You speak our language surprisingly well for a dwarf.
Well, I'm a human, not a dwarf.
A what now? No matter. Thank the gods I found someone from the palace. Mikkel is terribly paranoid about being assassinated on the way home, and no amount of me telling him to get his shit together is getting through to that thick noggin of his that Falca is dead and the war is over. He'll be relieved to see royal guards, that's for certain.
The royal guards quickly summoned one of the sleek vehicles bearing the royal crest to pick us up. I climbed inside with Prince Ivar, and we picked up Mikkel from a cafe not too far away. Mikkel was rail-thin with lanky limbs, his face all sharp angles. He sat rigidly, eyes darting around as if expecting an attack at any moment. The poor guy was clearly rattled, even with the guards assuring him of their protection. "So, Mikkel, was it?" I asked gently. "I don't know how to ask this, but what number are you among the siblings? I've never met such a huge family before." Mikkel gave a jerky nod, wringing his hands.
"I'm number 7 and Ivar is number 4.
"Big family," I commented to keep the conversation going, but I could tell it was difficult for him. "I'm Cal, Thorsten's mate. King Falca is dead. No need to worry now."
If only it were that simple.
His eyes were haunted like he'd seen hell and barely made it back.
Even with Falca gone, I still see his forces in every shadow.
Ivar placed a comforting hand on Mikkel's shoulder.
You're safe now, brother. We're going home.
Mikkel gave a weak smile. I could see the strong bond between the two siblings. I understood Mikkel's trauma all too well, having endured my own in the past. Sometimes the ghost lingered long after the danger passed. We soon arrived at the palace gates, and I led the two princes inside. Word of their arrival spread swiftly, and we were met by an influx of wide-eyed servants overjoyed to see more of the royal children return unharmed. Within moments, Thorsten and the others poured into the grand hall, their faces lighting up. Thorsten embraced Ivar fiercely, relief etched in every line of his body. Even the usually reserved Radurgirn had tears glistening as he hugged Mikkel, who finally relaxed in his big brother's arms. Queen Mother Fjörgen openly wept at the sight.
Thank the gods 2 more of my babies have come safely home.
After the initial tearful reunions, Thorsten announced he would send word to Skadi to call off the search for Ivar and Mikkel. Fjörgen insisted the two princes get checked over by physicians and have baths and meals prepared to help poor Mikkel recover from his trauma. Ivar still shared an easy smile and playful humor despite everything he'd endured. He nudged Thorsten with a wicked grin.
We all thought you died centuries ago, little brother. Yet here you are, still kicking with a pretty consort on your arm. You always were resilient.
Thorsten laughed heartily.
What can I say? I'm hard to kill. But come, let me introduce you to my children once you've settled in.
I stood back, letting the reunited family have their moment. Seeing them come together was exhilarating, and I loved every new member of Thorsten's family. Each day here was getting better and better.
Chapter 28. Thorsten. Radurgirn stood before me, resplendent in his raiment befitting the High King. The past months of rest and recovery had restored much of his old vigour. At his right side stood his wife Liv, gazing up at Radurgirn with barely concealed longing in her velvet-soft eyes. I had to suppress a smirk at the sight. I'm sure she was relieved to see her husband's return to the throne, almost as relieved as Cal and I. I had no desire to go through any more politics about who should succeed me. Naturally, she wanted her eldest son Ragnar to take the crown, and yet, depending on how my sons performed in their growing lives here, many would look to them as acceptable rulers. That would have caused infighting within the court, and I didn't want to escalate it to the point of having to take extreme action to stop it. I wanted my sons to grow up as princes and enjoy the luxuries of such a life without suffering the consequences, and I was lucky enough to be the last born, which meant that without the title of king, we were all free to do just that. Our mother flanked Radurgirn's left, dabbing at her tears with a square of lace. Her joy at having most of her flock home was palpable. Eldgrim and Stieg looked on beside Skadi and Astrid, who kept elbowing each other, struggling and failing to maintain proper decorum, even as Helga threatened to flay them alive if they ruined the ceremony. Ivar and Mikkel exchanged wistful smiles. Last week we got word from Bestla, Eir, and Thrym. They were off adventuring in some ancient Aesir temple said to have survived Ragnarok when news of the war broke out. It took months for them to reach the surface, and by the time they did, they heard that our mother was heading to Ljósalfar. But by the time they reached the country, mother was already gone, and our father's funeral had already come and gone. Now, they were on their way home, and as far as I was concerned, my duty as king ended. At long last, the final pieces of my world had clicked back into place. All eyes turned to me as Radagern beckoned me forth. With steady steps I approached and knelt before the ornate throne. The clasp of the royal cloak unfastened with a soft click, and the heavy garment slipped from my shoulders, a symbolic shedding of the burdens I had borne for far too long. Radagern's voice rang out clear and true.
In the name of our forebears, I, Radagern, son of Bergelmir, do resume my rightful place as High King of Esmir. Rise, Thorsten of House Yggdrasil. You are released from your duties.
I rose to my feet. Our eyes met, his gleaming with pride. Despite our differences, he knew I had come through and done what was needed of me. I inclined my head in deference. His firm clasp on my shoulder spoke what words between men of our bloodline so often could not. Once more, the ancient crown of twisted vines and leaves rested upon Radagern's brow. A heavy burden I was more than happy to relinquish to my brother's capable shoulders. My purpose had been to steer our family through the darkness of war and reunite our sundered line. That monumental task was now complete. No loftier destiny awaited me than to live and love freely alongside my beautiful mate. Speaking of whom, there stood Cal, gazing up at me with those intense eyes that are as unique as the jewels of our realm. Our sons flanked him, little mirrors of myself in miniature form. How often I thanked the hidden stars for guiding me into that abyssal trench on Midgard, setting our fated meeting in motion. In his flame I found light to illuminate even the bleakest void. Shouts of joy erupted from those assembled, thundering through the hall. The high-born sycophants who had hounded me these long months cheered loudly, relieved to have a proper king on the throne once more. Their politics and schemes mattered not. Today we celebrated life and homecoming. The rich aromas of roasted meats and heady wines perfumed the air as the festivities spilled into the great hall. Music and laughter abounded. Even our dour servants managed to crack wistful smiles, letting slip their hard-won decorum. Noble ladies coquettishly hid giggles behind fans, admiring the assortment of royal menfolk returned to court at last. Entertainment and libations flowed freely, as such gatherings tended to run riot. Yet propriety compelled me to the high table, lined with my kin. Between courses, our mother regaled us with outlandish tales from her youth. Her unrestrained merrymaking was a hallmark of gatherings such as these, most unbecoming of a dowager queen. How I adored her for it. Even Radagern failed to entirely conceal his mirth, a subtle quirk of the brow giving him away. The mouth-watering aroma of roasted quail mingled with the earthier scent of wine. I savoured each flavourful bite, nodding along to Astrid's animated account of a hunting escapade. My attention never lingered long, and instinct drew my focus back to Cal over and over, much to Skardi's amusement. My little human held his own among the nobles, a quick-witted charm smoothing his inevitable gaffes. How easily he could be dismissed by small minds as merely a novelty, a zealous youth content with the pleasures and trinkets I bestowed upon him. Never had they been more wrong. None could match the keen wit, poetic soul, and stalwart heart enclosed within that unassuming frame. Had I scoured the 9 realms, none would prove his equal. At long last, the formalities wound into casual revelry, as inhibitions lowered in tandem with the wine reserves. Even Radagern's stern countenance softened around the edges. I spied Cal slipping outside to one of the shadowy, vine-draped balconies overlooking the gardens. The mossy cobblestones and night-blooming flora below exuded an earthy perfume. My little mate could never resist the call of growing things, a tender heart behind the prickly exterior. With polite excuses, I took my leave of the feasting table to join him. "Not one for raucous celebrations, I take it," I remarked as I came up behind him, leaning against the carved balustrade. Cal's wry grin glinted in the torchlight.
"It's a bit much, yeah, but I'm happy for you. They're all finally home."
His expression softened to something tinged with yearning.
"Glad we are too."
My arm encircled his shoulder, cradling him close against my side. His warmth chased away the night's chill. "As am I. More than you know." I pressed a kiss to his temple, inhaling his familiar scent. "You and the boys are my true home, never doubt it." Beneath the stars, we swayed gently to music only we could hear. The clamour indoors receded, inconsequential as dust motes in sunlight. Here now was all that I required, this man ensconced safely in my embrace, a shield against the petty cruelties of a callous world. My lips descended to meet his, and all the words we dare not speak aloud were conveyed in ardent caresses. The fullness of this moment stretched into eternity, a gift not even the gods could wrest away.
Epilogue. Cal. A cool breeze danced through the open balcony doors, carrying the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers up from the gardens below. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring the heady perfume.
"Like it?"
Thorsten wrapped his arms around me from behind.
"I had the gardeners plant only your favorites."
I leaned back into his solid warmth with a contented hum. "You spoil me, but I'm not complaining." His chest rumbled against me with quiet laughter. We both gazed out across the moonlit vista of Elivagar Castle, its crystalline spires and archways bathed in ethereal light. I still couldn't believe this majestic place was our new home. After everything that happened over the past year, the war, the political shitstorm, living in a literal fairy tale castle felt nothing short of surreal. But here we were. Hard to believe we made it this far, huh? Thorsten's arms instinctively tightened around me.
There were certainly times I had my doubts. But we persevered, against all odds.
I nodded, thoughts drifting back through our tumultuous journey together, from that fateful first meeting in the abyssal ruins of old New York to the chaotic aftermath of the war in Utangard. We endured more than our fair share of peril and heartache along the way, but the bonds forged between us had proven unbreakable. And now here we stood, on the precipice of a new adventure, our life together, here in Utangard. My gaze traveled across the moonlit battlements and towers of Elivagar, drinking in its beauty. Twisted branches of Yggdrasil cradled the main keep, somehow making the imposing structure seem inviting. Below, the waterfall-fed moat surrounding the castle glowed invitingly.
"She's really something, isn't she? Our home."
"It's incredible," I agreed. As breathtaking as the exterior was, the inside of the castle impressed me even more with its lavish grandeur. Vaulted ceilings adorned with intricate gold accents soared overhead, while masterful tapestries depicted Titan myths and legends. Exquisitely carved furniture filled the solar and music room, with plush rugs underfoot. Even the living quarters had an elegant simplicity about them.
"Think you can be happy here?"
I turned in his embrace to face him, gently cupping his cheeks in my hands. "Anywhere you are is home to me," I said sincerely, pulling him down into a tender kiss. Judging by the grin on Thorsten's face when we finally broke apart, my words reassured him. Taking my hand, he led me inside, through the music room where Loki liked practicing his new flute, past the massive study where Thorsten handled the administrative tasks of repairing the castle and the portal, until we reached the master bedroom we now shared. My father certainly seemed to be settling into his retirement here at Elivagar. I'd passed him on my way to dinner earlier, already deep in his cups and regaling some servants with colorful stories from his youth. In his own words, living out his twilight years in a castle was one hell of a retirement plan. I just hoped he didn't drink the cellars completely dry. As for the twins, I don't think I'd ever seen Thor and Loki happier than they were here. For the first time, they had other Titan children their size to play with, not to mention no shortage of new wonders to explore. Just yesterday, they'd come bursting into my room, babbling about the giant turtles in one of the moat gardens. Their laughter echoed constantly through Elivagar's halls. My thoughts scattered like dandelion seeds as Thorsten began planting warm kisses down the column of my throat, his large hands roaming possessively over my body. I sighed, surrendering myself to his passion. In moments like these, nothing else mattered but the press of his heated skin against mine. Later, we lay together, reveling in the blissful afterglow. My head rested against Thorsten's muscular chest, rising and falling with each steady breath. His fingers slowly combed through my hair.
I know I don't say it enough, but I'm thankful for you every day. You've made me happier than I imagined possible.
I smiled, snuggling closer against him. Back at you. Who knew the man of my dreams was a giant from another world? Thorsten's chuckle reverberated through me.
The mysteries of fate are unfathomable indeed.
A comfortable silence settled between us then, words unnecessary. The future suddenly seemed rife with possibility. Thorsten planned to rebuild the portal connecting our worlds, using his previous research. A part of me would always miss my world, but I knew now where I truly belonged. Maybe one day we could re-establish contact safely between the realms. For now, I was exactly where I wanted to be, building a life and family with the man I loved. The end.